this much longer, stuck here in the silence, lost in the sea of stillness. Give me something to hold on to. So break me, mold me and erase me. After all, I'm nothing here without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the break me, mold me and erase me. After all, I'm nothing here without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the light.
What is it today? Monday. Hey, happy Monday, everyone. I know how much we all love Mondays. The perfect day of the week, right? The absolute perfect day of the week. All right, let's see who we have here, shall we? Let's see who we have here. We got a lot to talk about. I got a lot to talk about. So much fucking to talk. Excuse me. I'm already cursing like a sailor. Oopsie. It's almost like I can't help it. So what was I gonna say? Yes. So we have a lot to talk about, a lot of interesting news. We have big changes going on in the friendly neighborhood island of the UK. That'll be fun to talk about. Bye-bye, Keir Starmer. Oh, what a shame. Poor Keir Starmer. Anyway, so we're gonna talk about that. We have to talk about some new shit with Iran that God knows if it'll come to anything, but still, we should talk about it. And then we're going to continue our Vietnam War garbage, Vietnam War education, which has been taking much longer than I thought it would. Alas, I think you're enjoying it. So we will continue the Vietnam War stuff. Then we will talk about. Are you here, Elevator Lady? Is Elevator Lady here? You know what? I'll wait to tell you the next part. I want to make sure Elevator Lady's here for that part. Okay, so for that other part I wanted to do, then we'll do some reactions. Sarah, let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. First of all, we have hello SoCal. How are you, SoCal? How are you? Are you doing well, SoCal? So glad you're here. Hello, James Nordhoff. Oh, James Nordhoff, always lovely to have James Nordhoff here. One of our great background lurkers. Love having you here, James Nordhoff. Hello, Doug. Hello, Doug DUG. So glad you're here. You're a classic at this point, too. So glad you're here, Doug. Hello, our Task the Terminator, Art Task the Terminator. Forgive me, I'm a fool. I'm going to call you Terminator. Slava Ukraini, indeed. Glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini. Welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. Hello, Antifa U. Hello, Antifa U. How are you doing, Antifa U? How are you doing, Antifa U? So glad you're here as well, Antifa U. Hello, Fetty. Fetty, gotta love having Fetty. Gotta love having Fetty here. Hello, Fetty. How you doing, Fetty? I don't know why I decided to speak that way, but it kind of seemed to match the name. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. So I had spaghetti yesterday. Anyways, hello, Fetty. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. Can barely survive without Matt Saigai. So glad you're here, Matt Saigai, as always. How are things over in the UK today, Matt Saigai? What's the talk? What's the talk on the streets? Okay, I don't know. I mean, I know it's like it would just be anecdotal, whatever you have to tell me, but I'm curious. Are people talking about Mr. Starmer losing his position? Is it a good mood, a bad mood? Then I'm curious. Laquabwa, you goddamn liar. Hello, Laquabwa. How are you? Laquabwa says that the intro tends to last 45 minutes to an hour. Laquabwa, I fucking hate you so fucking much. Hello, Laquabwa. Hope you're doing fucking well. So glad you're here. As always, love having Laquabwa here. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. I'm so glad you're here. As always, Lurking Snow Leopard is such a lurker, but like in a good way. I mean, I meant that like as a compliment. Like Lurking Snow Leopard is such a Lurking Snow Leopard. I'm not sure how to fuck to frame that, but I'm so glad you're here, Lurking Snow Leopard. Of course. Outer Signal. Hello, Outer Signal. Everyone, check out Outer Signal's YouTube channel. Type in Outer Signal on YouTube. You'll find YouTube. Mwah. Thank you, SoCal. Thank you. Why do I feel like that was a big fuck you in some way? Regardless, thank you, SoCal. So glad you're here, SoCal, as always, okay? But I have my fucking eye on you. I don't believe that kiss for a second. All right. So everyone check out Outer Signal's channel. So glad you're here, Outer Signal. All right. Druzilla, hello, Druzilla, you filthy degenerate. I saw what you said, Druzilla. You said, I loved CR cooking yesterday. I learned so much. You're full of shit, Druzilla. You're all full of shit. Okay, no one learned a goddamn thing. It was a goddamn mess. It was an error of judgment. I swear to God, it was a horrible error. Anyway, Sir, don't you fucking tell me to calm down, Sir Bert. You fucking tell me to calm down. Fine, I'm calm. I'm perfectly calm. All right. Let's see here. Hello, Sir Bart, by the way. Look, I need to see CR in a romper. Not that those are slutty or anything. I just imagine him getting lost in the bathroom, having to navigate where he went. LaQuan, I swear to God, honestly, that would probably happen to me because I'm kind of incompetent. So that would probably happen when it comes to clothing, at least. Hello, Raccoon Boyo. I'm so glad you're here. So glad you're here, Raccoon Boyo. Okay. Look. Let's do this. Fine. I'll dance and I'll jog. Okay, I'll dance and I'll jog. I'll dance and I'll jog. So 1 second, let me take a drink as was requested. Right, Drusilla, right, you liar. Okay, so hello, Raccoon Boyo. Hello, AMA. So glad you're here, AMA. Was it Raccoon Boyo or someone sent me a message about a new game coming out? Who was that? I'm having a mind blank. Was it AMA or it was Raccoon Boyo? Didn't you send that to me? Anyway, whatever. We'll see about playing that game. Hello, Sir Bart. I'm gonna move faster now, folks. I'm gonna move faster now. That right, it was Raccoon Boyo. It was Raccoon Boyo. Forgive me. Hello, J Mac. Hello, J Mac. No, I'm not your dad, J Mac. I'm not your dad. Okay, I'm sorry to say. All right, I'm sorry to say that, J Mac. Fox, hello, Fox Emblem. So glad you're here. How's work been going for you? How's work been going for you? Hello, David, also called Cybersnake88. How are you doing, David? Doing well? You doing well, David? So glad you're here. Yeah, na. All right, did I miss anything? Macon, hello, Macon. I love you so much, Macon. So much, love you so much, Macon. So glad you're here. Okay, you know what? We're done with that. We are done with that. La 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 la. Fuck you, Keir Starmer. Fuck you, Keir Starmer. You're going bye bye, Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer. Bye, Keir Starmer. Anyway. All right. Jesus. Sorry, I need to take a breather. I'm very, very out of shape. Okay. Oh God. All right. Anyway, so what we're talking about, guys, today is we got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it. All right. How's everyone doing? Let me do the scene thing now. So first thing here. Where is everyone, by the way? You know, not everyone's here. Yeah, Kids Starver did always what's best for the people, of course. As always, you know, loved pro-genocide monster. All right, where the fuck are all my UK people? I only see only one of my UK people is here. What is that? Huh? What is that? We only got Matt Sci Guy? Where are you, Louise? Where are you, Dolly Boy? Okay, this is important. I need my UKers here. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is why we had a revolution, because the UKers are never show up on time. Anyway, whatever, it's fine. Okay, except for Matt Sci Guy. All right, so guys, some things have happened. Some things have happened in the world. A few little small things have happened. One of these small little things, it's not small at all, by the way, is that Keir Starmer has resigned. The Prime Minister of the UK has resigned. Honestly, good riddance. Honestly, good. Yeah, who cares, J-Mac? I don't care that Alan Greenspan died. It wasn't soon enough, in my opinion. But anyway, I'm sorry. I know I'm a monster. I can't help myself. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sick of having to be fake like I care. You know, like, oh my God, poor Alan Greenspan. I really don't give a shit. Okay, anyway, bye, Alan Greenspan. Okay, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Christ. All right. Okay, whatever. We could talk about Alan we could talk about Alan Greenspan. He was really bad for the for the average American, for the world. He was really bad in a lot of ways. All right. Yeah, he was way past his lifespan anyway. You know what? I'm sorry. In case anyone's watching who doesn't know me, I'm so sorry that he passed. Real shame there. Real shame. I cry tears for Alan Greenspan. Anyway, so listen. Let me put it this way. It's not Alan Greenspan is not on the same level as like a Henry burning in hell Kissinger, okay? Now on that day I was celebrating, okay? I literally had some alcohol, I made a cake. It was fun. It was a great time. I'm not doing that for Alan Greenspan. My condolences to his family. You love that they give a fuck. See, that's the other thing. My condolences to his family, okay? It sucks to lose a loved one. You know, it also sucks the same way for everyone else in the country that loses a loved one, and I give my condolences to any other family that's losing a loved one right now in the United States, whether it be from gun violence, partially because of his neoliberal policies that he pushed, whether it be from drug addiction, partially caused by the neoliberal policies he pushed, or really any of the homeless people who are out there right now, partially because of the neoliberal policies he's pushed. I could go on and on and on. You know, I feel sorrow for everyone who's suffering and who has died today. So anyway, just saying. Okay, moving on. So we're not even going to talk about Alan Greenspan, okay? You know, it's part of the natural human life cycle. You live, you die. All right. So let's go on here. Let's talk about the big news, shall we? Let's talk it to the big news. All right. Yeah, I know J-Max. So J-Max says Alan Greenspan made it to age 100. Yeah, that's funny to me. You know, for those that do believe in God out there, you know I don't, and you know how much of an asshole I am about it. For those that do believe in God, kind of a cruel God, don't you think? Wow, let Alan Greenspan live to 100 while all these little children all around the world keep getting blown up. Interesting. Right? I think that's a perfect sign that there clearly is no God, and if he does exist, he's an asshole. But anyway, so, I'm sorry. I'll shut up now. Okay. Okay, moving on. Outer Signal. Okay, whatever. Love you all very much. Maybe many of you probably don't even know who that is. Maybe we'll talk about him later. Okay, so let's watch this little clip here about Keir Starmer resigning. Now, for those for those that are, you know, is Mayflower? Is anyone fucking here? Where is everyone? Okay, Mayflower Kid asked me to explain. Mayflower Kid asked me to explain what the fuck is going on in the UK, but Mayflower Kid isn't here. I don't think Elevator Lady's here. I don't think any. Okay, so we'll watch this and then I'll explain it. Hopefully by that time Mayflower Kid will have been here because I want her at least to hear it. Okay, so we will. Okay, so let's go on.
And here is the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
No, you are, folks. You are important people, but there are certain people who specifically asked me to explain the politics of the UK, so I was gonna do that, but I don't have to. I won't wait. There's Gwen. Hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. There's Gwen. There's someone. Okay. Gwen, you get a detention slip. Hello, Couch Potato. Really, they're cheering for him? Is this what happened yesterday? They're cheering for him? Oh, look how sad he looks. Oh, really, Lacroix? Oh, that's good news. Okay, that's okay. I'll just explain to you guys anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
Today, forgive me that second.
Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life.
Shut up, Sir Burr. I know
A new Labour government. The first in 14 years.
Guys, everyone, get your fucking tissues ever. Get your fucking tissues ready. I am so ready to spill so many tears for this man. Oh, God. Please.
A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for.
Wait a minute. What's that music in the background? Do you hear that? What is that music in the background? Is that like literally part of this ceremony? Are they playing cutesy, sad music in the background, or is that a protest that's nearby? Yeah, that literally is what it sounded like. There you go, Lacroix. Well done. Well hit with the tomato. Okay, hit Keir Starmer in the face. Does that? Am I like seriously? I'm asking. Is that someone protesting, or is that just part of the ceremony to have this cheesy, sad music in the background? Because that's hilarious if it is.
The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. What the fuck is the music? This is hilarious to me. I'm like, it's so funny. I can't even laugh.
I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security.
Yeah, and did he do any of that? That's so funny.
And becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
So I would normally agree with you here, Gwen, but this is the BBC. This is a BBC. This is the BBC goddamn recording of it. So this isn't LBC or this isn't James O'Brien. Like, this is fucking funny.
The hard work of change was with us.
Did he say anti-Semitism? What did he say? I'm sorry. I got to go back here. I was too busy with the music. Forgive me.
And becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
Oh my God, he's doing right-wing talking points.
The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better.
Right.
To build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few.
Did he say anti-Semitism? Did he literally say anti-Semitism? I was so too busy with the music. Did he say we're combating anti-Semitism?
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than
Oh my God, how did I miss that? Oh my God, that's like the best. That'd be hilarious. No, they're not. They're not combating anti-Semitism. They're making anti-Semitism worse with their uncritical support for the state of Israel. Okay, that is not good for Jewish people. All right, that's hilarious, Cybersnake. Okay, that's like really fucking funny. Yeah, that's also funny, Cybersnake, to play. Okay, anyway, okay, fine, Matt. I'll go back a little bit. Sorry, guys. The music was really distracting. I need to hear his statement about anti-Semitism.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I promise.
Walking up
last
this
time I go
street
back.
2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. The disappointment ended with his government. It didn't, is my point.
Chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt.
Oh, I get it. So he's doing a stab at Corbyn, right? That's like, I get it. He's claiming that the Corbyn Labour Party was like morally corrupt. Okay, I got you.
I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust.
Ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism. Buddy, you made anti-Semitism worse. Okay? I mean, come on. Why do you... Okay, you know what? Hello, there's Elevator Lady. Hello, Elevator Lady. Jesus Christ.
On the economy, defence and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
What the
hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better.
So my fellow Brits out there, my fellow Brits, the Brits out there, did he change Britain for the better? Honestly, from an outsider perspective, it looks like he kind of made some big fucking problems. He did some big fucking, he kind of made it worse. His lack of action allowed the rise of reform, okay? His lack of action allowed the rise of reform, to be very clear, right? So, okay.
To build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued. Wealth.
Really? Is everyone valued, guys? Okay, I'm sorry. Is everyone valued? Is everyone valued in the UK? Because it seems to me that there are certain people, especially ones who are anti-genocide, pro-Palestinian, Muslim, migrants, who are not valued. And as a matter of fact, Labour has moved to the right, okay? has some of their people have started saying like we need to focus on migration and shit. All right, done very little to protect migrants and oftentimes sided with the right wingers. So okay, yeah, correct, Matt Guy. He's a racist. 5 people were stabbed in Edinburgh. No high level meeting, no further funding to support communities, no going to. Of course not. Of course not. Gwen, he was given 18 months to fix 14 years of Tory rule. Yeah, and he didn't do much at all. He didn't do nearly as much as he could have. He would not be in this position if he had done more. Okay. By the way, it's possible he wouldn't have been able to achieve more just because of the makeup of Parliament. I don't really know the details there, but he certainly didn't try very hard. So okay.
An opportunity for all, not just the privileged few.
Right.
And look at what we've achieved.
Yep. He also oversaw the stripping away of trans rights. Absolutely. Okay.
In just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years.
Hey, if that's true, more power to him. Okay, I am not, by the way. Yeah, that's true, Cybersnake. Trans rights, what rights? It's Turf Island anyway. To be clear, guys, I am not saying that he didn't do some things okay, but that's like every president can do some things okay, right? Like Trump has done some things okay, I guess. I mean, there's practically nothing, but a very few things. My point is like compared to what he could have done and the situation he's caused because of the little he has done, he's a horrible, horrible prime minister. I'm glad he's gone.
The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War.
Yeah, he did.
Small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media, and 500,000 children.
Is he celebrating anti-migrant shit? Is he celebrating anti-migrant shit? Matt Saiga, there are a few things he did good, not going to lie. Renters' rights, NHS rating lists lowered, public ownership. That's fantastic, Matt Saiga. So that is a good point. I'm not saying, like I said, he did some things that were okay, right? Renters' rights, NHS. But here's the thing about leadership, folks. It could be that he would have been better at a different time, but he was not right for this moment. Okay. He was just not right for this moment. Some of the things he did were okay, but overall, has the country become better or worse? All right.
Being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again.
That's kind of a selfish way of putting it, right? Because of the decisions that I made. Did he literally just say the decisions I made? That's funny. I guess that means, okay, first of all, that's very very kind of self-absorbed. Okay. So then technically that means that everything he didn't do is also because he didn't do it. Right? He ought to be careful. He ought to be careful about how he frames things, because that's kind of like, well, okay, then why didn't you do other things? Anyway.
Standing up for decency, respect, and the rule of law.
His music is hilarious.
Securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values.
I'm sorry, is this a fucking Monty Python skit? This is hilarious.
And rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised by a Labour government. Change fought for by a Labour government. Change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people.
Did you?
Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question.
Okay.
And I accept that
You're
answer
right, Raccoon Boyo.
with good grace.
With good grace. But everyone better thank me, for it was me that made all these great changes. Me. But I will gracefully move on. Okay, thank you, Starmer. Wow.
Every decision I've taken.
You know what I would do, guys? If I legitimately was, listen, if I was in his position and I was forced to resign by my party, rightfully or wrongly, I would use, if I actually cared about the UK, I would use my platform to say, hey, we need to make some major changes to stop reform here. Whoever comes next, pressure them. Do everything you can to pressure the incoming Labor government to make major changes to stop reform, okay? I care about this country, and I don't want it to fall into the specter of fascism. So whatever mistakes I made in the past, you know, I accept it. We have to do something now, though, okay? We have to do something, and I will do everything I can to put pressure on the government to make the necessary changes to stop the rise of reform and fascism, okay? And we need bold policy. Like, use it as, if you care about the UK, use this as a platform to push for what is necessary. Okay, like, all right. That, by the way, I'm sure he cares about legacy. A lot of these guys do. That would leave you a very good historical legacy. If you gracefully, during leaving, you made a unselfish statement about the need to make major change. Okay, historians will remember that shit. Okay. Sir Bart, I heard Starmer is hated openly by fellow Labor members. It makes sense hearing him go, it was all me. Yeah, there you go, Sir Bart. But, you know, at the same time, yeah, more exactly, LaQuavois. Like, and this is just more of the same, right? This is more of the same. So that's why he needs to point out that Labor has failed, okay? And that Labor needs to majorly fucking change if it wants to accomplish anything to stop reform, okay? Alas, he's still part of that system, so he won't do that. He won't defy the establishment, but okay.
Has been about putting the country I love first.
Oh, really?
That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening
the link is dead,
on the
Saga.
9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest...
It always happens, Sir Bart. It always happens. I mean, obviously, I would never expect him to be... It's almost done, Drusilla. We only have 2 minutes. It's only 7 minutes, Drusilla. There's only 2 minutes left in the video.
This will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister.
SoCal, great hit, SoCal, great hit.
Until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited.
What the fuck is he talking about? Reform had major gains. Is Britain stronger after him?
2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so.
Yes, LA.
For their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave, the biggest job...
Hey, you know what? Say Cybersnake. I guess if I did, you're right, that's a fair... David says it did strengthen the Green Party. That's a fair point, David, I guess you could say, right?
In the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Oh, God, here we fucking go. Can we is he really going to cry? Oh, my God.
And being the best dad I can to my beautiful children.
Do you think he ever cried watching videos of children being crushed between concrete and Gaza? Do you think he shed a single fucking tear about that?
Who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
course, of course. Yeah, how many kids are, okay. No, possibly SoCal. Is that it, really? Oh, wow. Look at this, how cute. Oh my God. You're done. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. See you later, alligator. All right. So that was not that good of a phrase. Okay. So guys, there you go. That was his, announcement of resignation, etc. Kind of fucking silly in my opinion. Kind of fucking silly. So let's go. So Matt Saigai sent this to us. This is Super Tansky, who I don't know. Right man, wrong time. Yeah, outer signal. That's fair. I know. I don't think, and from my political perspective, I don't think he was ever the right man. But yeah, I mean, he may have done a few good things, but I guess he didn't do what he needed to for me to rank him as a good leader at this point, right? So, but yes, anyway, yeah, shitty PM, absolutely missed the moment. Yeah, both. Agreed. Okay. I'm trying to be nice, but yes, outer signal. Okay. I didn't want to, okay. All right. Yeah, that it was because of Gaza, Lacroix. It was because of Gaza that he's called Kid Starver. So this was sent to us by Matt Saigai. This is Super Tainsky, who I guess she's a UK commentator, right? A UK commentator, Matt Saigai. And I will scroll down, Matt Saigai. And that I think some folks in here like, is that true? And isn't there a thought that she's a UK commentator, but there was a thought that she was more progressive, I guess, by some folks. And this was her comment. Now that I've processed the joy of Burnham battering reform, I must admit I have very mixed feelings about Starmer resigning. Not out of loyalty or admiration, not on a tribal level. It's just something feels a bit wrong about it all, and I can't quite figure out what it is. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you there. I don't know. I don't really care about how you feel about it. Like, okay. I think she goes on to say, I think it's because despite a litany of terrible decisions and frankly unforgivable blunders, he's probably not a bad bloke. What the fuck? Okay. Who fuck cares if he's a good, by the way, I'm sorry. I don't know this lady. Forgive me if I'm getting frustrated. Okay. This is one of the issues I've noticed with Western commentators. Okay. That is so, like, what do you mean how could he possibly be a good bloke if you look at it from the global South perspective or like from a Gazan's perspective, right? What do we mean? Like, he may have been a nice guy, maybe he would have been nice to have a beer with or some shit. Yeah, maybe, but like murdering children is not, or like supporting the murder of children, like supporting genocide, not standing up. What? Okay. Like, okay. Yeah, Henry Kissinger would have been a nice guy to have a beer with, nice bloke, right? Like, okay, I mean, sort of irrelevant to me. But it also shows the ease in which people like her, like she's disconnected from the suffering of people elsewhere, right? She's disconnected from the suffering of people who are suffering massively because of his actions, right? All right. So anyway, that's annoying. Thank you for showing that, Matt Saigai. So anyway, yeah, I don't give a fuck about his. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Okay. So there we go. Let's one more thing here. So I wanted to watch this, guys. This kind of is now talking about what is going to happen next in the UK after Starmer's resignation. This is super important. It does look like Andy Burnham, and tell me if I'm wrong, looks like he may become the next PM. And that not really a good option. Okay, I got to tell you, even though I am glad to see Starmer gone. Like, unfortunately, Burnham might be better. I don't know, but he's still not what I would like to see. Okay, unless he really takes a turn and becomes massively progressive. But still, like, I'm still glad to see this crazy guy gone. Okay, it doesn't necessarily. Yeah, 99% chance Burnham is next. Okay, so we can hope that Burnham does better. I'm not holding my breath. That being said, I'm still happy to see Keir Starmer gone, right? Because a small chance of change is better than no chance of change. Okay, so all right. So let's just see what they have to say here. By the way, I want to mention something else, guys. I want to mention something else. All right. It is I do not know if this will strengthen or weaken reform. There are possible outcomes to this resignation. It depends on how the Labor Party reacts to it. If they break into infighting or stagnation, okay, so if they continue along the same path, this resignation will just be good for reform. If they break into some kind of infighting, which doesn't appear to be in the line, because it looks like they're going to choose Burnham, that will also weaken resistance against reform. If in fact Labor does make major changes, which I think is very unlikely, then it will be it'll be beneficial. Okay. So I don't want to say that this is ultimately going to end in something good. I think it's unlikely it will. But admittedly, it wouldn't have been good if Starmer remained. So unfortunately, we're in a lose-lose situation here. And the one chance was that he did resign, and that leaves open a small window of opportunity. So let's hope they take that window of opportunity, regardless of how small the chances are. Mad Side Guy, I am 95% sure the next government will be a combination of reform, Tories, and restore. Oh my God. Awful. Christ. Okay. So again, all right. So we'll see what happens. Okay. But it's worrisome. So let's just watch this real fast, guys. This is a very important news item for the world, not only for the UK. And I know that a lot of folks, I don't have many folks in here. A lot of people left after I started talking about this, but it is very important. So we're going to watch a little bit of this clip. I don't know much about Channel 4 News, but we'll just watch what they have to say about it, okay? We may not watch the whole thing, but I kind of want to get an idea of what comes next. So let's go.
Extended programme where Keir Starmer has set Britain on another course of change. This time, a change of Prime Minister, as he ran through his list of achievements. Just shy of 2 years since winning that landslide, he set out the timetable for the country's next Labour leader and Prime Minister, starting with nominations on July the 9th. Unable to hide his emotions any longer, as he paid tribute to his wife and children and called becoming Prime Minister the proudest moment of his life. In the last hour, one of the key challengers, Wes Streeting, said he will not stand for the leadership and is backing Andy Burnham.
Why does he look like I'm sorry, I don't know much about Wes Streeting. Is he an okay guy? He does look like an adult baby. He has a baby face.
He is
Just
heading
saying.
to London.
I'm not meaning to demonize his looks. Like, if he's a good guy, I'm sorry, but he looks like an adult baby.
London to be sworn in as an MP and has confirmed he is putting himself forward for leader. This lunchtime.
Excuse me, Marzipan Power. You said hello, sweet jester and sexy chat. You should have said Marzipan Power. Hello, sexy jester and okay chat. Okay, I am sexy, to be clear.
What does Andy Burnham stand for? What will his cabinet look like? And what is Manchesterism? Well, events have been moving fast this morning. Amelia Jen has the latest.
All right.
After a weekend of reflection, a morning of defeat.
Oh, he's corporate labor? God damn it. Okay, god damn it. You're damn right, Marzipan Power. I am parasocial. I don't give a fuck. I'm the sexy one.
Lecton, the landmark those lost in a sea of speculation were waiting for. This, its sixth
Ew, really, Outer Signal? Mandelson was one of Streeting's mentors? Ew.
For a moment like this in a decade. Sir Keir Starmer now adding his name to its sorry list.
I know the question being
we
asked
saw
now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party,
okay,
to
we saw
take
this.
us into power, and to that inform him as a singular
Blow he is
but to change Britain
Sorry, we're gonna
for the
skip that.
better.
Before delivering himself the blow he as recently as Friday said he'd fight off. His last words were for those who stood by him until the very end.
I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's
Yeah, we
extraordinary
heard it.
civil
We heard it. Let's
service.
go on. We get it. We get it.
Tide
Okay. Here we go. Bye.
The Prime
Bye.
Minister announced, as some in his cabinet had asked him to, a timetable for his departure. He said he'd asked the party to trigger a leadership contest to open nominations officially on July the 9th, ending
July
before
9th.
Parliament closes for summer, with a new Prime Minister in place.
So is he still technically Prime Minister until they choose a new one, or is he gone and is sort of a vacant seat?
By September.
With Andy Burnham confirming soon after that he would put himself forward and his
I'm
own
guessing it's that he's still Prime Minister until the 9th.
serious contender Wes Streeting announcing he would
Got you.
support him by not running.
Hello, I'm a dude. Okay, how you doing?
The former Manchester mayor is almost certain to take the crown. This the bloodless coup he'd hoped for.
Do you think he'll get a nasty surprise when he opens the bonnet?
He should know that there's some major problems that he's got to deal with, and that his hands are going to be tied on many fronts. But yes, he's still going to get a few sort of difficult messages, I'm sure, from the civil service about what that really looks like in practice.
Incoming from Manchester Piccadilly, we spotted Andy Burnham as he boarded the train
Cool,
to
I'm a dude.
London, where he'll be sworn in as Makerfield's new MP. This as Keir Starmer
All right.
finally accepts the lack of support on the doorstep, in the Commons and around the cabinet table.
Well, our political editor, Gary Gibbon, is in the central lobby at Westminster. Gary.
As the media was saying, the pressure's been building on Keir Starmer. We saw it very notably
And for
increase
several
last
weeks.
autumn. In February,
He really, honestly, he should have resigned earlier and saved us a lot of trouble. But okay,
had the leader of Scottish Labour effectively
he kind of pulled a Biden. He's like, I'm not going to leave until the last second. Great.
campaigning against Keir Starmer. And now we've had a
Football ball.
by-election, the most surreal of all time, in which the candidate is effectively campaigning against the leader of his party. And now Andy Burnham has won that by-election so convincingly. All those other life rafts that Keir Starmer was trying to cling on to have disappeared. He was barely on speaking terms with some of his cabinet members by the end, ones who'd gone in and told him time
He was barely on speaking terms. That's hilarious.
was up. The walls have been closing in on him. And now we face
I mean, I guess several of them resigned, right?
what looks like a pretty certain handover to Andy Burnham, where Streeting
I
is
agree,
not
Marzipan.
going to be challenging, and seems from the language in his press release to be thinking there might be a job offer knocking around for him. Very interesting, he gave a speech just last week about progressive capitalism, where Labour values wealth creation as much as wealth distribution.
Christ,
it
man,
does
Saga.
sound rather as though he's either bidding strongly or has a private assurance from Andy Burnham that he might be Labour's next chancellor. He's making those
Wonder where
sorts
Louise
of
is.
noises. And that begs all sorts of questions about what kind of Prime Minister Andy Burnham really will be. 2/3 of the MPs, Labour MPs who are in
There's
this
Dolly
Parliament,
Boy. Dolly Boy, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, Dolly Boy? How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the collapse, the fall of Keir Starmer?
were elected after
I've missed you, Dolly Boy.
Andy Burnham left Westminster. A few of them know him, a lot of them don't. They don't quite know what they're in for. A lot of people who've known Andy Burnham for years aren't quite sure what the country is in for. But it does look as though there will be a handover of power. Weirdly, the timings that Keir Starmer has announced, just as Parliament rises
Dolly
for
Boy.
its summer recess. It's like sort of handing over something in the dark, really. Whether that stays the timetable, we don't know, but our destiny seems to be an Andy Burnham premiership.
Gary Gibbon in Central Lobby. Well, Andy Burnham said goodbye to his former colleagues in Manchester this morning before taking the train to London. Our economics correspondent.
Okay, we'll stop there. So we get the general idea here, right? It looks like they're going to be working on getting Burnham elected before the summer recess. So by July, did they say 6th or 8th? So I guess that's when we should expect to see a new prime minister of the UK. Now, we've said before, guys, Andy Burnham is not perfect. Andy Burnham is not perfect. He is not exactly a massive change in a lot of ways. At least he doesn't appear to be. You know, I will give credit where it's due if he happens to not be the way I suspect he'll be. But he is a change, at least, I guess. So we'll see how that goes. But for the Americans out there, right? Well, for the world, really, UK is going through some stuff very similar to the USA, which we've talked about, guys. This, once again, oh, Matt Saiga, you say Farage is calling for a general election as Burnham was not given the mandate by the people? Yeah, that's interesting. That is a scary thought. That is a scary thought. Okay. Do you think there's any chance that that would work? Matt Saigai, I don't know. That's interesting. So for those who are new to the stream, okay, no, maybe Matt Saigai, that's possible. I will have to defer to you on that, Matt Saigai, as I am not as much of an expert on the UK's political system, but I do know that so Matt Saigai says, "I'm sorry, sir, the UK is worse, not gonna lie. You guys have a lot more protections." That is, I agree with you, Matt Saigai, in that the UK's constitution is not written. For those who, to understand what Matt Saigai is talking about, the UK does not have a written constitution. That could in fact make it easier for an authoritarian government to violate civil liberties and things like that. It's also a more centralized state, which means that local counties have a lot less, at least in England, et cetera, have a lot less independent say in politics than the central government, which would make it easier for any sort of authoritarian leader to take over, I guess you could say. But the particulars, Matt Saigai, I am not an expert on. So that's fair, Matt Saigai. So for those that are new to what we're talking about here, fascism, right? And I've said this before, for those who know what I'm going to say, sorry, I know you've heard it. Okay. Fascism, which is what Trump is. Trump is a fucking fascist. Okay. I did, Raccoon Boyo. Trump is a fascist, right? Fascism, historically speaking, fascism rises when there is economic suffering occurring in a country that is not being addressed by the political system. So if you have a quote unquote democratic political system, okay, if you have a quote unquote democratic political system, that people will only have faith in a democratic political system if it's seen to be democratic and responsive to what they need and want. So if there's massive economic suffering and the democratically elected political system is not addressing that suffering, the parties that make up that political system will no longer be trusted, and people will turn to more radical ends of the spectrum outside of the mainstream. So in the United States, this is MAGA and democratic socialism, or even like Bernie Sanders would be the left side of that. And then MAGA would be the right side of that, because it did not appear as though either Democrats or Republicans were doing anything to help people, because they weren't, because they're both corrupt, because they're both corporate parties the Democrats did very incremental change that was barely change to begin with. The Republicans would, not do much of anything. If anything, they'd make things worse. So people slowly grew disaffected with it, and turned to more radical ends of the political spectrum. The same thing is happening in the UK. The Labour Party, the Tories, which is the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, have failed to address a lot of the really big economic problems in the UK. Okay. So Labour is kind of like the American Democratic Party at this point. They're corporate. They are not doing anything for the people. Neither have the Tories. People have therefore begun moving into, just like in the US, towards the extremes in quotes, because I am a socialist, so I don't view myself as extreme, but which is Reform, which is an anti-immigrant, far-right anti-immigrant party, and Restore, which is a very, very, very far-right anti-immigrant party. And they've moved towards the Greens, which is sort of a left socialist party, okay? Or at least social democratic party. Now then that is what happens historically in fascism. And that's what happened in Germany. There was the Great Depression. You saw a bifurcation amongst Nazis and communists, okay? People went in two directions. Now then, here's the issue, though, when this happens historically and what's happening in the UK now. Which side, if you are a wealthy person, if you are a business owner, if you're one of the quote unquote elites, one of the people that benefit deeply from the system how it is, even if you don't like the right wing, who are you going to support monetarily and with resources? The right wing, which is pro-capitalist, even though it's extreme, or the left wing, which is anti-capitalist and promises reforms that might weaken your power? Who are you going to side with? Regardless of whether or not you believe in like some of the far right ideas. Are you going to support the people? The people who aren't socialists, right? The people who aren't socialists. So historically, what ends up happening is that the wealthy business owners and stuff almost always get behind and supply resources to the fascists in order to stop the socialists, which makes it a very unfair contest when one side has so many more resources behind it, more propaganda, more influence because of all the money behind them. We saw that with MAGA. The crypto bros, the tech bros, all lined up behind MAGA. Okay. A lot of the elites lined up behind MAGA, not all of them, but a lot did. And on the other side, in the reform, there have been a ton of crypto bros and wealthy folks that have lined up behind reform in an effort to push back against the Greens. Okay. So we are seeing that happen now. And the Labor Party has been failing to adapt and actually offer change to people. That's what people want. They want change, major, major change. Think about what Donald Trump ran on. Donald Trump ran on, we're going to drain the swamp. I'm going to go to Washington and shake things up. Okay. The reason so it was playing on a deep sense that things need to change, even though he was lying. All right. He also, and so with reform, fascists engage in scapegoating. The reason things are wrong is not because of the capitalists. It's because of, minorities. It's because of immigrants. It's because of trans people. It's because of gay people. So they also deflect blame to a scapegoat, which also helps protect the capitalists that fund them. Okay. So that's what the Nazis did. All the issues in Germany are because of the Jews. Okay. It is not because of, it's not because of the economic situation, etc. And so the UK is unfortunately in this kind of death spiral where the liberals are in power, but they refuse to do major change. So more and more people are turning to reform. And since reform has the most funding, they're the ones who are going to get the best chances of winning. Does that make sense? All right. So that's what we're seeing happen in the UK. It's almost exactly like what's happening in the US. Slightly different dynamics. It's a different system, but not much different. And I mean, in a lot of ways. We got that? Okay. Yeah. Oh, it is insane, Outer Signal. And the same thing with a party called Labor. Why would a party called Labor? And I know this is complicated. I know that there's a history to this. I'm kind of asking rhetorically. You'd feel like the Labor Party would be good at doing populist shit, like actually doing stuff for working class people, but they've been taken over by corporatists. All right. Possibly, Matt Saigai, possibly. America is pretty racist too. So we understand this? Okay. So that is what's happening in the UK. We need to keep an eye on this because a lot of places are falling to fascism, and it's quite disturbing. Quite disturbing indeed. And let's hope that doesn't happen in the UK, but the signs aren't good. All right. Any questions about that before I go on here? I just wanted to make sure we all understood. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. Hello, by the way, Winston. If I didn't say hello, yeah, that's fair, Matt Saga. That is a fair point. Again, I have to go off what you say, Matt Saga. I don't know too much about it. Okay, I don't know as much about it. I know that the type of racism in the UK is different. Matt Saigai says, not saying the US isn't racist. I'm sorry. Let me say the first thing Matt Saigai said. Hello, Claire. Hey, Claire. Welcome. Tell me, Claire, how are you feeling about the resignation of Keir Starmer? So Matt Saigai said, like I said previously, the UK has a racism problem that they never dealt with. So it's easier to do racist scapegoating in the UK than the US. The US, in my opinion, is far more progressive than the UK. Then Matt Saigai said, not saying the US isn't racist, but you have a sizable chunk that is very progressive too. So Matt Saigai, again, I don't know. Of course, as you know, the US is very racist. I don't know, and I haven't spent enough time in the UK nor know enough people there to kind of gauge that for myself. I will say I know the racism in the UK is different than in the US. So, but I have to go on your word on that. Okay. Two sides of the same coin. Very fair, Claire. So Claire here says she's from the UK. I'm glad. I want to talk to UK people. You say, fortunately, into 2029. So Claire, who do you want to win? Which party do you feel is best for the UK? Which party do you feel is best for the UK? And I agree with you, Claire. This kind of is going off on what I just said. A lot of folks feel that the mainstream parties, the mainstream parties are both kind of off track. Okay. Oh, bye, Dolly Boy. Bye. You leaving, Dolly Boy? Love having you here. Okay. I'm sorry you had to go by. Okay. You experienced race. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Matt. Okay. But you're right. Oh, Claire, you disgust me. You're a goddamn racist. Okay. I don't even want to. Disgusting, Claire. Disgusting. I don't even want to fucking have this conversation with someone like you, okay? Am I, guys, chat, do you guys mind if I ban this person? They haven't said anything racist, but by implicate, you know what? Fuck it. Bye, Claire. I don't want to deal with this shit right now. I really don't want to deal with this shit right now, okay? Oh my God, what a monster. Are you laughing, Claire? Is it a joke? I hope to God it's a joke. It's probably not. Okay, bye, Claire. Hide user, okay? Fucking monster. Of course, the restore person is fucking in here. Why do we always get the Nazis? It's like a goddamn. Okay, anyway, bye, Claire. Go burn in hell. All right. So, yeah, follow your. Anyway, I can't say that, Sir Bart, but you said it for me. All right. So anyway, moving on. Okay. Maybe that was too harsh. I'm sorry. I don't care. It would be nice to talk to someone from Restore, but I'm not in the mood for that right now. Okay. So hello, Alyssa. How are you doing? Let's go on. So that happened. That's happened in the UK. That has happened in the UK. Jesus. If they were Restore, if they were Reform, I would have conversed with them briefly. Because I'm curious as to what a Reform person thinks, but I'm not going to fuck with Restore at all. I would probably very quickly get rid of Reform too, but you know. Okay. So let's go on here. No, I know Raccoon Boyle. Of course I know I can ban anyone or not talk to anyone. I know, but I like to. Okay. Restore, yeah, Restore the super Nazis. They're Restore are like much worse than Reform. Okay. I mean, Reform is bad, but Restore is like full on Nazi shit. Okay. Maybe not full on, but basically full on. Let's put it that way. Okay. Anyway. So, all right. I'm not going to have that conversation with Restore. Okay. Let's go on here, guys. So, this is so there's some new, I got you. I know Reform and Restore, but do you notice how fascist that sounds? Laqual, Restore. That's very fascist. The idea of returning to a mythic past, make America great again, restore Britain, restore it to some mythical past, right? That's kind of how I remember it. Reform doesn't sound as mythical and crazy. All right. Anyway. Okay. So let's go on here, guys. It's another piece of news. Yeah, that's okay, Louise. Louise, I am very glad. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, Matt Saiga. They're Nazi. I'm saying they're not like they're not like directly a Nazi party. They are Nazis, but they're not a Nazi party. Does that? I don't know what I'm saying. Whatever. I know, Matt Saiga. I was just trying to not confuse people. I was trying to be more direct. Louise, hello, guys. Sorry, I'm late. Missed the notification. That's okay, Louise. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the fall of Keir Starmer? Yeah, they're fascists. They're fascists. They're Nazis. I don't know how to frame it. How are you feeling about Keir Starmer, Louise? We just had a Restore person come in here and try to talk to us, Louise. That was a fun experience. Okay. Anyway, so guys, let's go on to some other news. What can I say, LaQual? I'm a teacher. I always remember these these little devices one can use to remember shit. Anyway, okay. So here we have this, guys. Some news. We're going to watch a video later more about what's happening in the UK after the educational aspect. So we're not done talking about that. But since we're in the news section, there's also some updates on the war with Iran. Okay. So apparently, so the U.S. is easing sanctions on Iran, which is great. Love that. All right. And for those who don't know, America has lost the war with Iran. It is very obvious we've lost the war with Iran. And I'm all for it. Okay. We've lost the war with Iran. And the provisions that are being talked about in terms of a peace deal, et cetera, are going to, they fell through. The last piece, all the peace deals keep falling through. Well, partially because Israel continues to occupy Lebanon. So there have been new talks going on because Iran was refusing to come to the peace talks. Okay. And apparently apparently, according to J.D. Vance, yes, Drusilla, we can. According to J.D. Vance, all right, and I don't know if this will last. According to J.D. Vance, the Iran is agreeing to allow nuclear watchdogs to restart inspections in Iran as part of a peace deal. And so this is stupid in a number of ways. One, this is basically exactly what the Obama IOPCA was when Obama was around. So literally, we're going back to the status quo under Obama, which Trump had overturned. So we waged a war just to go back to what Trump previously overturned to begin with. Okay, so if this is true, okay, this is what J.D. Vance is saying. So I don't know. Okay, so this is what they're claiming. And hello, Jonas, by the way. How are your feelings on Starmer being gone? Okay, yeah, it's Romney care all over again. You're right, Raccoon. So that's what's being said. Now, here's the thing, guys. I really hope. How do I frame this? I don't know how to say this in a way that's not going to make everyone stop watching me. I know I'm selfish. I want Iran to have a nuke. I'm sorry. Listen, in case anyone's watching, I do not support Iran having a nuke, okay? I would never support it out loud. I'm just saying, from a historical perspective, if Iran had a nuke, that would protect them from aggression, okay? That would protect them from aggression. That'd be nice, right? So I do hope, and one of my complaints, honestly, okay? One of my complaints, honestly, is that, no, Alyssa, one of my complaints, honestly, is that I feel that the last Ayatollah, the one who was murdered illegally by an act of aggression, okay, murdered illegally by an act of aggression, he was not strong enough when it came to this, and I don't think it was smart to him to issue a fatwa banning the creation of nukes, because really, Iran needs to be able to protect itself, and it won't be able to if they continue to not have a nuke. We all know that someone in the future is going to attack them, whether it be Israel or the United States. So I do hope this is not a true part of an agreement they're coming to for the sake of Iran. Regardless, apparently these are the talks that are happening. Okay. All right. So that's good. Fox Emblem, this already fell through. Oh, I know. The Strait has been closed. They haven't reopened the Strait yet, Fox Emblem, but they're talking again. It doesn't mean that they've opened the Strait, but they are talking again. And again, I don't know if it'll end up going through, but this is apparently discussions that are currently had. Okay. So just to be clear. Okay. So, Raccoon Boyo, you say Iran is the worst government to get a nuke? Oh, I disagree, Raccoon Boyo. Raccoon Boyo, may I ask why you think that? I'm curious what you think. Okay, I'm curious why you think they're the worst government to get a nuke. If I had it my way, no one should have a nuke, in my opinion. Okay, no one should have a nuke. But alas, since nukes do exist, okay. No, Fox Emblem, this only came out about an hour or two ago. So this is not, they did not completely fall through. They fell through in that Iran has reclosed the Strait, but talks are going on regardless. Just like before, there are talks going on, even though there's not been much of a change on the ground. So this is still talks going on between the governments. All right. It's not the same ones that were in Switzerland. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, but this is what JD Vance is claiming. We will see what ends up happening. I got you, Raccoon. That's fair. Okay. All right. So, of course, on the opposite end of this, folks, Iran's foreign ministry said that it had made no new commitments. Okay. So, obviously, none of this is in writing and it hasn't been agreed to. But that's an interesting thing that J.D. Vance said. I don't really trust him. Alas, they did not comment. They did not comment on Mr. Vance's claim that its inspectors would soon be able to resume operations in the country. Okay. All right. So we will see. We will see what happens. But that's an interesting thing. Yeah, Matt Sai, guys. So to be clear here, listen. So Raccoon Boyo, Matt Sai, yeah, Iran is not innocent. I'm not saying that Iran is a perfect state. They do engage in a lot of sort of imperial manipulations and controls in Iran. They have not been very nice to the Kurdish peoples. Okay. Admittedly, the Kurdish peoples have been armed by the United States, though, and literally have been armed and told to go into Iran to attack Iran. Regardless, I support Kurdish independence. I do. But Iran, they're not a perfect state. But when it comes to them being attacked, I think they should have nukes. I doubt they would never use a nuke, I think, on the Kurds or Iraq, okay, because they're not suicidal. If they were to do that, the whole world would turn against them immediately and begin bombing the fuck out of them. So, no, that, you know what, Raccoon Boy, that's fair. So, but that is a fair point you're making. I am simply saying it from the perspective, Raccoon Boy, of how else can we stop Iran from being bombed by other nuclear powers at this point. Okay, but again, I don't have a perfect. You could be right, Raccoon Boy. That's my opinion. Hello, accidents waiting to happen. Hello, how are you doing? Accidents waiting to happen. All right. Okay. So, Raccoon Boy. Also, Iran is Shia and surrounded by Sunnis and India. It's very unstable, and I don't trust Al-Azhar or MBS to be normal about it. So, Raccoon Boy, would you agree, though, that Pakistan is unstable also? So, Pakistan's unstable, Israel's unstable. All these other countries are quote-unquote unstable. Okay. But, yeah, I get you, Raccoon Boy. I honestly don't disagree with you that much. I don't have you're right. You have a good point. I think people can make their own decision. If you guys look at Raccoon Boy's point is that they shouldn't because I don't like nukes at all. I got to tell you. All right. But anyway. Okay, so Le Quabwa, are the Houthis sponsored by Iran? Yes, Le Quabwa, they are. The Houthis are sponsored by Iran. There's been a lot of the Al-Quds force, which is an Iranian kind of foreign intervention force, has trained, given weapons, ammunition, and things like that to the Houthis. Iran does have proxies in the Middle East. This is just a fact. They have majorly sponsored like Hezbollah. They have majorly sponsored the Houthis. They have kind of formed the core of an axis of resistance against Israel and the United States. It is not, listen, I don't even like talking about this. Okay, let me explain what I mean here, okay? What I'm about to say, right, is I'm not saying that this justifies any kind of military action against Iran, okay? I hope we all know that. But yeah, Iran does have this web throughout the Middle East. And does that mean, okay, that does not mean that, they should be attacked or whatever. They're not completely innocent. All right. They have a desire. They're a state. They're a government. They seek influence to the governments around them. All right. But if you look at the effects of Iran, a lot of the things they do are in response to perceived threats around them. And are kind of understandable. Like I support. Okay, I can't say that. I can understand why it might be important to them to fund Hezbollah. Okay, when they keep getting attacked by Israel, right? It is better, I think, to do from a moral perspective. Doing that is better than like launching a bunch of missiles or something. Okay, you guys see what I'm saying, right? That it's kind of what they can do given what they have, that they fund all these other groups. One thing I will say that is, and by the way, right next door to them is, let me show you a map, guys, now that I'm talking about this. Let me show you a map now that I'm talking about this. Iraq, Middle East. So here we have a map of the quote-unquote Middle East. You could also call it the Western Asia. There are different ideas about what this should be called. Okay, so Iran is right here. You see this big country. I'm sorry, I'm doing this for those who might not be as familiar with geography. Okay, this is Iran, right? Over here is Iraq. Now, listen, that one of the things Iran has been pretty aggressive about is funding Shia militant movements and doing all kinds of things in Jonas, in Iraq, okay? Pretty aggressively. And that's another thing they've done. Admittedly, though, guys, if you think like a state, it makes perfect sense. We do know that Iraq literally violently invaded Iran, okay? But with the funding and help of the United States, there was a war called the Iran-Iraq War. So from Iraqi territory, Saddam Hussein launched a violent, deadly invasion of Iraq that killed millions of people. So of course, as soon as Iran has a chance to influence what happens in that country, they will do it. Okay, I don't blame them. They have to protect themselves. This country is on their border, and it's massively influenced by the United States and funded by the U.S. and things like that. Yes, and Lacroix, if we were to go back to talking about Yemen, Iran supports the Houthis in Yemen. It should be noted that the Saudi Arabia, with the backing of the United States, has supported genocidal violence against the Houthis and Ansar Allah. Okay. The United States has paid for bombs for Saudi Arabia to use to bomb and kill thousands of civilians in Yemen in an effort to weaken the Houthis and things like that. So to be clear, this is not like Iran doing it unilaterally, if that makes sense. And for Iran's sake, this is also a way of exerting control over the Red Sea if they need to put pressure on the United States and Israel. Yeah, Matt Saigai, yeah. So to be clear, yes, and you're right, Raccoon, and I want to point out, Raccoon, you're right. No, absolutely, Lacroix, this is a really interesting topic, and I think people are liking it. Raccoon Boy, having grown up in a Sunni environment, I can't really contribute much to this. I will say Shias have been attacked and oppressed for a good while now. It's complicated, but they are much more not the ones on top. Correct, Raccoon Boy. That is not to say, Raccoon Boy, that there haven't been Shia crimes in different Shia groups against Sunnis. You know this very well. But yeah, there's been a big it's been sort of biased against the Shia in some ways. All right. Anyway, we got this. Yeah, Jonas. But listen. This again, a lot of this wouldn't be as big of an issue if Iran wasn't constantly threatened. And to be clear, if we compare the actions of Iran has been relatively unviolent if you compare it to the actions of Israel or the United States. Iran has relied on proxies. It has not launched an open war against really anyone. They've been brutal to Kurds. They have occasionally been brutal to their own people. I'm not discounting that. But a lot of this instability goes back to Israel. Okay. All right. Does this make sense? And by the way, Iran also isn't doing colonization. They're not colonizing the countries next to them and murdering everyone and pushing them off their land. Okay. All right. We got that. And there's more to this, but yes. Okay. So let's go on here. So anyway, so that is another thing going on here. We're going to have to see. Yeah, MBS is absolutely disgusting. We're going to have to see how this goes, right? We're going to have to see how this goes overall. Okay. So there we go, guys. All right. Did I miss anything? Anyone wants to remind me of there? Did we miss anything? Okay. Okay. I will say one last thing here, guys. One last thing. The Kurds. I know I'm kind of getting off track, but I think, okay, let me show you guys. Map of the Kurds. Because here is a map of sort of the area where the Kurds are very prominent in the Middle East, where there's a lot of Kurdish peoples, okay? You can see that the Kurdish peoples are spread out across Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Syria. Okay, they are very much transnational. Okay, so and in many of the states that they are present in, they are almost in all of them. They're not a majority. Okay, they are a minority everywhere. And they're often oppressed by non-Kurdish people. So in Iran, they're sort of oppressed. In northern Iraq, they're oppressed. Okay. In Syria, they were oppressed. In Turkey, they're massively oppressed. Okay. And so to me, at this point, without being an expert on the topic, I think the Kurds need their own state. Transnational. So they are across, they exist across, okay? They exist across nations, okay? Across nation states, but they don't have their own state. They are a nation without a state. They are a nation without a state. And this has left them open to attack as a minority. As a matter of fact, we could say Iran has been pretty cruel to the Kurds. So was Saddam Hussein, and so was Iraq, okay? Literally, the government there, the Iraqi government under Saddam Hussein gassed the Kurds, gassed the fucking Kurds. And the Turks have been massively abusive of the Kurds, violating civil rights, killing tons of Kurdish civilians. The Kurds deserve their own state, 100%. And I got to tell you, there will be people who get upset with the Kurds, knowing that they have been supported by the United States. While I do not like how the United States uses the Kurds for its own ambitions, I do not blame the Kurds for seeking the United States' help. You see what I mean? Do we really blame them for that? Because they need any help they can get. They're trying to survive. That does not mean that American help of the Kurds is like a good thing. It's just that I don't blame them for getting that support. Exactly, LaQuad. They've been America's greatest allies, and then we backstab them multiple times. But we shouldn't blame them for being pro-America because they need allies and they don't really have any. They did, Brazil, they majorly helped against ISIS. And if you want to hear something cool about the Kurds, there are very big socialist, anarchist elements of the Kurds. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Jonas, I forgot to mention that. The reasons the Kurds are the minority across the region was that initial ethnic cleansing from the Ottomans. Yeah. Thank you, Empire. The Ottomans cleansed the Kurds, or basically ethnically cleansed the Kurds from Anatolia. Kind of scattered them across the Middle East. They were already some there, but they were pushed out. So they need a state. They need a state. You can also not only blame Ottoman imperialism, which was a big contributor to this, but also European, because the Europeans ended up then basically drawing lines on a map to create a bunch of new states in the Middle East, and they refused to give the Kurds a separate sort of state. All right. Anyway. So yeah. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Raccoon Boyle. I am also anti-nation state overall, but in a world of nation states, unfortunately, the Kurds won't be able to defend themselves fully unless they have one. But this is complicated, but I see what you mean, Raccoon Boyle. So, okay, those are the Kurds. And as I said, there are a lot of Kurdish factions that are openly like socialist and openly like anarchist or communist. And they oftentimes allow women to fight in their ranks. I think I played you guys during a late night stream once a Kurdish pop song by a woman, Peshmerga fighter. That's really based. Maybe I'll show it to you guys again sometime. Maybe at the end of today's stream, I will get off YouTube, and then anyone who stays on Twitch, I'll show that song to. How about that? Okay. All right. But there we go. So just some more complications there. All right, so let's go on here. Certain groups of Kurds have women leaders. Absolutely, Lacroix. They have awesome women fighters. Oh, 100%, Fetty. The war on North Korea has sure been quiet since they've gotten nukes, right? And this is my point, is that I feel that's the only way to ensure that we stop fucking with Iran. And, like, they need to protect themselves, okay? All right. Okay. Let's, guys, do our little educational segment here. Let's get on to the educational segment. By the way, thank you, LaQual, for sparking that. I think that was very helpful for everyone. Very useful. All right. So, you all know I like going. Hello, Pet Gone Bag. Welcome back. You guys know I like going on little tangents, especially little educational tangents. Okay. So, let's see here. Yep, you got it, Sir Bart. The Peshmerga were some of the only ground forces to fight ISIL, along with Iraqi and Syrian troops and Mosul SWAT team. Correct. Okay. All right. All right, so guys, we have someone. All right, so let's talk, guys. So we have been doing a few streams. So let's get into the educational segment. Please do not leave the stream if you're like, I don't care about education. All right, fuck you. You need to learn. Okay, you're gonna learn. I demand you learn. Okay, just kidding. So we've been doing last week, all week long, we've been doing a series of presentations, on the Vietnam War. And the Vietnam War is vitally important for understanding all kinds of things in the modern world, not only American history, global history. It's key to understand, but yeah, a lot of it has to do with understanding American empire, which has a massive impact on the planet. Understanding dynamics in Southeast Asia and Asia generally, understanding global dynamics, understanding military tactics and like what militaries have learned. Like there's all these things that you can learn from the Vietnam War. And there you go, Drizilla. And I was not expecting that this presentation would go longer than a week. Alas, it's going to keep going because I've gone in much more detail than I previously hoped, but I didn't really have a choice. I have to do it this way to really give you an education I feel you deserve. So we are going to keep talking about this. It might take a day or two more. For us to finish it. I will try to intersperse some other education things too. Like right after this, we're going to do a brief talk about a little bit about fascism, just to mix it up a bit. But we're still talking about the Vietnam War. So let's try to remember what stage it. Let's talk about what we've learned so far to get people caught up who haven't been here. Okay, this will be our our fifth presentation on the Vietnam. We do, sir, but we're going to watch more of it. All right. This will be our fifth presentation on the Vietnam War. Okay. Yeah. We've already gone through four of them, folks. So I hope you all have learned something. All right. So we have already gone through we just finished the advisory phase of the war. And who were the two kind of main presidents during the advisory phase of the war, American presidents during the advisory phase of the war? There were two main ones here. One especially was important, okay? American presidents, the two American presidents that were around during the advisory, and I should say the French phase and the advisory phase. Kennedy is one. That's the most important one. And then the one right before that, who I guess wasn't advisory phase, he was French phase. Who was the president right before Kennedy? We haven't gotten to L.B.J. yet, Raccoon Boyo. During the French phase, the president was, if you guys don't remember here, it was Eisenhower, correct. So what was Kennedy's general tactic inside of Vietnam? What was his idea for how American forces could support the South Vietnam in its efforts against North Vietnam? Oh, Truman. I forgot about Truman. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Jonas. Also Truman. What was his general... What did American troops do in Vietnam during the advisory period? It's not that much of a trick question. Teach them shit. Advise them. Now, so there were few American troops. In Vietnam during the advisory phase. And the American troops were mainly there in an advisory capacity, advising South Vietnamese troops, supplying them with weapons, training them on weapons, supplying them with money. Now, it is not true to say that they were only doing advisory stuff. They were also fighting side by side, okay? They were also fighting with the Vietnamese troops, but overall, it was mainly advisory, okay? What was the name of the president of South Vietnam during the advisory phase? Do we remember his name? Very important. What was his name? The president of South Vietnam that we were propping up during the advisory phase. Anyone remember? Carpe. There you go. Diem. Okay, Diem or Diem. Okay, Diem. No Din Diem. Okay, no Din Diem. Yep, exactly. Diem. Exactly, Matt Saigai. So he, what strategy did he adopt in an effort to make the 80% of the South Vietnam's population that were farmers loyal to him, loyal to the South, and to keep them out of the influence of the Viet Cong or the National Liberation Front. What was the name of the strategy he adopted with the support of America to do that? Or what did they do? What did they set up in order to do that? No, Raccoon Boyle, close, partially. There you go, Sir Bart. Basically concentration camps, right? But guys, no, they're not concentration camps. They are fortified hamlets, right? They basically would mass relocate South Vietnamese villagers to these giant fortified encampments and surround them with barbed wire, okay? Just to show you kind of how this worked, American soldiers one American soldier was once told by his commander when he arrived at one of these fortified villages. This is going to sound gross. This is a quote. This is an exact quote, that all you got to do is shoot the little brown people outside of the barbed wire fence, and then don't shoot the little brown people inside of the fence, because those are my little brown people. That is a quote, not direct, of what a commander told American soldiers in one of these encampments. Okay, that's kind of gross, right? Anyway, so, and how did this work? How did this encampment work? What did this do? Did this work as a way to convince the Vietnamese people to side with the Americans and the South Vietnamese? As they were okay, did this work? Yeah, there you go. So you remember, Sir Burr, I kill one enemy, another enemy replaces them, you kill the wrong person, and now you have 10 enemies replacing them. Correct, Sir Burr. That basically answers the question. This didn't work, guys. America at this point has already lost in a lot of ways. It's almost impossible to win the war. There have been 4 people by this point that we've been talking that have said the war is unwinnable. About 80%, it made the Vietnamese people very resentful. So what ends up happening, guys, we've talked about this. Diem ends up doing more shit that makes things worse and worse and worse. Diem what group does Diem end up cracking down on within Vietnam that only further angers the population? Right, Jonas? What group does Diem within Buddhists, right? He massively cracks down on Buddhists, which only further incenses the population, and it makes images like the image of a monk burning alive prevalent all over the news. So what ends up happening, guys, is Diem gets overthrown in a coup. America passively supports the coup, not directly, and then Kennedy is assassinated. Okay. Also, one last thing here, and that's where we ended last time. One last thing here. What was the name of the battle where it was very clearly displayed that the American advisory efforts were not working? What was the name of that battle where it very quickly became obvious that this advisory capacity of the American soldiers was just failing miserably? Okay, do we remember this? What was the name of that battle? Anyone remember? If not, I'll tell you, because that's another important thing to remember. Because after that is when all the DM stuff went down, because America started realizing, this isn't working. Okay. The name of that battle was the Battle of Apbach. Okay. APBAC, Apbach. And we remember how all those helicopters were shot down, and it became very clear. Okay. So we've now gotten to the point, guys, in Vietnam War where JFK is gone. JFK was assassinated, and the man who replaces him is a very interesting character, very, very interesting character, okay, named Lyndon Baines Johnson. Lyndon Baines Johnson. Now, there's a lot that can be said about this president, Lyndon Baines Johnson, okay? A lot that can be said about him. Very polarizing figure. Generally speaking, you're going to not like him by the end of this. I am not saying that is wrong that you don't like him. I will say that's not the full picture of him. I'm saying that as a historian, okay, while he was a fucking monster in every imaginable way when it came to foreign policy, he also, in a contradictory way, made major improvements inside the United States. He was responsible for passing the Civil Rights Act. He was responsible for creating Medicaid. Okay, he was responsible for launching something called the War on Poverty, where he attempted to tackle American poverty. So when it comes to domestic affairs, in some ways, Johnson wasn't bad. In other ways, he was horrible. When we talk about foreign affairs, the man was a fucking monster. And like every president, overall kind of a monster. But I do want to say we're not going to talk much about what he did internally. I just want you to know that that we're going to be talking about it in an uncomplicated way, even though his presidency was more complicated than this. Regardless, you guys see what I'm saying, okay? Yeah, he was a massive Zionist, okay? Massive Zionist. Like, I don't like him. I'm just saying, for the sake of being fair, I guess you can talk about some positives. Okay, so here's an image of Lyndon Baines Johnson. Hi guys, am I back? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened there. I got cut off suddenly. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? All right. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? I don't know. It cut out and then it uncut out and then it recut out. Okay, whatever. Who the fuck knows what's happening? I hope you all can see me. Okay. Maybe I should stop talking bad about Johnson. Okay. All right. I'm going to move. I'm just going to get out of some shit to make sure that I'm not making it hard for it to work here. Maybe I have too much stuff pulled out. I'm just going to check that real fast. Okay. It looks like you guys are back. You guys are back. Is everyone back? You can all see me. We're good. We're good out there. Okay. So, going on here, there was a glitch in the matrix, I guess. Going on here. Here we have an image of Johnson. He was a very big man. Okay. He was a very big man, like big, very big. And he loved intimidating. He would intimidate people. He would, like, people he was trying to convince to vote in his favor on things. He would literally get in their faces, lean over, like do things like this. Okay. Like use his physical presence to pressure people into voting for things he wanted. In some ways, that's a good trait in a president. If you're trying to get good shit done, okay, you want to use the bully pulpit, and he used it very well. He used it to get some things passed that we like a lot. He also was just a dick in a lot of ways. He was, what was he known for amongst the staff, Sam? Having a big dick. Okay, so Lyndon Baines Johnson would always joke about his penis. Okay, and he would literally show people his penis in an effort to intimidate them or joke about his penis. He was kind of weird in that way, to intimidate people. Okay, so can I play that voicemail? Which one, Sir Bart? He has lots of weird voicemails. Okay, well, maybe we will at some point, but for the sake of time, not fucking now, Sir Bart. Maybe later. Okay. He was a bully. Okay. Honestly, that's a good thing when you're a president. It helped him get a bunch of shit passed that was important. Regardless, he, the bun hole. Oh, yeah. He also talked about his bun hole. Okay, fine. I'll find the bun hole call. Whatever. I'll find the bun hole call. I can't remember his exact words. Let's take a look here. I can't remember his exact words. Johnson. Balls recording. Jesus. He was an odd guy. All right. Okay, here you go.
Mr. Hager? Yes, this is Joe Hager. Joe, is your father the one that makes clothes? Yes, sir. We're all together.
We have all these recordings because there were recording devices put into the White House so we could hear everything being said. And this is real. You'll hear that is when he spoke, and you're going to hear some other things he said that were like, oh my God, that's kind of based. Like it's kind of based how he talked because he didn't give a shit. He's also a monster, but still.
Made me some real lightweight slacks.
That's him.
He just made up on his own, sent to me 3 or 4 months ago. It's a kind of a light brown and a light green, rather soft green and soft brown. And they're real lightweight. Now, I need about 6 pairs for summer wear. I want a couple, maybe 3 of the light brown, kind of a
You'll hear it.
Almost powder color, like powder on a lady's face. Then there was some green.
It'll
and
get
then
to it,
maybe
guys.
Some other light pair if you had a blue in that, or
Yeah, he called it
or
jumbo.
black. I'd have one blue and one black. I need about 6 pairs to wear around in the evening when I come in from work. And I need they're about a ½ inch too tight in the waist.
Do you recall the exact size? I just wanted to be sure we get them right for you.
No, I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly, Jonas. This is what my compliment of him is.
You all just guessed
One
at them, I
second.
think, son, but wouldn't you have the measurements there?
We'll find them for you.
I can send you a pair. I want them a ½ inch larger in the waist than they were before, except I want 2 or 3 inches of stuff left back in there so I can take them up. I vary 10 to 15 pounds a month. So leave
I don't know
me
where
at least
exactly he says it, but he
2.5,
does.
3 inches in the back where I can let them out or take them up, and make these a ½ inch bigger in the waist. Make the pockets at least an inch longer. My money and my knife and everything fall out. Wait just a minute.
Yeah, he was a great legislator, Jonas, and he legislated a lot of really
Hello?
good things.
Hello?
But
Now, the pockets, when you sit down in a chair, the knife and your money comes out, so I need it at least another inch in the
okay, we
pockets.
get it. Let's get to it.
Yeah. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang
Okay, the crotch down near where your nuts hang.
is always a little too tight. So when you make them up, give me an inch that I can let out there, because they cut me. They're just like riding a wire fence. These are the best that I've had anywhere in the United States. But when I gain a little weight, they cut me under there. So leave me, you never do have much margin there. Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends, round under my, back to my bunghole. So I can let it out there if I need to. Now, be sure you got the best zippers in them. These are good that I have. And if you get those to me, I would sure be grateful.
Where would you like to send, please?
White House? Now, I don't guess there's any chance of getting a very lightweight shirt, sports.
Okay, you guys get the idea. This is the way he spoke. Okay, he called his dick jumbo. He was like and guys, if I, honestly, L.B.J. is one of those presidents that I would love to have a version of in office today, minus if he was actually fighting for like the people and actually wasn't an imperialist piece of shit, because he was a good legislator. All right. Alas, his actions in Vietnam really destroyed his legacy, and he deserves to have his legacy destroyed. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so it'd be nice to have like someone like this in office these days. But unfortunately, I mean, without all the baggage, obviously. Okay. Regardless. So he was an interesting character. Now, he also, let's briefly talk about this. So guys, so far in our talk of Vietnam, I think we can pretty much agree, right? Hello, inverted panel. We can pretty much agree that the war is failing, 100% failing. Imagine you are L.B.J. and you're coming into office, right? You're coming into office. And one of the problems that L.B.J. did, okay, one of the problems that L.B.J. did have was that he kept all the same advisors that Kennedy had. And because Kennedy was so popular, he decided to keep all of Kennedy's advisors. Maybe not the best choice. Especially the advisor, Robert McNamara, who is the corporate CEO guy who has been doing a terrible job in the Vietnam War. He kept him on. Okay. Oops. At the very beginning of L.B.J.'s presidency, in private messages that we have, and you're going to hear when we watch some of the documentary, you have recordings of it. He says, there ain't no way we're going to win this war. Like, I don't see how we can win this war. But he also knew that he politically, he could not afford to lose the war during his presidency, and he admits it. Okay? So if you're the president and you know the current strategy is failing, what options do you have if you don't end the war? What options do you possibly have? Right now, you're having American troops there advising the Vietnamese troops. And that is not working. The Battle of Ot Bok has shown that that is not a winning strategy and that the South Vietnamese troops seem incapable of winning. And yet you have to continue the war and you feel you have to win it. Not quite yet, Lacroix. Kissinger is not here yet. So what, as America, if you're not going to stop the war and you know that relying on South Vietnamese troops isn't working, and what's another option you have? Don't think morally, folks. Think as cold as possible. Invade. Invade or give up, right? Send in American troops. All right? And since giving up to him was not an option because that looks bad politically, you would the option you have left is you better start throwing tons of American troops in there. Okay? And that's what he ends up doing. Okay? Not only that, he also starts a massive campaign of bombing. And this is where shit really hits the fan. Okay? It was shit before, but now America, we're entering the Americanization phase where the fighting on the ground becomes mainly done by American forces and American bombs and American soldiers, leading to a draft. Okay? So if I were to, here is a graph here showing the number of American troops in Vietnam. Okay, and you see after the death of JFK, you suddenly see a massive uptick during the years of L.B.J. in the number of American troops on the ground. Okay, and that was him. By the end of L.B.J.'s time in office, there would be over 500,000 American troops on the ground in Vietnam, waging a war that grew ever more futile with every passing day. Okay, so this is the phase we're in, and let's talk about it a bit. All right, so JFK also was fairly ignorant of a lot of military stuff on the ground. And he relied on his advisors. He even said to them, guys, I really need your help. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing in Vietnam. So he basically just listened to what they had to say, which was oftentimes a mistake. Let me explain to you. So as it became clear that these boots on the ground were not working, L.B.J. began drafting legislation that would give him permission, okay, would give him permission to, okay, I'm sorry. Let me take a step back. I'm getting way too ahead of myself. So this is the state we're in. Now, after the assassination of No Diem Diem, okay, remember what tends to happen if you do one coup. What tends to happen is then you suddenly have a bunch of coups, right? Because the whole government becomes illegitimate, and then anyone with any kind of influence feels that they can launch a coup. Well, in the next 4 years, there are going to be 8 different coups. I'm not joking. 8 different coups in South Vietnam with 8 different South Vietnamese generals taking over the government in a succession of coups. So we're going to stop talking about who's in charge of the South Vietnamese government because at this point it won't really matter. It'll be some incompetent general. And it'll always be under the essentially control of the American government because we are now taking a more direct control of the situation by sending our troops and by overseeing the actions of the Vietnamese government because it didn't work under Kennedy to just do advice from our perspective. So now South Vietnam is even more destabilized after the death of Diem, which we knew he was already bad, but now it's completely destabilized. A series of generals who are all pretty mediocre and incompetent. And so knowing all this, L.B.J. started already drafting legislation that would allow him to, without a congressional declaration of war, would allow him to put troops on the ground in Vietnam to protect South Vietnam. And he drafted this legislation before he planned to actually act on it, okay? But then something happened that sort of allowed him to start using this legislation to send troops over. And that was the Gulf of Tonkin incident, All right? So I will show you what that is. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you a clip about the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Now I have to pull this up since I got out of it. All right. It was on Prime Video since I got no longer in there, unfortunately. All right, Vietnam War. Got to open it back up, get back in there, play. We're on episode 4. Okay.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
Let me find this. Oops. Sorry, guys. Give me a second here. All right, here we go.
Viewers like you make.
So let's watch this a little bit.
And brave.
Okay, so let's watch a little bit here about what I just told you, and then we'll go back into it. You got it? Okay, so here we go, guys. More of this documentary that I know you all like a lot. Of course, I will skip around, and then I will take a break to present a little more, and then I'll show you another clip. Okay, so here we go. Alyssa, you're not wrong. Alyssa says, I swear they're all sociopaths who care only about their power. Alyssa, you said it. I didn't. It did, Rex. All right. Now, here we're going to hear Johnson.
I just stayed awake last night thinking about this thing. The more I think of it, I don't know what in the hell. It looks like me, we're getting into another Korea. It just worries the hell out of me. I don't see what we can ever hope to get out of there with once we're committed. I don't think it's worth fighting for, and I don't think we can get out. And it's just the biggest damn mess.
It is. It's an awful mess.
And I just thought about ordering those kids in there, and what in the hell am I ordering him out there for?
One thing that is clear to
Vietnam
me.
worth to me? What is it worth to this country?
Yeah.
Now, of course, if you start running the communists, they may just chase you right into your own kitchen.
Yeah. That's the trouble. And that is what the rest of that half of the world is going to think if this thing comes apart on us.
It's damned easy to get in war, but it's going to be awfully hard to ever extricate yourself if you get
easy.
in. I'd like to hear Walter and McNamara to evaluate this thing, yeah.
All right. What's possible time? Well, at 4 o'clock time.
Tragedy had brought Lyndon Johnson to the presidency in November of.
So, guys, this is what, the fourth or fifth major American player that we've heard during this documentary say that there's not really a way to win in Vietnam, and yet we're still in Vietnam, and he hasn't even sent over the troops yet when he said this. Okay, he knows that this is not going well, and he knows it's unlikely we're going to win, and yet he's still going to end up sending over 500,000 American troops over there.
1963. And he would not feel himself fully in charge until he had faced the voters the following year. But his ambitions for his country were as great as those of his hero, Franklin Roosevelt. During his years in the White House, he would lead the struggle to win passage of more than 200 important pieces of legislation. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, federal aid to education, Head Start, Medicare, and a whole series of bills aimed at ending poverty in America, all intended to create what he called the Great Society.
Oof.
In foreign affairs, Johnson was less self-assured. Foreigners are not like the folks I'm used to, he once said. To deal with them, he retained in office all of John Kennedy's top advisors.
Yeah, oops.
Dean Rusk at State, Robert McNamara at Defense, McGeorge Bundy as his national security advisor. I need you, he told them,
I know, Drusilla,
more than his predecessor had.
It is, Lacroix.
Publicly, Johnson pledged that this nation will keep its commitments from South Vietnam to West Berlin. But privately, Vietnam filled him with dread. It's going to be hell in a handbasket out there, his ambassador told him. I want the South Vietnamese to get off their butts and get out into those jungles and whip the hell out of some communists, the president said. And then I want them to leave me alone, because I've got some bigger things to do right here at home.
Listen, he's very quotable. L.B.J. has some great, Winston. L.B.J. has some really great quotes because he's kind of a clever guy, but I don't know what I was going to say here. This is still really dark, right? I guess one of my complaints here would be sort of the dismissiveness, right? I know the documentary is showing reality, okay? It is showing the reality of what he said, but we have to understand this almost paints it in like too much of a cutesy light. Like, like, oh, well, he just wasn't really sure what he was doing. And he's like, oh, I just want to get out of here. What's going on? Like, but that doesn't really excuse the massive escalation and stuff, right? We know that, right? Okay.
Johnson had opposed the military coup that had overthrown and murdered South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem,
There's Diem,
fearing it would make a bad situation worse.
Yeah, Winston Sayer, he did.
It had.
So,
the National Liberation Front, the Viet Cong, was making coordinated attacks throughout the countryside.
Yeah,
some 400 of them in just 2 weeks.
By the way, the Viet Minh knew this. I mean, the North Vietnam and the National Liberation Front, they took advantage of the assassination of Diem, and they viewed it as, oh, great, the government in the South is destabilized. We should attack in full force right now. Clever. So this isn't just that the United States was incompetent and incapable of winning. It was that the North and the NLF were extremely competent, okay, like very competent. When Diem was overthrown, we were so excited. We thought we were close to liberating the whole country. We began attacking the enemy day and night. More and more puppet soldiers surrendered or defected to our side. More and more young people joined our armed forces.
An estimated 40% of the South Vietnamese countryside and more than 50% of the people were effectively in the hands of the Viet Cong.
That's
and the
a problem.
Vietnamese generals who had overthrown Ngo Dinh Diem were bickering among themselves.
The assassination of Ngo Dinh Diem set in motion a series of coups. Each government was less effective than the one before.
In January 1964, with U.S. encouragement,
Le Quabois. So if you look at it as like 1954-ish, this would be about 10 years, around 10 years, either a little bit more or a little less than 10 years. Okay, so about a decade, Vietnam has been at war. Not necessarily constantly, but at the very least at a low level, and in some cases an all-out war.
General Nguyen Khai staged yet another coup. In March, Johnson sent McNamara...
Now, I want you to see this, guys, this story. I'm showing you this clip on purpose. Yeah, Sir Bart, okay? Because this episode, this incident they're about to show you encapsulates so many of the fucking problems with this war, kind of symbolically. Wait till you hear this story.
To Vietnam with instructions to show the people...
This is Robert McNamara. He's going to Vietnam to meet with one of these new generals that just did a coup.
That Khai was our boy.
Johnson said, let's get him out and get him speaking to people, and let McNamara go with him as well, so that people can see that the United States is solidly behind this man.
We fully support the people of South Vietnam.
It was natural for the American to support the man on the spot. So he went along with him on in a kind of a trip somewhere in the countryside.
When Khan gave a tedious, long, laborious speech, ending up with Vietnam Mung Nam, Vietnam Mung Nam, Vietnam 1,000 years, McNamara leaned over to the microphone and said,
Vietnam Mung Nam.
The American pronounce it has a different meaning in Vietnamese.
Vietnam Mung Nam.
What he was saying was something.
So, it might be kind of hard to understand what they're saying. I'll just tell you here, and then I'll keep it playing. All right. This general, we don't even need to know his name. It's unimportant because they keep being cooed. This general is giving a speech next to McNamara, where, and I can't speak Vietnamese. He basically says like Vietnam Mun Nan, okay, which I'm not pronouncing it right, which means in Vietnamese, Vietnam for 1,000 years. Okay, McNamara then ad-libs and goes up to the mic after the general gives a speech and yells out, Vietnam Mun Nam, Now, from what I told you guys about the Vietnamese language, it is a tonal language. The tone in which you pronounce the words changes the meaning of the words. So McNamara, in an act of complete incompetence, goes up to the mic and basically says, because he doesn't understand tonality, that I went to the store and bought a chicken. Okay, he literally, in thinking he's repeating what the general just said, just yells to the audience, I went to the store and bought a chicken. Okay, thinking he's saying Vietnam 1,000 years. And then he repeats it over and over again. And if you look at the audience, and I hope they show the fucking audience, okay? The audience, you can see some of them are cheering, but some of them are laughing hysterically because it's pretty fucking funny that he's that incompetent and doesn't know how to speak Vietnamese. But this is very symbolic, guys, of like the whole American thing, right? This massive sense of like, you don't care about the local culture. You're just kind of doing whatever, you're saying whatever you need to say for your own sake. You're supporting this general that's about to get cooed anyway. But like, this is very symbolic of American failures in Vietnam.
Like the little duck, he wants to lie down.
Okay, or I can't remember exactly what I said. It was something like the little, he went to the store to buy a chicken, or like the little duck he wants to hang down. It doesn't really matter. It was some stupid, incompetent thing.
He wasn't aware of the tonal difference. And McNamara grabbed one fist and held them up. And the crowd practically disintegrated.
Look at them.
The
You can see some of them laughing their fucking heads off, okay? Laughing their fucking heads off here.
No more of this coup shit, President Johnson told his advisors. But Kine, too, lacked popular legitimacy, and other generals continued to jockey for power. Washington turned a deaf ear to Buddhist calls for the genuinely representative government they'd hoped they'd get when Diem was overthrown. Between January 1964 and June of 1965, there would be 8 different governments.
Jesus.
All of their leaders were so close to the Americans that they were seen as puppets.
Because they were puppets.
One weary Johnson aide suggested that the national symbol of South Vietnam should be a turnstile.
These demonstrating students seem to symbolize...
So remember, guys, I know I keep pausing it, but what is the United States propping up at this point? What is the United States propping up in the South? A corrupt government, an unstable, corrupt government that oppresses its own people and throws them into prison and oppresses the religious minority, is non-democratic, and the people of the South generally hate it anyway. We are propping up a regime that is useless and not working. Does this sound familiar? Does this sound familiar? Do we remember Afghanistan propping up a corrupt regime that really could not stand on its own? And then, of course, as soon as we leave, it falls immediately because it is not a functioning regime. Okay? Yeah, Sir Bart, okay?
The kind of anarchy that is descending on Saigon these days.
This kind of political backbiting is having serious consequences in the countryside. For until a strong government begins to function here in Saigon, the war against the communists will continue to founder.
Okay, now we're going to hear a bit more about what's happening with Ho Chi Minh. Oh, I know, Raccoon. It's very difficult to talk about Uncle Ho. I was close to him. Oh, poor Uncle Ho. I love Uncle Ho. Makes me want to cry. Okay. Once a senior cadre asked him, Uncle, how come you wear rubber sandals and such simple khaki clothing? And Ho answered him, your people are barefoot. What do you do? Who is above whom? Oh, I'm in
Ho
love.
Chi Minh was still a beloved figure in North Vietnam, still concerned that his country remained fragile, still wary that stepping up the conflict in the South might force the Americans to take a still more active role. But Ho now shared power with younger, more impatient leaders. There had been change and turmoil in North Vietnam, too.
Yeah,
just as there had been in Saigon and Washington.
Can I
though
just
Americans
and I know, literally, guys. I told you Uncle Ho's one of my favorite historical characters. Compare Uncle Ho to No Diem Diem or any of these other fucking generals in the South. Like, anyway, okay, you have to understand why. Like, why do you think so many people supported the North?
knew almost nothing about it.
Có hai cái khuynh hướng nó khá rõ ràng ở
There were two factions in the
tuy nhiên
North.
là khi nói là giải phóng Việt
Although
Nam
they
rồi nhưng mà
agreed
giải
on
phóng Việt
liberating
Nam
the South,
bằng mức độ
they
bạo
were
lực
still
như thế
debating
nào
on how
thì vẫn
much
còn tranh
violence should
cãi.
be used.
At the Ninth Party plenum that began in Hanoi on November 22nd, 1963, the day President Kennedy was killed in Dallas, the Politburo had argued over how best to proceed in the war. North Vietnam's two communist patrons, the Soviet Union and China, were giving them conflicting advice.
Gọi là hai ông anh lớn đấy.
We called them
Cái
the
Đảng Cộng
two
sản
big
Xô
brothers.
chủ
The
trương
USSR
là
had a new
muốn thoát
policy
ra
of
khỏi cái chiến tranh đó.
de-escalating the Cold War.
Trong khi đó thì Trung
While
Quốc
China
là
urged worldwide
nhất định là
revolution
phải làm cách mạng thế giới
through
bằng bạo lực.
violence.
In 2 weeks of sometimes bitter debate, Ho Chi Minh, who favored the Soviet strategy, was outmaneuvered by Party First Secretary Lê Duan, who sided with the Chinese.
Vì vậy cho nên khi mà bỏ phiếu,
So when they cast their
xin
ballots,
phép là ông không bỏ
Ho
phiếu, ông đi ra
excused
ngoài.
himself and left the
Sau
room.
cái sự kiện đó, cái quyền lực thực của ông Hồ
Ho
Chí
Chi
Minh
Minh's actual
không còn
power
như trước
was
nữa.
significantly diminished. Now, you notice something here that is not discussed. What do they mean by ballots? They casting ballots? What? Because they voted on the proper course of action within the Politburo. Okay. And the side, Ho was more on the less violent side at this point. Okay. He wanted to liberate the South, but he felt that, like I told you before, sometimes he was too cautious. He felt that he wanted to build up the North first, and he lost that vote. Now, I think it is an exaggeration to say that let's put it this way. You could look at this two ways. One, you could look at it that he was politically outmaneuvered. You could also look at it as he was willing to give up power to a seat to the will of the committee by accepting that he was defeated. Okay. And he did. He walked out of the meeting and he's like, okay, well, I lost that vote. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you think about it, guys, what would have happened if he would have been like, I'm sorry, we're doing what I want? Do you think that the rest of the committee could have questioned Uncle fucking Ho? No, I suspect not. So I think this is misinterpreted by historians sometimes. Not every historian misinterprets this, but we also have to view this as Uncle Ho acceding to the will of the Politburo. He didn't have to, but he did because he cared about the country and he is like, my perspective isn't the only perspective. Do you see what I mean? Okay, that being said, it did diminish his power because it revealed that his will could be overcome. Yeah, Sir Bart, he smelled defeat and he said, all right, fair game, my dudes. Okay.
Và cái người nắm toàn bộ cái quyền lực
From
và
then
điều
on,
khiển cái cuộc chiến tranh từ
Lê
đó về
Duan
sau
was
là
who
ông Lê
controlled
Duan.
the war. Okay.
Lê Duan believed that with Diem gone and the Saigon government in disarray, it was time to move quickly in 1964. He proposed a two-phase plan for victory in South Vietnam. The first phase would destroy ARVN forces through big, decisive battles. The second, an attack on the cities, Lê Duan believed, would then set off popular revolts within them. Party leaders and others suspected of having opposed the plan were denounced as revisionists, demoted, dismissed, imprisoned. Hundreds were sent to re-education camps.
Here's where I'm going to do some critiquing, folks. I'm going to do some critiquing. This is why I prefer Ho Chi Minh to Lê Duan. Okay? Ho Chi Minh did removed himself, but Lê Duan did not broker any contradiction to his power. Okay? And he did. He started, even fellow communists, he started throwing them into prison and sending them to re-education camps for disagreeing with his approach. And listen, this is not as I have little way to defend this because as far as it appears historically, there wasn't really pushback that would have required this. It's not like he started ordering this and then people at the bottom weren't listening to him. That would be one thing. This was more, he was trying to make sure that he would become the sole person making decisions in the government after Ho Chi Minh had excused himself. So to me, this does ring as more tyrannical. And I'm not saying that he didn't make good decisions in terms of policy and military, but to me, this was kind of like, I don't see the historical necessity of him doing this. It was more about his personal power. Okay. Does this make sense? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Raccoon Boyo. Okay. By the way, I can defend sometimes repression of this sort if it comes to, like, remember how what's his name? Diop had kind of gone after a bunch of French landlords and stuff and internal opposition in the north. I can understand that when you're in a war, but this so much was not as necessary, okay?
Uncle Ho wavers, Leisuan said, but I have only one goal, final victory.
Secretary McNamara on 9-0.
Yes, Mr. President. I hate to bother you, but tell me, have we got anybody that's got a military mind that can give us some military plans for winning that war? Well, let's get some more or something, my friend, because I'm going to have a heart attack if you don't get me something. We need somebody over there that can get us some better plans than we got, because what we got is what we've had since '54. We're not getting it done. We're losing. So
we're losing.
One reason I want to go back is kick him in the tail a little bit will help here at this point. What I want is somebody that can lay up some plans to trap these guys and whip hell out of them, kill some of them. That's what I want.
Jesus.
I'll try and bring something back that will meet that objective. Give up.
So I want to let me find here. I want to find the portion about, let me move on here.
When his counselors urged him to do so, Johnson increased the number of American military personnel.
Okay, you know what? We will just keep watching this. I think we're about to get there. We're going to learn now about, remember how I said he already had plans in place to send more troops over and to get congressional approval to basically defend the South. We're going to hear here in a second about a vitally important event in the history of the Vietnam War that you should remember for any future Kahoot, and that is the Gulf of Tonkin incident. So I'm just going to let it play. I was going to skip it, but let's let it play. I think you'll learn some extra stuff.
From 16,000.
So first, he did increase the number of troops in the South.
More than 23,000 by the end of the year. But he wanted his own team in Saigon. He replaced Henry Cabot Lodge, making General Maxwell Taylor his ambassador, and selected 49-year-old General William Westmoreland, a decorated commander from World War II and Korea, to lead the American military effort. The president hoped to force Hanoi to abandon its support for the guerrilla struggle in the South by gradually escalating military pressure.
Yeah. Now, you know what?
He authorized American pilots to bomb North Vietnamese troops and installations in the neighboring country of Laos.
So he already, by the way, that's illegal, folks. He authorized the beginning bombardment of Laos. We were not at war with Laos, and he did it in secret. He started bombing the fuck out of Laos, killing thousands of innocent people. Why? What was in Laos, guys, that you might strategically want to bomb? Now, think immorally here. Don't think on moral terms here. We wouldn't want to bomb it. But remember what we talked about, what was going on in Laos and Cambodia that you might want to bomb. Correct, Jonas. The Ho Chi Minh Trail. Remember, the North was sending supplies and troops into the South through a very well-constructed trail that they had set up to go down into the South. Okay, so we started bombing Laos in an effort to end that trail.
And he directed the military to oversee South Vietnamese shelling of North Vietnamese islands and raids on coastal bases.
So he's starting to up the pressure on the North. He is now using naval forces to bombard. Okay.
All of it was to be conducted in secret. The American people were not to be told. It was an election year.
Okay.
Meanwhile, The Joint Chiefs of Staff felt strongly that the United States was fighting on the enemy's terms and urged far more drastic and dramatic action. Airstrike.
Yes, so Jonas, Kissinger absolutely was much worse. They launched a practically genocidal version of bombing. Lyndon B. Johnson's version of bombing Laos was not the same. He didn't bomb Cambodia. He also didn't bomb Laos that much compared to what Kissinger ends up doing.
Against critical targets in North Vietnam itself, and the deployment of U.S. forces in South Vietnam, boots on the ground. Johnson refused, fearing that such aggressive moves would pull China into the conflict, just as it had entered the Korean War in 1950.
Yeah, Sir Bart.
They say get in or get out. Yeah. And I told them we haven't got any Congress that'll go with us, and we haven't got any mothers that'll go with us in the war. And they've got to win an election, and then you can make a decision.
Polls showed him with a commanding lead over his likely Republican opponent, Senator Barry F. Goldwater of Arizona, a blunt, uncompromising critic of what he charged was the administration's weakness in the face of communist aggression.
So literally, he was also, because the right wing guys is going to right wing, and their critique of the Vietnam War is that America wasn't being aggressive enough. So what do liberals do, guys, if they're being critiqued on war? What do liberals do if they're being critiqued on a war by the right? Do they soften their view and be like, okay, we're going to calm down the war then? No. What do liberals do if they're being critiqued on a war by the right and being told that they're not being violent enough? They almost always end up becoming more violent. Okay, they always moderate. They always go further to the right to try and make up for it. Of course, they capitulate. So Johnson was like, okay, you know what? In order to appease the conservatives and get more votes, we're going to need to be more aggressive in the war, even though he knew he couldn't win.
Why does he put off facing the question of what to do about Vietnam?
This is Goldwater.
Does he hope that he can wait until after the election to confront the American public with the fact...
Here were these communists who were overrunning Southeast Asia, and Johnson's doing nothing about it.
Has not told you what he plans to do about
it is not a coincidence that he started increasing the pressure on Vietnam right before the election.
I rode around the back of a flatbed truck in Percy with a bunch of my classmates singing Barry Goldwater campaign songs because Lyndon Johnson was not tough enough on those communists.
Johnson felt he did not yet have the political capital to take further action in Vietnam. But he asked his aide, William Bundy, to draft a congressional resolution authorizing him to use force if needed to be sent to Capitol Hill when the time was right.
When the time was right, that's the sus. Okay, very important part. Listen carefully. I know I'm just showing you this, but I like the documentary. I will give you more presentation in a moment. This point is very important.
On July 30th, 1964, South Vietnamese ships under the direction of the U.S. military shelled 2 North Vietnamese islands in the Gulf of Tonkin. The tiny North Vietnamese Navy was put on high alert. What followed was one of the most controversial and consequential events in American history.
Yeah.
On the afternoon of August 2nd, the destroyer USS Maddox was moving slowly through international waters in the Gulf on an intelligence-gathering mission in support of further South Vietnamese action against the North. The commander of a North Vietnamese torpedo boat squadron moved to attack the Maddox. The Americans opened fire and missed. North Vietnamese torpedoes also missed. But carrier-based U.S. planes damaged 2 of the North Vietnamese boats and left a 3rd dead in the water.
Okay.
Ho Chi Minh was shocked to hear of his Navy's attack and demanded to know who had ordered it. The officer on duty was officially reprimanded for impulsiveness. No one may ever know who gave the order to attack.
Listen.
To this day, even the Vietnamese cannot agree, but some believe it was Le Duan.
So, they're presenting this in a kind of the wrong way. I want to explain something here. Well, I'm sorry. We'll finish watching it. I don't want to. Okay, the person behind the decision, we don't know who. Okay, had to have been the first secretary, Lebanon. Okay, in 1964, Lebanon wanted to elevate the war. Okay, to a new level. Why would a shrewd, calculating leader like Lebanon do that? We don't know. We don't know who did it, okay? The countryside was in our hands. The countryside was in our hands, okay? And the Americans hadn't intervened directly with a large military force. By 1965, perhaps, the South Vietnamese regime would have collapsed.
Back in Washington, the Joint Chiefs urged immediate retaliation against North Vietnam. The president refused. Instead, the White House issued a warning about the grave consequences that would follow what it called any further unprovoked attacks.
Unprovoked attack. Remember, guys, Johnson had begun bombing the North. He had begun bombing the North. He had begun bombing all the islands off the North's coast. And so, yeah, two North Vietnamese torpedo boats went after American destroyers. By the way, the events surrounding this are very unclear even today. Most people would say that it looks like the torpedo boats were about to fire on the American vessels. They certainly were lining up to do so, but the American ships fired first. And when the Vietnamese responded, they missed. But no one in their right mind would think that this was unprovoked, okay? When America was bombing the North. Very much provoked, right? So, yeah. All right.
Even though Johnson knew the attack had been provoked by the South Vietnamese raids on North Vietnam's islands. Both sides were playing a dangerous game.
Yeah.
On August 4th, American radio operators mistranslated North Vietnamese radio traffic and concluded a new military operation was imminent.
Yeah.
Actually, Hanoi had simply called upon torpedo boat commanders to be ready for a new raid by the South Vietnamese.
Now, I am not one for conspiracy, folks, but this is kind of weird. First, you paint the attack by these two torpedo boats as unprovoked, which is a lie. The government knew they were lying. Johnson knew he was lying. And then you accidentally mistranslate radio traffic from Vietnamese ships, and you translate it as they're about to attack us, when really they're just being put on high alert because there are American vessels nearby. And Johnson had already prepared a document to send to Congress to request more military options in Vietnam. Remember, he's prepared it before this.
Maddox and another destroyer, the Turner Joy, braced for a fresh attack. So did the White House.
Go ahead, ma'am. I personally would recommend to you, after a second attack on our ships, that we do retaliate against the coast of North Vietnam some way or other.
What I was thinking about when I was eating breakfast, when they move on us and they shoot at us, I think we not only ought to shoot at them, but almost simultaneously pull one of these things that you've been doing on one of their bridges or something.
Exactly. I quite agree with you, Mr. President.
But I wish we could have something that we've already picked out and just hit about 3 of them damn quick right after.
No second attack ever happened.
Yep.
But at the time, anxious American sonar operators aboard the Maddox and Turner Joy convinced themselves one had. The attack was probable but not certain, Johnson was told. And since it had probably occurred...
Literally, guys, we now know that there was almost certainly not actually an attack. It was kind of an illusion. But these operators said that they had been attacked when they hadn't been attacked. There was no attack. There was no second attack. There was none. Okay, there was no attack. But they painted it as an attack, and then the administration's like, they attacked us again. There was no attack.
The president decided it should not go unanswered.
The non-existent attack should not go unanswered.
Aggression by terror against the peaceful villagers of South Vietnam.
has now been joined by open aggression on the high seas against the
As if, guys, as if we hadn't been engaging in open aggression already.
United States of America. Yet our response for the present will be limited and fitting. We Americans know, although others appear to forget, the risk of spreading conflict. We still seek no wider war.
If that came to be where we would be called upon to carry out our responsibilities,
Good God.
And having been well trained for this, I never really gave it much thought.
Yeah, Gwen.
It was part of my duty.
Lieutenant Everett Alvarez from Salinas, California, was aboard the USS carrier Constellation. His squadron of Skyhawk A-4 planes.
So, I want to pause there. Let me go and find the next part here, just so I can show you this here in a second. Let me find it. One second, guys. There's another part here. I can look it up, but I could look it up where it is, but I'm being lazy. I want to find it. I'll find it. That's okay. Okay. So guys, let me go back to my presentation here. So that was the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and immediately upon the Gulf of that happening, Johnson requested that Congress sign something called the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, which gave him basically unilateral control over troop deployment to Vietnam. So the Congress is like, sure, Mr. President, we give the responsibility for declaring war to you. Congress unilaterally gave him authority to send as many troops, etc., to the South as he would like. And he did. Okay, so he used the Gulf of Tonkin incident as sort of a WMD 9/11 moment, and as a way to convince Congress to give him unilateral authority to increase the number of troops to defend the South. All right. So this is the official beginning, the legal beginning of the Americanization of the war. And he decided to adopt a program called graduated response, all right, whereby they would slowly increase troop levels as needed to face the North Vietnamese and to face the Viet Cong, and gradually increase bombing of the North, okay, based off the need. So this was called graduated response, and he immediately started sending new troops over. He started implementing a program that's very important called Operation Rolling Thunder. And this was a coordinated bombing campaign of the North. And these were its objectives. 1, reduce North Vietnamese support of communist operations in Laos and South Vietnam. 2, limit North Vietnamese capabilities to take direct action against Laos and South Vietnam. And finally, C, impair North Vietnam's capacity to continue as an industrially viable state. So he started bombing the North, the fuck out of the North, bombing factories, bombing supply lines. What do you think ends up happening? Bombing civilians, bombing elderly centers, bombing schools, bombing the fuck out of the North in a graduated and escalatory way, where you would bomb, and then if needed, you would increase the bombing if you felt that the lighter bombing wasn't working. Okay. Now, so he not only started increasing number of troops in the South, he also started bombing the hell out of the North in Operation Rolling Thunder. Now, there are two things to say about this idea of graduated response. One is that it is deeply immoral, obviously deeply immoral, murderous, and unhuman. If we want to look at it, the second thing you can say about it from a military perspective is that it's stupid. Listen, I don't think it was possible to win in Vietnam, but it is dumb if you're using military force, you better go all in right away. Otherwise, you're going to give the enemy, the other side, time to adapt. It's like if you do a graduated response, it's like giving the enemy training wheels and allowing them to adapt slowly to your increasing response. And they can predict what's going to come in the future, so they can pre-adapt to what's going to end up being increased bombing or intervention. Do you see what I mean? So in an effort to preserve himself politically, he did something deeply immoral and militarily incompetent. Do you see what I mean? Okay. Again, not saying that we could have won otherwise. I don't think we could have, but it certainly would have, if you're going to try and win, that's not the way to do it. This, by the way, did not have a particularly good effect in the North, as I'm sure you can imagine, all right? So let me show you another little bit here and make sure I can actually find the bit. $117. Okay, I want you to see what this the effect that this bombing campaign had. So here we go. This Operation Rolling Thunder.
American forces to guard American installations and to...
Okay.
In the Second World War, enthusiastic, unquestioned, Americans saw another side of the war. Control with Marines, and then...
1 second.
Because today's operation burned down 150 houses.
We'll get to this in a second.
Oh, he was...
Where is this?
And I remember
Why can't I
finding
find
this
it?
entire Vietnamese family cowering in a bunker.
Why can't I find it? It's here somewhere, guys.
Terrified of it. And they were terrified of these foreign soldiers.
You know what? Sorry, guys. The damn internet going out messed up all my shit. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So here is a girl in the North who experienced American bombing. Listen. Content warning. Content warning.
He would have.
Here we go. In the early days, I wasn't very scared. But when I saw dead people, that scared me. Oh, God, those images. The Americans bombed the village for hours. We ran over to see what had happened. The village was unrecognizable. From then on, I knew that war had arrived.
Lei Ming Kuei was orphaned as a small girl. Her parents, victims of the brutal land reforms the communists had imposed. She was raised by her aunt and uncle, who encouraged her to read American literature. She was 16 when Operation Rolling Thunder began.
My house was next to a home for the elderly. It was completely destroyed. Bombs fell on the market and on the school. And the images, guys, are really heartbreaking. Then a recruiter came asking for volunteers. My head was full of a strong spirit of adventure. But I was too young. I was too young. You had to be 17. So I lied about my age and signed
Kuei was
up.
assigned to an organization called the Youth Shock Brigades Against the Americans for National Salvation. And along with thousands of other young people, was sent south to work, keeping open the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Before I left, my uncle said, American literature is very unique. You should bring some with you. I've loved American literature ever since. And in particular, I love Hemingway. I learned from For Whom the Bell Tolls, like the resourcefulness of the man who destroys the bridge. I saw how he coped with war, and I learned from that character. Isn't she an interesting person, guys? Using American...
As Johnson had feared, it quickly became clear that the bombing campaign alone was not working.
Yeah, no shit.
Troops and supplies continued steadily to filter down the...
It's almost like, guys, if you bomb people and you kill their families and you kill innocent civilians, you make them more radicalized, right? You make more of them want to join in the fight, right? Gaza, all right, we got that, obviously.
Ho Chi Minh Trail. General Westmoreland and the Joint Chiefs called for more men, tens of thousands of them. The president was cautious. He wanted to do enough, but not too much, he said.
Okay, so we get the general idea there. This, just to simplify this, as it became clear that this bombing is not going to work, it is not stopping the North. By the way, the North at this point, after the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, started sending to the South regular North Vietnamese troops. So literally military forces, not irregulars like the Viet Cong. We're talking regular forces down the Ho Chi Minh Trail into the South, okay? So the war has now been escalated, and there's open war with the North, all right? The bombing was not working, obviously. They still can't win the war, America. So Johnson, the bombing isn't working. He starts ramping up number of troops in the South as in a slow pace in an effort to counteract the North. All right. And something else starts happening at this point, guys. Something else starts happening. That is, we start to see, and we'll finish talking about, we'll see more about this as we finish up this series. Something starts appearing that historians would call the credibility gap. All right. With the bombing of the North, with the increased number of troops on the ground, and with there were several battles at this time where American troops were killed, where Vietnamese troops were killed. There was a famous battle around this time called the Battle of Bin Gia. I can't pronounce it, where once again the South Vietnamese troops were heavily outgunned and killed along with American troops. Okay, American media started to notice something. American journalists, that what the government was saying publicly was not what was happening directly on the ground in Vietnam. All right. And because journalists started noticing this, the American public started noticing this. And you start to see something that historians call the credibility gap, where the American people start noticing, the government is lying. Very obviously lying. There is a gap in credibility between what they're saying is true and what clearly the journalists are showing us, the pictures on the ground. Where did we see that today, guys? Where are we seeing that today? Okay, we're seeing that in Gaza, right? The lies of the government, people can see around that. There is a credibility gap when it comes to Gaza, all right? There was a credibility gap in Afghanistan, where the lies of the government are running up against the reality being shown by journalists. And it was around this time, before the draft, that you first start to see big American protests happening. More and more people start showing up to protests, starting to ask questions about why the fuck are we even over there? We can't win, and lots of innocent people are dying. What are we doing? Okay. Meanwhile, Johnson is sending more and more troops over there. We're continuing to lose the war. More and more people are dying. Okay. So for today, I want to show you one last clip, and that'll be all we do for today. And then we will finish up the next two days. All right. So that's the credibility gap. And so let me quickly show you one last little bit here to show you how this credibility gap was kind of starting to cause some big fucking issues. All right. So here, because American troops were doing war crimes, obviously, because they're American troops, it seems to be a thing. Okay, so I'm going to show you kind of the beginning of this credibility gap.
When the American come in 19...
And journalists started to become much more adventurous in how they questioned the president when it became more and more obvious the government was lying.
The crowd, they fought. I think it's a big mistake.
No, Lurking Snow Leopard, Gwen is joking, as in like, we're not, that's what the government says. We don't see anything in Gaza. Don't believe our lying eyes, right? That's what Gwen is making a joke, but yeah.
Does the fact that you're sending additional forces to Vietnam imply any change in the existing policy of using American forces to guard American installations and to act as an emergency backup?
So, by the way, up to this point, Johnson was claiming that troops were being sent over there to protect American facilities. They were defensive forces. They were defensive forces. What? So, I'm sorry. See, are you aware of the U.S. government sabotage or their own troops? The U.S. government sabotage of their own troops in Vietnam. I'm sorry, Sir Bart. What are you referring to? You mean American troops would sometimes sabotage their own equipment? Forgive me. What do you mean, Sir Bart?
It does not imply any change in policy whatever. It does not imply any change of objective.
Right, Jonas? Yeah, guys, don't you know defensive forces often require bombing campaigns?
Saw our soldiers here taking what appears to be.
Okay, so here you have, at this time, when talking about the credibility gap, there were a lot of newsreels that were very much like World War II newsreels. They would kind of give you the government line on what was happening, but there were new forms of media coming about. Private news organizations, independent news organizations that were saying something different. And you're going to see what I mean here.
Most television reports from Vietnam echoed the newsreels Americans had flocked to see during the Second World War. Enthusiastic, unquestioning, good guys fighting and defeating bad guys.
Yeah.
But at dinner time on August 5th, 1965,
no, Sir Ball, I don't know about that. That's interesting. I'll take a look into that.
And saw another side of the war.
We're on the outskirts of the
So do you hear what he said? Like, even though the official government line was still going out, they could get on Americans could get on the evening news and they would see that the government was lying because independent journalists, even if they were from corporate entities, would give a different story. So watch, this is one of those stories.
With elements of the 1st Battalion.
CBS correspondent Morley Safer and his crew went on patrol with Marines near Da Nang. Their orders were first to search a cluster of 4 villages for caches of arms and rice meant for the enemy.
So Americans saw this footage.
To destroy them all.
Burning a
village. This is what the war in Vietnam is all about.
Heartbreaking.
The old
Disgusting.
and the very young. The Marines have burned this old couple's cottage because fire was coming from here. And now when you walk into the village, you see no young people at all. The day's operation burned down 150 houses, wounded 3 women, killed 1 baby, wounded 1 Marine, and netted these 4 prisoners. Today's operation is the frustration of Vietnam in miniature. There is little doubt that American firepower can win a military victory here. But to a Vietnamese peasant whose home means a lifetime of backbreaking labor, it will take more than presidential promises to convince him that we are on his side.
The next morning, the president...
Now, do we see how there's a credibility gap here, right? And if you guys think that the American government does not suppress the press when it goes against the line, if it does it now, it definitely did at the time, and it definitely does now. Okay. This is so, and then Johnson, listen to what Johnson does when he sees this news report go out that we just saw.
Killed 1 baby, wounded 1 Marine, and netted these 4 prisoners.
Okay, now wait, we have the recording.
Today's operation is the frustration of Vietnam in miniature.
I just need to hear this one more time.
That American firepower can win a military
Jay
victory
Williams.
here. But to a Vietnamese peasant whose home means a lifetime of backbreaking labor, it will take more than presidential promises to convince him that we are on his side.
The next morning, the president called his friend Frank Stanton, the head of CBS. "Hello, Frank. This is your president. Are you trying to fuck me?" Safer had defaced the American flag, Johnson said. He was probably an agent of the Kremlin, had to be fired. The Marines claimed Safer had provided a Zippo lighter and asked the Marines to burn the hut for the camera.
Again, Johnson's a monster.
Major at the Da Nang Marine press office called CBS the communist broadcasting system.
Kinda sounds Trumpian, doesn't it?
But after the operation, Safer interviewed some of the Marines who'd burned Cam Nay.
Do you ever have any private thoughts about any private regrets about some of these people, you leaving homeless?
I feel no remorse. I don't imagine anybody else does. You can't expect to do your job and feel pity for these people.
When some viewers registered their shock, Westmoreland admitted, "We have a genuine problem which will be with us as long as we are in Vietnam. Commanders must exercise restraint unnatural to war, and judgment not often required of young men."
You kind of thought at first that it was going to be like the GIs, rolling through Paris after the liberation. Well, it sure didn't work out that way.
Yeah, James Nordoff. Look at these images,
going
guys.
In this one Ville. And I remember finding this entire Vietnamese family cowering in a bunker. And they were terrified of us.
Yeah. So, we'll end there today, guys. In summary, you can see that Johnson is escalating the war. More and more Americans are becoming aware of this credibility gap between what the government is saying and what is clearly happening on the ground. All right? And we haven't even gotten to the draft yet. We are bombing, the American government's bombing the fuck out of the north. Regular Vietnamese troops are now heading into the south. The government of the south is a corrupt, incompetent mess that is propped up by America. More and more every single day, every action America takes only further radicalizes more people and makes it harder to win. So into this powder keg, okay? I am absolutely going to do that, LaCroix. I will touch on Radio Hanoi and Hanoi Hannah. I just haven't gotten there yet, but I will definitely do that. I will also touch on the My Lai massacre, the Tet offensive, some other things people mentioned, okay? So this is where we are now. In this, it's already a problem, but Americans are already getting upset, and we haven't even had a draft. This is like a fucking powder keg, okay? And it is a doomed loss at this point. We got that? We got that, guys? So does this make sense to everyone? Any questions about this segment? Okay. And again, I will try to, I want to try and get this over with tomorrow, but if I can't, it will at least be over by Thursday. Okay. I will try to, maybe the last presentation will be on Thursday. But we still have a bit to talk about. And if I can't fit it all in tomorrow, we'll finish it up on Thursday. Okay, guys? You got that? Yes, we good? And we learned something. Do we see the progress of this war ain't great? Okay. All right. By the way, at some point, I'm not going into a lot of details here because I could talk about some of the battles at this time, some of the strategies that were being adopted by the American forces. But really, maybe we'll watch on a stream sometime this entire episode. Yeah, it is Philly cheese. Because there's a lot of interesting stories of battles and stuff in here, and like the experience on the ground of American troops that I did not show you from this documentary. But in general, you just have to know that the strategies aren't working, okay? And it's hell on earth for a lot of these troops, and that the terrain on the ground in Vietnam is very unconducive to waging this war to begin with. Okay. You say here, Raccoon Boyo, I have a question, Mr. Revolt. Why would you imply the American government would ever do anything bad? Hilarious, Raccoon Boyo. Okay, so we will continue this. And we also will talk about the Hanoi, what is it? Hanoi Hannah. Okay, we'll talk about, there are a lot, guys, here's the thing. There might be some things we don't get to just because there is so much to talk about in this war. We might not, like, I wanted to talk about the Hanoi Hilton, which was where American POWs were kept. But it might not be as important to talk about that, like, unless we want this presentation to last a month. There are a lot of things that we might not be able to get to, but I'll get to the most important stuff. Hanoi, you know, the other stuff in there. Okay, you get the point, right? All right. So that's that. And we will continue this on tomorrow and then on Thursday if we need to. So, all right. What I want to do now, okay? What I want to do now. So that's this next point here. Are you here, elevator lady? Are you here, elevator lady? Are you here, elevator lady? So there have been conversations going on in the Discord. By the way, folks, let me do a little plug here, okay? Let me do a little plug here. Please join our Discord, okay? Please join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat. We have a great growing community on there, and there are a bunch of little clubs and stuff you can join on there. It's a great place. It's a lovely place, great community. Please join our Discord, and it's linked at the bottom of the YouTube chat, all right? We're really are a great community. I not only publicly, but privately, I get a lot of compliments on the community we've built, but it's not me that's really built it. It's all of you together that's built it. But anyway, so please join our Discord. You can also send things for me to react to over there. If you like my content, you can support the channel and what I do by sending me a donation on Buy Me a Coffee, which you can either use the QR code you can use the QR code right here next to my face, or you can use the link that's at the top of Twitch and the bottom of YouTube. There is also a, you can also use the attack, button to throw things at me if you would like, which is located, you can find that if you're on desktop, you can find that next to my face. There's like a button that says attack, and you can spend some bits to throw things at me, or you can click the number 2 in the upper left-hand corner above the chat over on, what's the term? On mobile, okay? You can also send me bits or super chats over on YouTube, okay? I basically rely on your guys' donations to do this full time, so I deeply appreciate anyone who does in fact donate. It keeps me... Oh, thank you, LaQuan. Thank you. Oh, thank you, LaQuan. That's the kind of shit you can throw at me, folks. You can also throw poop at me if you'd like. You can also throw poop at me. Oh, it looks like we have a train going. Yay, we have a train going. A rare treasure train? What is that? Ooh, unlock a limited time 35% off gift sub at level 2. That's fascinating. Oh, thank you, Pet Gone Bad. I think that was more of an insult, but thank you for throwing a cake at my face. Thank you. Very kind of you, okay? Thank you. Very rude, but very kind of you. Thank you, Pet Gone Bad, okay? So anyway, so you can help me support me do this. You can also become a member over on YouTube for as little as like, what, $1 to $2? You know it, look, well, I was going to make that joke. Or subscribe. If you're over on Twitch, please subscribe using Amazon Prime. That means you will send me some of Jeff Bezos's money for free. You can also subscribe regularly. Again, there are ads, but you get very... of course I did, Pet Gone Bad. Of course I wanted cake thrown at my face. You know I'm joking with you, Pet Gone Bad. I deeply appreciate it. What was that?
Who wants coffee?
SoCal, that was really fucking rude. That was really fucking rude. Screw you, SoCal. Anyway, so you're right. I do love cake, Pet Gone Bad. Maybe if it wasn't thrown at my face, mind you. But thank you, Pet Gone Bad. All right. So that'd be very helpful. Okay. You know what? Go fuck yourself, Sir Bart. Sir Bart says gesturing and expecting. I fucking hate you, Sir Bart. Okay. So I deeply appreciate all that you all send at me. Drusilla, don't you look at me that way, Drusilla. Don't you look at me. Anyway, so deeply appreciate any support you can send my way, okay? All right, so let's go on, guys. I wanted to, yes, we're going to do another brief educational bit. I know I don't normally do two, but I promise it won't go for too long. I did, SoCal. I begged for a coffee, so you can go fuck off, SoCal. Anyway, so what we're going to do now, guys, is I'm going to do a brief presentation on something that Elevator Lady requested, but eventually I will do a whole week. I will do a themed week devoted to fascism. Okay, devoted. That sounds bad, right? Ugh. But I mean, where we talk about the rise of fascism, the ideology behind fascism, etc. SoCal, what's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why'd you just... Whatever. Thank you, SoCal, I guess. Thank you for throwing a rock and another coffee at me. Okay, don't you dare, Jay Williams. I'm not even going to read what you said. Okay, so we will... let's briefly do... I'm going to do a brief presentation here. Now, Elevator Lady and several other people in the community have been trying to understand fascism. And lucky for you, I'm an expert. Okay, I know all about fascism. It's my favorite ideology. Okay, I'm just kidding. It's not. Okay, it's not like a favorite ideology. I think it's super interesting and it's disturbing because it's so unlike what I'm used to. Okay, so I know, Jonas. Okay, so I wanted to. Some people may have remembered this. Thank you, SoCal, you Anyway. So let's briefly talk here. I have to find it because it disappeared on me, given that, and this is not the best presentation, but we're going to do it real fast anyway. It's not the best because we, where is this shit? Where is this shit? Imperial Boomerang, Warrior Goes, Goku, Chilean Referendum. It's up here somewhere. Okay, here we go. So, this was a presentation I did a while back, but I wanted to help you all understand something about fascism. Okay, I know this isn't the greatest presentation. It's also on Google Slides, which isn't the greatest. I get it. Whatever. Fuck all of you. Okay. So a lot of us have noticed that when reading about what fascists thinks, okay, I noticed that, right? Reading about what fascism thinks, it can often be like, what the fuck is this lunacy? And it is. It's crazy. But that is inbuilt into fascism. So, like, let me give you an example here. If you were to read, like, what a fascist believes, you'd probably be like, this makes no fucking sense. Okay? Or you will think, like, this is completely irrational. How could anyone think this? That is built into fascism. And when you read what fascists think, you cannot read it the way you would regularly read other political ideologies. And let me explain what I mean. Okay? So I'm going to do a brief little history here to kind of highlight what I mean, and then we will do another so that when when we do a week in the future, for now, because people are trying to learn about it in the Discord, but in the future, it'll also help when we talk about that. So let me explain. So when we look at fascism, you have to think about the history of it, where the ideology came from. Okay. So, this was taken out of another presentation I did, but it still makes sense. So there was an era. So fascism is a European ideology originally. It came out of Europe. Okay. And if we look at the intellectual roots of fascism, it's complicated. But one thing you could say is that, okay, there was something in Europe called the Enlightenment. Now, we can debate what this meant, but generally speaking, the Enlightenment was an era in Europe in the 17th and 17th and 18th centuries, where there was the sort of the ideals of society changed, different conceptions of what makes a legitimate government changed. Philosophers like John Locke, Voltaire, and Montesquieu, Immanuel Kant, they challenged the old traditions of the world. Okay, they started focusing, and I'm way oversimplifying here, but they started focusing on the use of reason instead of religious doctrine, and the use of science as opposed to like the Bible. Okay, to understand the world. Okay, it is not sort of our cultural zeitgeist of the time, even today, is spaced off the Enlightenment. Not perfectly, but a lot of it is. Okay, it is. This was sort of the leaving the Middle Ages and going into modernity, and if you want to view it that way. Okay, thank you, Doug. I will hydrate. This is where, like, Thomas Jefferson, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All these sort of ideals go back to the Enlightenment. The idea of scientific rationality, using the scientific method, was sort of vitally important at this time. This was that era where this was created. Okay, it criticized, the Enlightenment in Europe criticized monarchy, superstition, and unquestioned religious authority. It criticized traditional sources of authority and knowledge. Okay, it laid the groundwork for modern democracies in Europe. It laid the groundwork for a bunch of different revolutions, including the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the 1848 revolutions in Germany and across Europe, etc. Okay, and it resulted in like rights-based societies like France and the United States. Okay, and it had major impacts on things like the French and American revolutions. Okay, so a symbol of this could be summed up. There was a lot of art during the Enlightenment that kind of symbolized what the Enlightenment represented. So here we have some art from the Enlightenment. You can see it's a bunch of children and two men sitting around a what looks like a some sort of thing showing how the planets move, and there is light shining in their faces, symbolizing the light of knowledge that the Enlightenment highlighted. Yes, Winston, also Haiti, South America, the light of knowledge, illuminating the dark places of the world with the light of knowledge and science and things like that. Okay, and democracy, etc. Okay, so it was very much this idea of using these things in a way that is progressive society. Okay, so some of the ideals it promoted was reason over tradition. So decisions and views of the world should be based off logic and evidence, not inherited beliefs. So you shouldn't just do shit because it's a tradition. You should do what's rational, not what's just what you've always done. Okay. Another ideal of the Enlightenment, rights and liberty. Every person has a natural rights to life, freedom, and property. Okay. Mixed up in this were pretty strong ideas of like capitalism, but it's also somewhat kind of the roots of things like Marxism. This is complicated, but okay. Another idea, equality before the law. Law should apply to all citizens, not just the wealthy or nobles, okay? Religious tolerance. There was a belief that all people should be free to practice any religion or none, okay? And progress in education. Human science society can improve through learning, innovation, and open debate. Now, this is a way big oversimplification because it didn't necessarily work out this way, okay? A lot of these societies were still massively colonialist and imperialist. A lot of these societies did not include people of color or women in these ideals, okay? So don't think that this means that they were like these great little societies that believed this in everyone. No, it was not evenly applied, nor was it applied to everyone in the same way. And there was still a lot of the shit that came before happening, okay? So but we are just talking about some of the ideals of this era, okay? Let's go on here. Well, for those who know history, these ideals of the Enlightenment were associated with one country in particular. Two countries, really, but on the continent of Europe, one country in particular, and that was France. Why? Well, a lot of the Enlightenment thinkers on the continent came from France. Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, Diderot. These are all these big thinkers, and they came from France. And France was sort of a hotbed of Enlightenment thought. There was even a revolution in France based off a lot of these Enlightenment ideas, okay? So in the minds, and you guys have to think like a European at the time, a non-French European, the Enlightenment is linked to France. Okay. Now, there was also a lot of Enlightenment thought in Britain and in America, but for a lot of people on the continent, it was associated with France. All right. Now then, here's the problem with that. So imagine all those ideals I just told you about. Okay. Democracy, liberty, science, rationality. France these are associated with France. Well, what happened at the end of the French Revolution was that a dictator took over France, and his name was Napoleon Bonaparte. Okay, and he proceeded as a sort of avatar of the Enlightenment. Okay, as this sort of guy who was claiming to be a bringer of the Enlightenment, he proceeded to conquer pretty violently a large chunk of Europe, a lot of Europe. Specifically, he conquered 3 places. Now, again, I'm oversimplifying here, but 3 of the places he was most involved in were Germany, Italy, okay, and Spain, which he violently conquered. Now, what happens later in history in these 3 places? Germany, Italy, and Spain. What happens like later in history in these 3 places in relation to fascism? Right, Jonas? Franco, Mussolini, and Hitler. Interesting. Is that a coincidence? Not entirely. There were other places where there were fascists that took over, mind you, but it is interesting that these places were where he conquered. Because in the minds of the places that were conquered by Napoleon, these ideals of democracy, reason, and things like that were associated with being violently oppressed by France and being a foreign imposition. Okay? Do you see what I mean? If you're being conquered violently by someone who's claiming to be the avatar of democracy and the Enlightenment, you might start to associate those ideals with your oppressors. Do you kind of see the issue here? Right? So, okay. So what you end up seeing develop because of Napoleon's conquest of these areas is a movement that was counter to the Enlightenment called Romanticism. And Romanticism is a rejection of this sort of scientific idea, this democratic idea, this idea of material reality to focus more on emotion. Okay, so the reality of the world doesn't matter as much. What matters is emotion, how you feel about things, myths, the human spirit and emotion and aesthetics and beauty and things like that. The opposite of like the material reality, okay? The opposite of science, the opposite of reasoned discourse. It is the opposite of that, okay? What matters the most is the way you think, not the reality on the ground, okay? As a matter of fact, at this time, there was an idea that came up in Germany by a guy named Schopenhauer, and he was a philosopher, and he I think it was Schopenhauer, he said, Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung, which means the world is however I view it to be. Oh, thank you, Jay Williams. Are you kissing Napoleon or me? It better be me. Thank you, Jay Williams. Look, I finally turned Jay Williams. I'm just kidding. Okay. So the idea being that the reality of the world doesn't actually matter. What matters is how you view the world. How we view the world is what makes the world what it is. Some people have called this idealism as well, okay? But this was Romanticism. To show you an image here, okay, of a romantic painting. So the purpose of this romanticist, yes, Raccoon Boy, of Romanticism was to advocate for the importance of subjectivity, so personal experience instead of objectivity, imagination, and the appreciation of nature in society and culture, the sort of spiritual, transcendent appreciation of nature in response to the Age of Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution. So this sought to reject the principles of the Enlightenment and view them as oppressive because of Napoleon. Is everyone following along? Is everyone following along here? Now, I am not saying that Romanticism is a bad thing. This is not fascism, okay? But this way of thinking is sort of the opposite of how a lot of people in modern day think, okay? Okay. And there's some good things about this. I'm not denying it, okay? Like, yeah, it's good to give humanity reasoning and stuff, but it can get out of hand, right? Obviously. So here we have a romanticist painting to counteract the Enlightenment painting, showing these 3 strong men, these 3 sons, and I forget what the name of this painting is, but these are 3 sons from ancient Rome, swearing allegiance to their father. And it's very romanticist. Look how strong we are. We shall fight for the future. And how they're standing mimics the arches in the background, showing that they are as strong as the hewn stone. They are powerful. They are as strong as the hewn stone, okay? They are pledging loyalty by putting out their hands in a Roman salute, okay? Strong, masculine, mythological, romantic, okay? There was this notion of like romanticist painting, showing nature, showing beauty, showing myth, okay? Jonas, so was it happening in Britain too? Somewhat, but not as much, Jonas, because Britain defeated Enlightenment. The Enlightenment also started in the UK. There were a lot of Enlightenment thinkers there. So they were kind of independently did the Enlightenment. So it wasn't as much as a foreign imposition. It wasn't viewed as much of a foreign imposition in Britain. Does that make sense? If you guys know people like John Locke, or Hobbes, there were people in Britain who did also an Enlightenment. Okay, all right. So what ends up happening here, guys, is that fascism, according to some historians, which came later, is sort of a mix of a romanticism and ultranationalism. Okay, so fascism is fundamentally counter-Enlightenment. It is a rejection of rationality, democracy, the idea of objectivity. Okay, it is a romanticist ideology mixed with like deep nationalism. So you become irrationalist. That is the word, irrationalist. Focused on emotion, and then you mix that with an idea of your nation being better than everyone else. Okay, so so that is the presentation. Let me explain what I mean by this. I'm going to read you something, okay? When you read what fascists believe, a lot of times it doesn't make sense. It's like, what the fuck? This doesn't tell me anything. You are reading it wrong, okay? You are reading it wrong. The way to read fascist literature is to feel it. This is dangerous. I'm not joking. This is dangerous. As a matter of fact, many academics would when I was studying this stuff, there are many academics out there that would say, this is an exercise that non-academics should not do. I know this sounds weird. It's like I'm giving you secret knowledge. I don't view it that way, but that really, if you're an academic of fascism, you kind of have to engage. You have to, in order to fully understand fascism, you have to do something called read with the grain when reading fascist literature. Feel the literature before you analyze it rationally, because it is not about logical discourse. It is about a feeling built up inside of you, okay? Listen, this is why it's dangerous, because you have to also inoculate yourself from it. This sounds strange. Look, let me explain. Okay, I'm going to read to you a bit of fascist literature, or just a fascist document, all right? Who here has seen Lord of the Rings? Who here has seen Lord of the Rings or likes fantasy novels or likes Star Wars, okay? Or who here has ever experienced, especially if you're a man. I'm not saying women don't experience this either. But a lot of times men are a lot of material is created for men to experience this. It's sort of a feeling you get of grandiosity, of like elation at epicness. I don't know how to frame it. Like when reading grand narratives of Lord of the Rings, the great armies of people fighting each other. Okay, this is typically for men, sometimes for women, and there's none of this really for non-binary people, Cody. But you could, like, as in historically, no one is focused on non-binary people, but it's very much like, this is my point, Cody, is that, yeah, but you as a non-binary person, you could think of it either way, really, okay? No, that's not what I meant, guys. I'm talking about historically, right? In this time period, there wasn't really a notion of being non-binary that was publicly acknowledged, but there were notions for men and women specifically, okay? So all right, so these notions, Okay, if you've ever watched the Lord of the Rings series and you've gotten this feeling inside of you of grandiosity that builds up inside of you, do you know what I mean? It's hard to explain, guys, because we don't really have a language for it. It's an emotion. Or like you ever shed a tear during one of the great battle scenes that you see in Lord of the Rings. It is that sort of thing that is at the core of fascism. That ecstatic elation at epicness and like myth and things like that. Okay? No, Sir Bart. Okay, you know it, Jonas, that Aragorn Blackgate speech. Okay? So I'm going to read to you a fascist thing. Exactly. Heroism, glorious purpose. If you are in a suffering situation, you're struggling economically, you're humiliated, you feel inferior, fascism overrides all of that by making you feel special, by giving you this sense of glorious purpose, by making you feel like, oh, I'm so awesome. I am part of this glorious, grandiose fight. Okay? So I'm going to read you something and listen to what it says. This is from a fascist. And it's nothing inappropriate in here, but I'm giving you a content warning because fascism can be addictive. If you do not inoculate yourself, and I'm saying this because I know all of you are inoculated, it can be dangerous. It is made to make you feel a certain way if you look at it the way I'm asking you to look at it. So we are going to, I'm going to read this to you, and you will notice that it doesn't necessarily make much sense. Okay? It doesn't, and he even admits it. But if you're a German, it might make you feel a certain way, an idea of grandiosity. Okay? So this is by Otto Dickel. And Dickel, yes. Okay. He is he wrote a fascist piece of shit piece called called The Resurgence of the West. All right, kind of sounds a lot like today. And he was a leader of a group called the Völkische Wertgemeinschaft, which was a fascist, a German fascist movement that was not Nazi, but was sort of Nazi adjacent. Okay, yeah. Honestly, Sir Bart, imagine, especially if you're a man, I want women and non-binary people to do it too here in the chat, but imagine you're a man, especially because a lot of this is geared towards men, but women can also fall into this, all right? Imagine you're poor, you're starving, and you're struggling economically in Germany, and you hear this, all right? Many a time, acquaintances have told me that I see the world differently from them. That is true. Who sees it correctly? Men of science and their mechanistic thinking will certainly attack me. Will carp and criticize, will discover some errors and ridicule me. Okay? Let them. But if in the immediate future, perhaps even before this book is published, events take place in Russia as I have foretold, if social ferment begins in France, which is taking for the most uncompromising imperialism, and, as I fear in England too, if the German people, overwhelmed by despair, is gripped by the irresistible force of a national resurgence, then I can only wish it men who see as I do. Men who comprehend the meaning of the World War and of contemporary events, and through their bold action, create a free German people on its soil. Then, in a few months, a German Reich will be formed, which is greater than the old one. A Reich full of inner consistency. A Reich in which our fellow Germans in Austria and neighboring countries reach out their hands in solidarity to form a Reich with us. Okay? From a Reich which looks on the Germans abroad with pride in their eyes. Then the foundation will be laid on which the German nation can flourish, and its children, pious, patriotic, and creative, can think gratefully of their fathers who, purged by the horrors of the World War, have raised politics to the status of an art. It is not yet too late. Only cowards and egoists can say it is. The new generation, however, sets courageously about its enormous task because it sees the goal. It will act by following the precept, insight is much, but the deed to which it gives birth is everything. There is a stark alternative to this. Either those who were called upon by their culture, their possessions, and their influence to take over the leadership will point out the right paths by moving boldly ahead of the course of events, or the wheels of destiny will roll over their corpses and those of their children. The perfection of Western culture is imminent. The great creative spirit that which smooths its path will come because its hour approaches. It will prevail, for the German people will understand it, follow it loyally to the bitter end, because it is a healthy and vital people. Come what may, there is one thing no one must let himself be robbed of without sacrificing himself: the faith in the German people, its world historical task, and its fortune. Okay. Now, if you read this from a romanticist perspective, it makes you feel, it could make you feel good, right? If I were to go back through this and we were to look at this rationally, it really makes no fucking sense. It doesn't tell you anything. Anything. What the fuck does he mean by, like, turn politics into an art? Or we're in a great historical moment through which we shall see the new birth of a Germany. None of this means a damn thing. It doesn't tell you anything specific, but it gives you the sense that you are part of something great, right? That something great is coming. And that's what matters in reading fascist literature, is the feeling it evokes. Do we understand what I'm saying? It is a romanticist ideology. Yes, outer signal. Then Farage is doing the same shit. So is Trump. Think about the language they use, okay? We want to bring Britain back to its glorious era, right? Make it free it of all the dirt and the filth, okay? Which is an emotional thing, the idea of cleanliness and, like, this fundamental racism and abhorrence of things not like you. We want to make it this great shining example on a hilltop. We can also talk about America, Sir Bart. Like, don't worry, white men, especially white men, okay? Don't worry, okay? Greatness is in front of you. We come from a great past. We will make America great again, build it back up, get rid of its enemies, okay? These feelings, these are feelings. They are romanticist. They overcome anything else. If it makes you feel good, that's all that matters. And that is why it is often feels completely pointless to argue with these people, because it doesn't matter what the reality is. It is counter-enlightenment. It is counter-rationality. It is for only aesthetics and emotion. So, elevator lady, when you were reading, when we were watching that video in the Discord yesterday of that guy, what's his name? The neo-Nazi guy, okay? Think about how he was talking about things, that, you know, we have these great races, and fundamentally the white man shall triumph, and there shall be an epic battle where the white man is, you know, superior and blah, blah, blah. Okay. These epic terms that could make even the most poor and alienated white guy feel special, okay? And feel like he's part of something greater, despite feeling alienated and rejected. Okay? And one other note here, guys. One other note here. One other note. At the very beginning of this thing I read you, Otto Dickel was blunt about his view of the Enlightenment. He said it. Let me reread it. Many a time acquaintances have told me that I see the world differently from them. It is true. Who sees it correctly? Men of science, with their mechanistic thinking, will certainly attack me. They will carp and criticize, will discover some errors and ridicule me. Let them. So he is openly saying that people who think rationally will find problems with this. I'm okay with it. Criticize me. This is not about your stupid science and your stupid rationality. It is about feeling. So when I say reading fascist literature, you have to view it through an emotional lens. That is exactly what I mean. And that's what makes it dangerous, because once a lot of times when you get people deep into fascist weeds, you're not really going to be able to use rationality to get them out of it. You're going to also have to use emotionality to get them out of it. All right. I know, Sir Bart. Okay. Which is why one of the reasons I say a lot of the time, guys, that the left needs to present an almost epic vision, positive vision of the future to counteract these fascist myths. We should not only talk about how bad everything is, we should present people with an vision of the future that motivates the emotion, okay? Because that is one way that you can get fascists out of their current state, is if you offer them an alternative vision that is kind of emotionally pleasing. Yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. We are trying to convince these fascists that they are misled, but fascists convince themselves that they are a band of heroes facing a great evil. You get what I mean? So what about shaming them? So pet gone bad. That can work in some cases. But if you think about it, shaming for a lot of fascists is only strengthens their sense of being the chosen, facing down a great evil. And you are the evil. You shame them, you are just the hordes which their greatness is facing down, okay? So this is like, this is a very hard thing to get people out of. But the fact that fascism is so romanticist leaves open a door, because the truth of the world is materialist, folks. The truth of the world is that your material conditions massively impact how you think. So if fascists start suffering enough economically, it can knock them out of the stupor. At the same time, it also can open the door to more fascists, because the more economically disadvantaged you are and stuff, the more likely you are to turn to emotion to kind of cover up how you're feeling and to feel better about it. So when in World War World War II, what convinced a lot of people to stop being Nazis or fascists is that they had the hell bombed out of them. It's hard to be a fascist when your city is being destroyed and you're seeing everyone be destroyed around you, and then you're like, wait a minute, is this what my romanticist vision is doing? This doesn't look great. Okay? So, yeah. It is possible, though, I think, that if, like, the economy were to crash under a fascist, that might convince some fascists that, oh, wait a minute, this is kind of getting in the way of my stupor. All right? Exactly, Le Quabois. Exactly, Le Quabois. So, Le Quabois. So, what separates these ideas from similar left-wing ideas is that the fascist conceptualization analysis isn't based in material reality. Correct, Le Quabois. Correct. Now then, fascism is idealist. It is not, so it is the reverse of Marxism. Marxism is materialist. You develop a conception of the world based off the material reality. So material reality upward. Fascism is the opposite. Your ideal creates the material reality, or it creates the reality you want to see. And the, and weirdly enough, there are some romanticist notions within Marxism too. But it is based off material reality, at least. Does that make sense? Okay. And it is, yeah, okay. And fascists will often, they instead of addressing material things, okay, they will do some of that. That's only for political reasons, but they will offer an emotional alternative to hide the problems with the material reality. You see what I mean? They will use emotion to hide material reality, which is why capitalists like them over socialists. Yes. Okay. Philly cheese, is this why a shared reality is not a goal for MAGA? Yeah, it doesn't matter, Philly cheese. It doesn't matter. They do they're also like the media environment that they are in creates this false reality to begin with. And then guys, you've noticed different MAGA people have different rejections of reality. Okay. I want to point out, guys, that all the stuff I'm talking about, okay, you like Mao. So an example of fascism capable of doing the Long March. Wait, is fascism? No, absolutely not. Weird amorphous blob. No, there is like they're very different. Let's put it that way. Or I'd have to think about that. That's an interesting question. I mean, I don't know. Could fascists do a Long March? Not for the same reasons that Mao did. Okay, but like they wouldn't be able to suffer through that. I don't think so. No. Like they wouldn't do it for the same reasons. That's an interesting question. But okay. So do we see what I mean here? Now, I want to point out, Matt Saigai, why'd you throw a fucking egg at my face, Matt Saigai? Fuck you. Anyway. So let me explain something else. What am I saying here? Okay. I am not saying that like the average fascist is sitting around being like, oh, I am an idealist and I reject these things. Okay. They have fallen into a way of thinking based off emotion because it makes them feel good. That's what it is, okay? Even though the ideological origins of fascism are irrationalist. These are ideological. I am not talking about what fascism looks like on the ground. These are superstructural ways that people think under fascism. Does this make sense? And during the week, we talk more about fascism. I will get into the weeds on all this stuff. I hate all of you. You keep throwing shit at me. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Thank you, Jay Williams, for the kiss. Fuck you, Matt Saigai. Do we understand this now? So the next time you see an image of Trump. Oh, I got you, Ridmores Bob. Forgive me, okay? I thought you were asking me a really smart question that I was too dumb to understand, but okay. Yes, okay. When you see an image, goddamn, Matt Saigai, I swear to fucking God, Matt Saigai, I swear to fucking God. Okay. When you see another image of Trump drawn like this big muscular figure, okay, to us it seems ridiculous and stupid, but from a idealist perspective, it makes perfect sense, right? From an emotional perspective, okay? Okay. We got that? Does this make more sense, elevator lady? So, it is important to analyze what fascists think rationally, but I can guarantee you, you won't find an answer in rationality. You will only find it in the realm of ideological emotionalism. You're right. I'll think about it. We must blob, okay? Okay. All right. There we go. We're done. Thank you. All right. And unfortunately, guys, we live in the West, right? We live in the quote unquote West. So a lot of this shit, there's racism mixed up into it. Okay, there's racism mixed up in it. There is an emotional basis in the of the West. A lot of people, a sort of underlying interpersonal, personal racism, and a sense of disgust for people of color, a sense of fear. That when you have an emotional ideology, those things come to the front and become easily exploitable. Right? If you're already afraid of black people, it's going to be really easy to turn that into exterminationism under a completely irrationalist worldview. Because if you're in a completely emotional and an irrationalist worldview, there's nothing really stopping you and making you think maybe this is not right. It feels good. I like doing it. I'm gonna, kill folks. All right. SoCal, thank you so much for throwing the fucking clown at me. I hate you. All right. We got that? Okay. There you go. Now, I will say, I don't think it's as much of a threat as other academics say, but please be careful if you do start looking at fascists that way, because it can be intoxicating. I'm not saying that from a personal experience because literally I'm a gay guy. So it never really got intoxicating for me to look at fascist literature that way. But yeah, just be careful, especially if you introduce this concept to other people. You got it? Okay. Because sometimes people who are not ready to think about these things might fall for it. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to put my face up for a second, guys. Ugh.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4,
mass attack.
3, 2, 1.
I hate all of you.
Mass attack.
You missed SoCal. My face is over here. Screw you. Oh, you missed. Everyone's missing. Sorry. I changed my face. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I changed my face again. I changed it again. I said no, just, oh, look, you all missed. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, no, you all missed.
Oh, you gotta give it that fuck.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Where did I go?
No, God! Oh, you gotta give it that fuck. No, God, please, no! 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 Oh, you gotta give it that fuck. Happy Halloween. Oh, you gotta give it that fuck. Spit on that.
So much. I'm trying to get you a serious education.
Can't read my no, he can't read my poker face. Poker face. Can't read my. No, he can't read my poker face. Poker face. Poker face.
Is it ever gonna fucking end? We are all very sorry. No, you're not. Okay, is it done yet? Is it done? How long is this going to go on for? I have a stream to do. Thank you, Elvira. I have a stream to do. Is this ever going to end? I'm going to get a fucking copyright. I'm going to give a fucking copyright. Jesus Christ, I swear to God. Okay, I hate all of you. Anyway, so Le Quabois said, that was a whole ass song. Le Quabois. Twab, thank you, Weird Amorphous Blob, for the kiss. Thank you. What would you say here, Le Quabois? That is also an interesting question. I suspect Le Quabois and Weird Amorphous Blob that fascists would not be able to do the Great March because their motivation is, they have a much weaker motivation because if they start feeling too deprived, they're going to stop what they're doing. Like fascists will typically not last long when they struggle because that's going to make them feel real bad. Okay. If they suffer too much. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Thanks. So I would have to think about it, but that's an interesting question. Okay, guys, I am going to, fascist fuel less unity. Not necessarily. That's an interesting question, Tobacino, because it can sometimes be easier. There's so much peck on bad. When you have a completely irrationalist view of the world to like not care about what other people think around you and kind of just have a general sense or spirit of unity. But these are really good questions, guys. These are like really high level questions. I need to think about them. Okay. No, I totally agree with Rosblad. They're not capable of materialist analysis. And listen, guys, fascists, one of the things that made the reasons the Nazis lost the war is because they were irrational. How the fuck is a country like Germany going to defeat the United States and the Soviet Union, let alone just the Soviet Union? Like, if you look at the size of the German economy and population compared to the Soviets' population and economy, there's no way in hell. And then if you add the American economy and population, no way in fucking hell. All right? Like, but because of this sort of idealistic, irrationalist view of the world that irrationally views German as like these supermen waving the sword and facing down the enemy, right? They cannot be defeated, for it's like a fucking fairy tale, right? That is irrational, okay? And you're gonna lose. You got it? As a matter of fact, when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, he thought, he thought that he's like, once I attack them, they'll just fall apart because they're weak. Like, he was completely deluded. You get what I mean? So that's one of the reasons why fascism is so self-defeating and is self-destructive. All right? Yeah, Winston. And we'll talk when we actually go, that's okay. When we go on the week, when we do the week of when we're talking about fascism, I will show you how capitalists utilize this to protect themselves from socialists. Okay. All right. We got it. Okay, guys, I'm going to go pee for a second. I really got to pee. I will check that out, Matt Sci Guy. I'll check it out right now. SoCal, dear God. Okay, I don't know why all yours are coming through all of a sudden. What is your old and new? Oh, hilarious. That's funny, Matt Sci Guy. Okay, so this I'll come right back. I got to pee, guys, and then we'll talk about it, okay? Give me a second. I'll be right back. Hope you all learned something. Give me a moment. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more content for you. Doesn't that sound cool? Don't I sound like so like real and established when I say things like that? I sound like a real creator. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, you guys, I'm back. Hello. Hope no one left here. I hope no one left here. Okay. Let's see who we got here. Oh, I gotta take a med too. How's everyone doing? Let's hand out some boops. I hope we all learned some shit. Why the fuck do you keep throwing shit at me, SoCal? I don't get it. SoCal, why the fuck? You're not sending money, so I don't know why you're able to just infinitely send those. That is weird. Are you able to just send those without donating? SoCal, seriously, that's weird. Just curious. The cat thing is free? Okay, well, we need to not do that. That makes sense. So, no offense, SoCal, but that is strange. Okay, I need to figure out a way to stop that. Otherwise, we're never going to get through anything, right? That's strange. Fuck you, SoCal. That's going to be exploitable at some point because SoCal learned how to exploit it. I know some other monster out there is going to exploit it, but anyway. Okay. Let's see here. So, let's see here. This is free cat communism.
In the Midlands.
All right. So this was, oh, good God. Okay. First, let's do some boops. Let's do some boops. Okay. Jonas, you get a boop from a distance. Boop. Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Lurking Snow Leopard, you get a boop. Boop. Is that true? Okay, I will do that, Lurking Snow Leopard. Thank you for telling me. Philly Cheese, I already gave Philly Cheese a boop. Matt Saiga gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. LaQuabois gets a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. Welcome back, Cody. Welcome back. You said you left. Well, I'm glad you're back, Cody. Pet Gone Bad. Is this guy trying to make us all fascist? Just you, Pet Gone Bad. I'm just kidding. You get a boop, boop. Oh, SoCal, you don't need to apologize. You do not need to apologize. I thought it was funny, but then I realized, I'm like, wait a minute. How is he able to send all of these? Like, it shouldn't be going that way. That's okay. But I know you're not going to exploit it, but it was funny. Okay, that was very funny. Sir Bart, you get a boop, boop. Raccoon Boyle gets a boop, boop. Okay. All right. They're all gone now. That's right. Who else wants a boop here? Did I miss anyone? Pinkham Bag gets a boop, boop. Winston Sayer gets a boop, boop. Pobuccino gets a boop, boop. By the way, William vs. Blob gets a Brimble. What was the other person? James Nordoff, if you're out there, you get a boop, boop. Paleontology Talk gets a boop, boop. Did I miss it? Elevator Lady, did I give you a boop, boop? I feel like I'm saying the same people over and over again. Did everyone get a fucking boop? Everyone get a fucking boop at this point? All right. Everyone got a fucking boop. I'm glad to hear it. All right. We got that. Okay. So let's go on here. All right. So let's go on. Fucking boop. There you go. All right. So we'll watch this, guys. This was sent to us by Matt Saigai. Apparently, our great friend, our great fascist piece of shit friend, Nigel Farage, has made a statement where they're demanding a new election after the resignation of Mr. Starmer. So let's see what this fascist piece of shit has to say. And again, now that we know about fascism, I don't know what he's going to say in this, but look for some of the fascist things I told you about, okay? Some of the emotional-based statements, some of the ideas of grandiosity and heroism and shit like that. And I will say, fascists will often speak in materialist terms in order to win, but they're ideologically, that's not what they are. So that doesn't mean that he will say these heroic things, but just be aware of the thinking behind it.
Yorkshire, all the north of England, Reform scored absolutely stunning victories in areas that Labour had dominated for the best part of 100 years. The sheer scale of our victory against Labour made it inevitable that this Prime Minister could not survive. And because of that, Burnham steps forward and wins quite convincingly the Makerfield by-election, ironically with the same message that we had in the local elections. Ours was vote reform, get Starmer out. His was vote Burnham, get Starmer out. Unbelievably, we're about to have our 6th prime minister in 7 years. I remember growing up thinking Italy was totally ungovernable as they went through a new prime minister every year, and yet that's where we are here. Why is it all happening, and why did we get that big number of votes in the north of England? Well, 10 years ago, on the 23rd of June, 2016, we voted Brexit. Much of our political establishment has never accepted the result. And even those that reluctantly did, namely the Conservative Party, refused to implement what voters demanded, namely lower levels of immigration and more freedom for our sole traders and small businesses. They were just two of the benefits we could have taken having got back self-governance. Under Starmer.
To be clear, guys, when in a capitalist system you hear people talking about more freedom for businesses, remember what that means, okay? A business is an authoritarian enterprise under capitalism, unless it's a co-op. So a business is where you have owners who have authoritarian dictatorial control over employees. So what does that mean in the context of saying that you're granting more freedom? That means you are giving even more power to the dictators of these companies. You are making it so that they can extract even more wealth. So it's not freedom so much as it is further enabling authoritarianism. Do you see what I mean? It's an interesting thing that when talking about economics, the word freedom is very much misused, okay? So, okay. All right. Now, obviously, from the perspective of a business owner, yeah, having fewer regulations is more freeing. But from the perspective of the majority of people, that means more, they have more authoritarian control over their businesses, all right?
The Labour Party has moved much closer back to the European Union. And if Mr. Burnham wins, they'll go closer still, which means Labour voters and the Labour Party are completely divided on this issue. But the bigger point today is that of a mandate, is that of legitimacy. I've no idea whether there'll be a contest or a coronation. But what I do know is the British public have simply had enough of political parties chopping and changing their leaders at will. We vote for somebody in a general election.
Weird Morvis Blub, I would never abandon petty bourgeoisie as a category. You need it to analyze the unique. That is true. Weird Morvis Blub, I'm trying to be, as you know, I'm being unspecific here. But small businesses oftentimes are different. They can be very abusive of their workers. But yes, when it comes to like non-wage labor-based shit, non-wage labor-based shit, it can be kind of... yeah, well, you know where, I don't know why I'm telling you, you know this shit. Okay, Matt Saigai, there is an unban request from Globalized My Agenda. They were banned when they were talking about why. Expansion was cultural one, spreading Christianity. Okay, Matt Saigai, let them back in. Let them back in. Did you just get that? That is a fair point. I may have overreacted because there are some racists out there who claim that claims that European culture was superior and therefore they won, which is a very racist argument, but fair. If that is an excellent argument, Matt Saigai, go ahead. Did they just request it? You can unban them. You can totally unban them. It's fine. Okay. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when they come back in here. Okay.
To be our prime minister. We expect them to serve their term. And barring ill health or exceptional circumstances, what is going on here, frankly, is reminiscent of a banana republic that has totally devalued the very process of general elections and democracy. I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election. After all, when the Conservatives were chopping and changing prime ministers, Labour kept saying there should be a general election.
Matt Saigai, did you just get that request? Did you just get that request?
On that point, the Conservative Party say there's no need for a general election because they're part, frankly, of the Uniparty. It's as if the whole thing is a game. Labour did not actually carry out their mandate of 24, did a whole number of things, whether it was the tax on family farms, the giving away of the Chagos Islands and much else that wasn't in the manifesto. If it is Mr. Burnham, he didn't even stand at the last general election. Britain is broken. 6 prime ministers in 7 years should convince you of that fact. We are ready for a general election, and I suspect many of you too are ready for a general election.
Of course.
The thought we're going to go through weeks, maybe months of paralysis in a country whose debt is rising faster than any country in the world apart from Botswana, where the boats continue to come across the English Channel every day. The whole thing is not acceptable. Let's have a general election. Let's get a government with a clear democratic mandate.
Okay, this is just bullshit. This is trying to weasel or snake his way into office. All right, God, I hope this doesn't happen. God, I hope this doesn't happen. If the Labor government fucks it up too much, though, there might be a lot of pressure on them to do it. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I mean, the spreading Christianity part was in response to Islamic empires doing that first. Partially weird amorphous blob. This is complicated, but yeah, partially. You're right though that it's not really a unique thing of Christianity because like Muslims spread Islam too. So, but I'll give the guy a benefit of the doubt. I guess well, who knows? Okay, so that's fucked up. Oh, well, no, we're not no more microwave toenail. We're done with Matt. We're done with, how dare you, Matt Saigai? No more microwave toenail. They're not going to be allowed back in. Fuck you, Matt Saigai, okay? But that was a good one to tell me about, the other one. All right, so let's, that's kind of fucked up. All right, 1 second here. I need to stretch my legs. Oh my God. Okay, so let's go on here. I wanted to watch something that Le Croix Bois sent us from reactions, okay, that we didn't get to, or we could watch Clavering. Well, we'll do that in a second. First, I want to watch what Le Croix Bois sent us because I didn't get to do this yesterday. I think I looked at it and then for some reason forgot to do it. Where is it? So there is a gentleman on the internet called Armored Skeptic. And I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen his stuff. Maybe I have before. But he did a video about, now wait a minute. Well, would you explain to me, Quabba? So is he a conspiracy theorist, like a real one? Or does he not like astrology? Does he like astrology? Does he not like astrology? Because his name is Armored Skeptic. But from the look of the video, it looks like he actually believes that astrology did some shit. Like that it actually is a thing. I'm just curious. So let's just watch this. This is kind of unrelated to the other stuff we've been talking about, but I've been wanting to watch it. And hopefully it'll be a bit fun. It'll be a bit fun. So this is Armored Skeptic. Are you here, Laquan? Did you maybe, I don't know if you're here. Maybe you're not. So the idea here, he is a conspiracy nut nowadays. Oh, is he? Oh, great. Okay, so he's a conspiracy nut. Great. So, which is kind of surprising. Since, he's gone a little cuckoo. Great. Okay, so he used to be like an atheist skeptic guy, but now apparently he's a conspiracy theorist, which is really weird to me. So let's see what he has to say. This is going to be crazy, I'm sure. You all know I'm a very big fan of astrology. Love it. Nothing wrong with it. Perfect way of understanding the world. I'm joking. It's complete kookery. Okay, it's not real. All right, there's nothing true about astrology, except that the truth that people are easily manipulated. Okay. He used to be a skeptic YouTuber and super Reddit atheist. Before taking a turn down the anti-SJW. Oh my God. So what is he? He's like Christopher Hitchens or some shit, or Richard Dawkins. Okay, which he now seems to regret, but he has gone in a really bizarre direction. So fucking weird. Okay, yeah, Raccoon Boyo. I'm not surprised, Jay Williams, because there's a lot of atheists out there, so-called skeptic or atheist. Guys, I'm an atheist, but I'm not a fucking lunatic, okay? Like, a lot of the mainstream atheists are complete fucking monsters. Christopher Hitchens turned into a monster. Sam Harris, Jonas, I swear to God, turned into a monster. He was kind of already a monster. Dawkins is a monster. Like, it's kind of embarrassing, right? It's kind of embarrassing. I don't know why you can't have like humanist atheism where you're like, hey, we're all human and you shouldn't be like demonizing other groups of people. Apparently that's not possible in this country or elsewhere. So I'm on an island, I guess. Okay, I'm not on an island. There are other good atheist folks out there, but like anyway, a lot of the most important ones are really fucking annoying. So okay, let's see what he has to say.
Buddy. Many people consider Nikola Tesla to be one of the most important and influential engineers and inventors of the modern era. His work is at the core of so many of the normal, everyday things that we take for granted today. Like the alternating current electricity that powers everything we use. Billionaire Elon Musk even named his electric car company after Tesla, which is a reference to Tesla's importance behind our use of electricity today.
Okay.
Years ago, Elon Musk was asked his opinion on Tesla. Who is
Alex O'Connor? Honestly, Jonas, I don't know who that is. Let me real fast. Let me look up that person. I'm curious. Alex O'Connor. I've seen him before. I don't know enough about him, but I have seen him before. Oh, the Reason podcast. Interesting. I don't know. I have to look into him. Okay. I don't know.
Is Tesla to Elon Musk?
I got to tell you guys, it's weird. Real fast. I'm sorry let me quickly explain something. My atheism, right? My sense of atheism does not come from a lot of atheist sense of atheism comes from these folks. Okay. Comes from like this online skeptics or Reddit atheism communities or like or Sam Harris or Christopher Hitchens. Luckily, mine did not come from that. Mine came from my own sort of study of shit. So I am lucky in that my brain wasn't polluted by these lunatics in my quest to become an atheist. All right. So if that makes sense. All right. Okay.
And Elon's response offended a lot of people.
As far as role models, I think,
Really,
obviously some of the obvious role models. I think Edison was certainly a role model. Probably one of the biggest role models. It's an interesting contrast, like Edison versus Tesla, because interesting, the car company's called Tesla. And the reason it's called Tesla is because we use an AC induction motor, which is an architecture that Tesla developed. And the guy probably deserves a little more play than he gets in current society. But on balance, I'm a bigger fan of Edison than Tesla. Because Edison brought his stuff to market and made those inventions accessible to the
that's fair. I mean, from what you said, it looks like he was different earlier.
World, whereas Tesla didn't really do that.
Nikola Tesla was an altruist. He cared more about building the future and
Also, I'm sorry, guys. I keep pausing. One more thing to be clear about. Being a skeptic is different from being an atheist. One can be a skeptic and be a Catholic or be a Protestant, okay? There is sort of there is some overlap. There is overlap between skepticism because a lot of times skepticism leads to atheism. But there is also, you can be skeptical of like supernatural claims and be religious still. I mean, honestly, most of the time I think one leads to the other one, but to be clear, if that makes sense.
Thing to humanity than he did about making money. As a billionaire who prioritizes
Now, okay, sorry, guys. This is a great conversation. Yeah, we're in Morpheus Blob. So, Jay Williams, you say a lot of mainstream atheists are nihilistic, and I put them in the same basket as Christian fundamentalists. Well-read atheists like yourself, I actually have respect for. So, Jay Williams, thank you for that. I will ask you this, Jay Williams. What is your notion of what nihilism is? I ask that because, and you might be right, but some folks have the wrong idea of the nature of nihilism. So, like, nihilism is not necessarily the idea that, like, it depends. There's different kinds of nihilism. So, it's not sort of the notion that nothing matters. Okay, nothing matters. Everything's pointless. Okay, I know I joke about that, but there is the notion. So, for example, Nietzsche. People view him as a nihilist, but he was not a nihilist. He said that in absence of a God, we can create our own way of viewing the world, right? It's sort of like it's actually a hopeful ideology that talks about how this does not mean there shouldn't be a moral system. We can create a moral system. We don't have to rely on religious authority to create a moral system. So I'm just curious. I'm not critiquing you. I just know that some people misunderstand nihilism and what it is, if that makes sense. Because yeah.
making money and accumulating wealth over making a meaningful contribution to the world, Elon Musk looks at Tesla as a failure, and he completely misunderstands how genius actually operates. Whereas Tesla managed to become one of the most influential inventors and engineers in the modern world without ever becoming a greedy control freak over his work. He died broke and lost complete control of his inventions and his designs after he passed. And Elon Musk looks at that and wonders why Tesla...
Yeah, so Jonas, to be honest, Jonas, I might not have a good hold on what nihilism is. I know I was just asking Jay Williams that question because I might not have a good hold on what it is. And so Jay Williams, I'd say in terms of nihilism pertaining to something along the lines of there's no higher... Oh, I got you, Jay Williams. That's what I take nihilism as, and I am not a nihilist, so I agree with you there. So, Jonas, let's look, guys, because I don't know necessarily if I have a firm grasp of nihilism. Let's real fast here. Let's just take a look to see what like the standard definition is. Yeah, nihilism is the philosophical belief that life is without objective meaning, purpose, or intrinsic value. The most common form is a belief that life has no purpose or meaning. Well, okay. So, yeah. Yes. So, because I do kind of fall with Nietzsche in some ways. I don't believe that there is no value. I believe we create the value. Does that make sense? Yeah, maybe fundamentally there isn't an objective value, but to me it's irrelevant because human beings create value. So yeah, there is a value to life. There is a value to, you can create moral values, you can create these things, and they're good, and it's a human thing to do it. That's how I view it. Does this make sense? Okay. I am not someone who says that I don't know how one could exist saying that life has no inherent meaning. Positive nihilism. There you go, Drizella. Like maybe I don't know the word here. But yeah, I don't think, like, why would you want to exist thinking life has no purpose? We can make purpose out of life. We can have a purpose. We can fight for higher values and virtues and things like that. Okay. Is that okay? Is that fair? Okay. So guys, I need to obviously read more about nihilism. Okay. I'm not that familiar with it. I just know how I think about the world. But anyway, let's keep watching because I view how I think about the world as very positive. I think you guys know that. All right.
Tesla couldn't be more greedy about it. There's a major disconnect there. Most of us look at Tesla's attitude and contribution and celebrate him for his service to humanity and admire his selflessness. Most of us look up to altruists. We see them as heroes, true pillars of humanity. Most of us aspire to be like Tesla, but...
Sorry, I keep pausing it, but you're totally right, Jonas, and Weird Morphous Blob. Weird Morphous Blob says, put a Muslim in front of a skeptic atheist, and the latter goes absolutely rabid in the most disgusting way. Yeah. Yeah. You were, Jay Williams. Thank you. I literally was asking James because you're helping me learn as well. Jonas says, I've always wondered why the frequency which I've seen atheists can be civil with Christians, but demonize everything about Islam is so weird. Yeah, that's why I really do not like a lot of mainstream atheist figures because they're rabidly Islamophobic. And then they're so fucking demeaning and demonizing of Muslims. It's like and then they are so arrogant. And then they present it as, well, I'm just more educated and knowledgeable than you. I hate Muslims because I know better than you. I'm like, you're a fucking pig. I really can't stand that. It really turned me off to when I started seeing some of those guys. I'm like, okay, you're not actually an honest actor. Yeah, okay. Oh my God, Matt's like, I hate you so much. Bill Mayer is a fucking monster. All right. All right. Mayflower Kid's here. Hello. Hello. Mayflower Kid. Yeah, they do. Like, you're totally right, Raccoon Boyo. All right, we'll go on here.
Elon Musk is confused by that. It's like he's describing an alien or something.
Elaney, Casual Revolt. That's because being anti-Islam is not about religion. It's about the culture of the West. I'm not sure what you mean, Eleni. If you mean that the sort of cultural beliefs of people who hate, of atheists who hate Islam influences them, yeah. But if that's the case, then the cultural beliefs that they're harboring are Islamophobic and racist. I'm not sure what you mean, but you might need to explain this to me.
This attitude towards Tesla by the wealthy is historic, though. This is how the capital holders and wealthy looked at him during his day as well. Tesla's naivety, his giving nature, his altruism were exploited by people who wanted to make money. Tesla was infamously exploited by people like Thomas Edison and J.P. Morgan, either taking control and credit for his inventions or by destroying his career and discrediting him for refusing to create things that went against his morals and ideology. Like his Tesla tower that was supposed to lead to an era of free energy for everyone. When J.P. Morgan realized that he could not charge people for using this electricity, he pulled the plug on the entire project and shut down Tesla's work on it. Billionaires like J.P. Morgan follow an ideology of control, power, and wealth. But there's a strange quote that's often attributed to J.P. Morgan that I bet you haven't heard before. J.P. Morgan is believed to have once said that millionaires do not use astrology. Billionaires do. I don't think that he actually said that. There's no proof that he made...
Wait a minute. Is he going to make the argument that the reason people are... Is he going to make the fucking argument that the reason why billionaires exist is because they use fucking astrology? I'm going to fucking lose my mind, guys. I'm going to lose my mind if that's true.
That quote directly, but it is true that J.P. Morgan believed in astrology. You might be shocked,
Winston Sayer, he was just crushed by Edison. Edison was so much more powerful.
To find out that astrology is very popular among the wealthy, the powerful, and the influential.
But guys, they're better than us. They rose up because they're smarter than us. They're better. They're there because they deserve to be there. Don't you know, guys? Elon Musk deserves to be there. They deserve to be there. Such bullshit. Such fucking bullshit. Okay.
CEOs, billionaires, venture capitalists, politicians, even some scientists use astrology to help inform them on when to release products, how to gain...
Exactly, LaQual. And that's my thing. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm listening to this. I'm also seeing a lot of really cool conversations. LaQual, that's why I like the positive. And for some reason, LaQual, I'm not that familiar with all the words related to nihilism. I just know I like Nietzschean thought, which I know is... He isn't a full nihilist. He was, I guess, positive nihilism, which is the idea that, you know, we can create our own ideologies. All right, but yes.
In control of the markets, how to structure their enterprises. Some of them are obsessed with it. Yeah. This is a video about astrology.
Oh my God. Hilarious. Doug, did I just hear you say that... What'd you just say? Tucker Carlson is no longer supporting the GOP. I don't trust it. Interesting. And I'll have to look that up. I don't trust it either. Good call, Doug. Don't trust it.
I realize how weird it is that I would even
Who was Jay Williams? Who was an incel before it was a thing?
Entertain a subject like this after so many years of making atheist content. So I will start off by clarifying my own personal beliefs about astrology. I'm not trying to convince you that astrology is real. I'm not trying to convince you to believe astrology. I don't even really believe in astrology the same way that astrologers do. I don't have faith in astrology the same way that some people have faith in God or religion. However, when astrology is used to describe what's going on in the world right now, or describe the dispositions of people, or even my own personality, I can't help but notice how accurate it can.
So, Jay Williams, we can disagree on this. I think that's a misreading of Nietzsche. I really do. He was not perfect, mind you. He was kind of an elitist in some ways, but I've read a lot of his shit, and it's a very positive view of things. And it is not, well, that's okay, but that's fair, Jay Williams. I know a lot of people really don't like him.
Be sometimes. I mean, I'm a skeptic. My natural disposition is to dismiss things like this, and usually that's my attitude towards astrology. But when a pattern of accuracy keeps showing up over and over and over again, it does get kind of interesting. Sometimes astrology is so good at describing things, it shocks me. I don't want astrology to be true, I don't even really like astrology a lot of the time, but it's like that is so real, like frequently. And it's because of the fact that astrology keeps defying my expectations and surprises me so often that I've become pretty fascinated by it. I've used astrology several times in my videos over the years, but never for like fortune telling or to make predictions.
Is he... I'm sorry. Is he saying... I'm sorry. Is he saying he uses astrology then? Yeah, Laquabwa. Like the Nazis really misunderstood him, right? He's saying that he likes astrology. I'm sorry, is that what I'm saying? He's saying he's used astrology in some of his videos? Thank you, Matt Saga, for the jewels, okay? He's trying to say so he's astrology curious. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. I thought we were done with the COVID era astrology. Yeah, I know, right? Void Productions, this is fascinating. This is kind of surprising. All right.
I basically use astrology as a clock.
Thank you, Matt Saiga.
Ancient cultures told stories about the constellations.
It was Void.
And even designed their art and the
Thank you, Matt Saiga, for the contribution.
Layouts of ceremonial sites.
Thank you, Doug, for the contribution. I don't even know if that sends me money or anything. I literally don't know, guys. Like, I don't know what that means. I still have to figure out what that means on YouTube.
It's in the alignments of different constellations.
Oh, God,
and sometimes
please.
you can even use their depictions or their descriptions of astrological events in order to calculate the specific time period they're talking about, or even a particular week, depending on how specific they get in their description. So in this way, you can sort of timestamp some of their stories like a clock. I also talked about my theory that Orion is a central figure in the constellations, and my belief that most myths and legends, and even the hero's journey, are different ways of describing the sun traveling
I'm sorry,
through...
what the fuck is he talking about? I'm sorry, I'm trying so hard to, like, take it seriously. But, like, it's just not psychobabble, but just, like, it's just babble. I don't know what he's talking about. What does he mean the hero's journey depicts the fucking like, what is he talking about?
The zodiac symbols. The Greek myth of Hercules is really just a story of the sun traveling through the zodiac symbols. And even the Norse myth of Odin is really just a story of the sun traveling through the zodiac symbols. Historically, I find this very interesting. It's the fact that our ancestors believed in astrology like a religion, and they relied on it so heavily, is what is so fascinating about it. It doesn't really matter if astrology is true or not. I could wake up tomorrow and just decide that the whole thing is BS. It's the fact that it was so important to our ancestors. But ultimately, it doesn't even really matter if I believe...
Yeah, exactly, Void Productions channel. Guys, remember when the last time... By the way, hello, Void. The last time I did by the way, everyone should check out Void Production channel's YouTube. I think it's called Void Productions channel on YouTube. Just go there, look at his stuff, follow him. He is like, so I don't know how to frame this. In the last time we talked about astrology, guys, it literally is built on confirmation bias. There have been studies on it that show that if you hand everyone in the room the same horoscope, or the same personality profile or whatever, they'll all think it applies to them, even though it's all the same one to all of them. Because there's ways you can frame, like, cold reads and stuff that make people feel like it applies to them by just using very general language and shit, okay? Yeah, a lot of our ancestors really relied on the stars and things like that to understand the world because they didn't really have much else to do in that regard. But it is not... That does not mean that it is any way a way that actually accurately describes the world or how things work. Okay? It doesn't. It does not. Okay? Yeah, I'm sorry, Louise. This guy is a guy called Armored Skeptic who apparently used to be a skeptic and an atheist, but now loves astrology. It's really bizarre, Louise. Just smile and nod. Smile and nod, Louise. Okay.
Believe in astrology or not. And it doesn't even matter if astrology is true or not. Because some of the most powerful and influential people on Earth do believe in astrology.
Yeah.
And they wield it to gain mass fortune and to affect the world and the population in big ways. Richard Branson uses astrology. Steve Jobs used astrology.
He's not right, Doug. I'm sorry. D-U-G, Doug. I'm sorry. He's not right. Okay. I don't know if you believe in it, Doug, but think about it. The wealthiest people in the world can change the world because they're very powerful. They have tons of money. It doesn't have anything to do with fucking astrology, okay?
And even presumably, Bill Gates has used astrology. Hell,
Presumably?
even Taylor Swift uses astrology to inform her on when to release her albums. And say what you will.
I'm sorry, is that true? I can't, okay. Is that really true? I mean, I don't care. It doesn't matter, but Taylor Swift. I was already not a big fan, but this will make me even less of a fan. Taylor Swift uses astrology. Astrology. What? Oh my God, she does. She's always referencing. She uses astrology to analyze her Okay, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. Fuck these people.
About those characters, but they're clearly very successful. Even just using the company Apple as an example. Apple was founded on April 1st of 1976.
I don't know anything about her, Oxpecker. Like, I just don't like her music that much. So I'm not really into this shit.
Specific planetary alignment and stellar
No, I don't care. I don't care about Taylor Swift, guys. I know. You all know. Exactly, sir. But listen, guys, I'm very ignorant of pop cultural things. So, like, I don't know what these people believe. Jesus Christ, I don't give a fuck what Taylor Swift does in her personal life. Okay, I don't care. Void Production, shouldn't astrology be telling her drop of live sugar at... Yeah, that's so funny, Void. Okay.
Duration at the time.
I hate you, Doug.
This date had a big window for abundance and success. Basically, any company or business that was founded on that date...
That's fine, Cody. It's fine. Anyone, like Cody says, the only thing I do with astrology is the actual star signs. None of them of the more hypothetical theory stuff, because I like my star sign. It's no problem, Cody. Have fun with it. I don't give a shit, okay?
Theory could receive...
I'm just saying, don't waste all your money on it, Cody. That's all I'm saying. I don't want people to be to be fooled by people who are trying to exploit you by claiming that it's some way to organize your life. Okay, that's it.
Financial growth and business support. That's not me saying that. That's not me saying that I believe that. I'm just pointing out that astrology says that is the perfect time to found a business. And astrology can kind of be used in two ways when we're looking at events like this. An astrologer could look at a chart like this and make a prediction about how events might play out in the world, or they could make a prediction about...
No, it doesn't.
About how people might behave, or...
He's doing... I love this. You can tell he knows that he's going to get pushback for this. So he's like, I'm not saying it works that way, but if you look at what it does, ooh, it looks like it might be right, but I'm not saying it's right. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay. Matt Saigai, I believe in horoscope. Please don't offend my sensibilities, Sam. Matt Saigai, come on. I know you're more into psychics and shit, not astrology, okay? You really like dowsing rods. So that's fine. Okay, I know you're joking about that. We know you're into other crazy stuff, though. I'm just kidding, okay? All right. LaCroix, Apple is one of the biggest companies in the world because of the stars, Sam. LaCroix Ball, I swear to God, I'm so... Okay.
Or what their dispositions might be. And they could use those predictions to help prepare for those events, or maybe to prepare for certain issues that might come up. Or they could use this chart...
Does he always look this uncomfortable? He's like, maybe they use these things to prepare for events? His face looks unsure. He's like, is this... okay, he seems so cautious because he knows what he's saying is insane. All right, right, LaCroix? Okay, because I haven't seen his other stuff.
determine the best time to release something new or to implement something. And the other way to use this chart, the second way, would be to look into the past, to look at events that have already happened and see what astrology says might have happened. And you'll often find that the attitudes that the chart describes are the attitudes that manifested in reality at that time. So you could use this chart to look back in time when different wars started or when maybe a controversial law was implemented, and the chart will probably tell you.
Really, Jay Williams, he used to be in a relationship with Shoe on Head. Interesting. I don't know much about, I don't really, honestly, I know Shoe on Head. I don't know anything about her. I know she's like a lefty, isn't she? Am I wrong? Is Shoe on Head left or is she like a liberal? I know she's a political commentator.
That something big was supposed to happen that day. So I guess in theory, what I'm saying is that you can use astrology.
She's not
to
left.
sort of
Okay, I don't know much about. Is she a liberal?
Predict the future.
I literally don't know, guys. You know, I'm ignorant of a lot of these things. What is she? I don't know. Is she liberal? Is she conservative? What is she? I don't fucking know.
Prepare for the future, or you can use it to better understand the past. Because if you look at Microsoft, one of the most successful companies to ever exist, just like Apple, it was founded on April 4th of 1970.
Oh, shut the fuck. Okay.
Almost exactly 1 year before Apple. Pretty much within that exact same window of financial growth and business.
Her politics change with whoever. That's hilarious, Jay Williams. She's a pick-me. I don't literally know. I don't know who she is.
Support that Apple was founded in 1 year later.
Really?
Now, you might see something like that as a coincidence, and if it were any two other companies, I might agree with you. But because we're
guys, we're going to need to do some research into Shoe on Head because you're all saying different things to me.
Talking about two of the most famous and influential companies to ever exist, I think that this is pretty good evidence that both Steve Jobs and Bill Gates were using astrology to help inform them on their business operations. Astrology is much more complex and involved than most people realize. The vast majority of people.
No, it isn't. It isn't. It's made up. It's bullshit. It's made up. It's bullshit. Like, you make something complicated enough and with enough options, you can justify any fucking thing. Okay? Jesus, I don't... Yeah, she is, Sir Bart. Like, what is this? None of this has to do. It's like, it's just too, you know what? I know this is a bad example, but I hate the argument that Zionists make. Have you ever heard when Zionists say, well, the issue in the Middle East is just very complex. We can't just look at it as a black or white thing. To be honest, it's not that complex. It isn't. The issue between Israel and Palestine is not that complex. It really isn't fucking that complex. It's very simple. The trends historically are very simple. Settler colonialism, push people off land and kill them, put them in concentration camps, steadily take more of their land over time. Yeah. We can talk about like some back and forth that happened there, but like it is a very simple historical process that has taken place. And if you use this like it's so complicated, that is to diminish the obvious historical trend. And it seems to me that the same similar argument is being used for astrology here. It's super complex. It's super complex. You know, you can find things. No, it's really not. It's bullshit. It is bullshit. It is like if the foundation is bullshit, and if you look at it over time, it's all derived from bullshit. The complication of it does not make it more right. I don't understand it. Okay. All right. Okay. No, but the stars are a lot older than Israel. So, Doug, listen, you can believe what you want, but the stars do not are not like influencing your personality or like are not there is the opposite of scientific evidence for this. There is scientific evidence showing that it tells you nothing. There have been multiple studies on this. Okay. All right. No, Drusilla, we can't. All right.
People really only.
No, not so. Void Production Channel. Listen. You say, do I like Myers-Briggs? I view Myers-Briggs like I view any other kind of personality test. They're incomplete. They're not particularly scientific, and they don't really. They can be useful for certain things, but there's not really a good basis there. Okay, does that make sense? But I have taken it before. I am INFP or INTP. Okay, I switch between INFP, INTP when I do Myers-Briggs. I'm gonna show. Okay. Why is everyone mad? Why is everyone mad at me in chat here? All right. Well, why is everyone mad at me? Why are you upset, Drizella? We're watching this guy who's lost his mind because he's at, how dare you, Drizella? Okay. He's lost his mind. He used to be a skeptic and an atheist, and now he's talking about how the fucking Zodiac is real. That's what's interesting here. Okay. You're INFJ. Interesting, Winston. Yeah, I'm either INTP or INFP. Hello, no, this times. Okay. Hello, no, this times. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just running now. Okay. Let's keep going.
Know astrology through those lame, vague newspaper horoscopes. If you're a Gemini, you'll be faced with a decision today. If you're a Capricorn, you'll encounter someone that you do not know. That's not really what astrology is. That's just,
oh my God, I hate it.
The novelty that the newspapers created as a way to make predictions and drum up excitement around royal families. Historically, real astrology was much more like a science than it was the fortune-telling tool that we use today. Science has just evolved.
Right. Look, while he doesn't believe it, he just thinks it's completely accurate. I love this attempt at this contradiction shit.
So much today that it's essentially impossible to recognize astrology as a science anymore. Before chemistry was invented, we had alchemy. And though we wouldn't consider alchemy a real science today,
because it wasn't,
it was considered a real science up until the 1800s or something like that. And in that exact same way, before we had astronomy, we had astrology,
yeah, Sir Bart,
which
doesn't
people
make any sense.
used for all sorts of purposes, like to determine the best time to plant or harvest crops, the best time to build monuments or temples or capitol buildings, the best times to expand their empires or go to war or create peace. And they even used
thoughts on alchemy. Alchemy's bullshit. Okay, alchemy's bullshit. Now listen, there are some things that alchemists learned accidentally in regards to chemistry, but the fundamentals of alchemy are wrong. Okay, you agree with the guy? What do you agree with the Matsai guy? What do you agree with him on? All right. What do you agree? Alchemy is, Matt's like, I hate you so much. I hate Sogo. Damn right, Drizilla. You know I love you, Drizilla. I wasn't yelling at you. There were several people making comments. Okay.
To help guide them on how to run their governments or run their countries or their kingdoms.
Stupid.
Basically, anytime they did anything important, anything big or grandiose, they would always consult an astrologer on the best time and the best place to do these things.
Yeah, I know, before the scientific method. But listen, guys. This has honestly happened all throughout history, even if it's not astrology. You know, the fucking Romans, okay? I know, listen, guys, the Romans and the Greeks were extremely superstitious. Like, really fucking superstitious. We forget about how superstitious they were. They would, like, you know, before battles, they would, like, I don't know, cut open a fucking chicken and look at its guts. And if the augurs were off, if the augurs are like, oh, those guts don't look good, then we better not have the battle today. And so literally, they, like, even if the enemy side, like, even if they were definitely going to win the battle, they would sometimes come to an agreement with their enemies, like, oh yeah, the augurs are off today. We should wait till tomorrow to kill each other. So yeah, now they looked at chicken guts, but it's the same thing with astrology. Okay, listen. Okay, you see what I mean? Like, it's not, anyway. You guys get it, all right? So, like, I don't know what his point is about astrology.
An astronomer was always there to tell them how, when, and where to do it. But real astrology is not easy. It was a very tedious and time-consuming process of calculating planetary movements and stellar alignments, and then using that data to predict situations and attitudes. You had to be a freaking genius to even be able to make these calculations. And you even had to have...
Right, Louise, Nostradamus. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Nostradamus had everything right. Right, Louise? Okay.
Access to stellar observations, which was not exactly publicly known information back then. To even get access to that information...
Hey, guys, listen. I know... Listen, guys. There's a lot of folks in here who, you know, I don't want you guys to think I am saying it's okay, you know what I'm about to say, Louise. Thank you for laughing. I'm trying to say here, guys, that, like, it's okay to be a little superstitious. It's fun. It's human. You see this fucking necklace? You see, where's my necklace? Did my necklace fall off? Oh my fucking God. See, this is a bad sign, guys. The stars are not aligned in my case. Where did my lucky necklace go? Oh God, no, guys, I'm gonna die now. This is a bad day. So I have a necklace. Okay, I have a necklace that I wear that it's like kind of good luck. I know it doesn't mean anything, but it's kind of a fun little superstition to have. Okay, I don't know where it went. Oh, did it? Oh, it's in my pocket. Okay, I have this fucking necklace. You guys always see me wearing it. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun, right? It's kind of fun. Now, do I really believe that it works? No, but it's kind of fun to like, oh my God, where is it? I need to have it. Otherwise the stream is going to go bad. Okay. It doesn't mean anything. So like, I don't give a shit. Make a wish if you blow out a birthday cake, but do some astrology. All I'm saying to you, and I know I'm an asshole. We all know this. Okay. I know I'm an asshole. Okay. I know I'm an asshole. I'm just saying, do not be exploited by people who are selling this stuff to you. Okay. Do not let yourself be exploited by these things and lose tons of money. Okay. That is not a good thing. Okay. If you're actually, your material conditions are being diminished because of people who are fooling you into thinking that they have some sort of insight with things that are not realistic. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, yo. Like, it's fine. Whenever I go through a yellow light, I hit the ceiling of my car and I say padiddle. That's sort of a Midwestern thing. Yeah, and don't make, there you go, Void. Don't make serious life decisions based off of it. Okay, I'm just saying. Philly Cheese, I hate you so much. Okay, do we understand what I'm saying here? No, and I know I'm an asshole, but okay, I hate you all so much. No one this time. What are all your 3 astrological signs? I don't fucking know. I'm Capricorn. I don't know what the fuck a rising sign is. What does all this shit mean? Should I look? Is there a way to look? Okay, you know what? Why not, guys? Why not? Fuck it. Fuck it. What's my astrological? Like, I don't know. What do you do? What's my astrological sign? I don't fucking know. Like, are there different ones? I thought signs. I don't know what any of this means. Okay, but this is funny. Chart calculator. What the fuck does that mean? Is this where like you have to figure out, oh my God, I have to put, all right. Let's, Jesus Christ. Okay, Jesus, let's do it. Why not? Whose chart is this? CR, okay? CR. This is a waste of fucking time. Okay, place of birth. Oh, I don't know if I want you guys to, well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't fucking matter. We're going to say, you know, I'm near Columbus, Ohio. Okay, that you won't see my direct address. That's fine. It's oh, I can't show you that either, can I? God damn. Oh, I know. I'm gonna dox myself. God damn it. Okay, you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna move it over here. I'll do it over here, then I'll put it back. Okay, how does that sound? All right. It needs to be accurate, obviously. Okay, I guess Okay, there we go. We'll put it over here. Time of. As if this will. Okay, right. All right. I don't know. We'll say there. Okay. I mean, actually, I do know. I'll just put, okay, draw, whatever. Okay. Well, let's see here. I don't know what this means. I don't know what the fuck this means. It says, what does this mean? Okay. Just looks like a bunch of bullshit. Well, it is. All right. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. All right. It says here that I am. This doesn't mean anything to me. This doesn't mean anything to me. I'm like, what, Capricorn? It says my sun in Capricorn. What does that mean? Moon in Leo, Mercury in Capricorn, Venus in... What does this mean? What does this mean? I don't know what this means. Mercury in conjunction with Neptune? What is this bullshit? This doesn't tell me a fucking thing. What does this mean? Okay, you know what? Waste of time. I don't know what the fuck it's talking about. This doesn't tell me anything. Okay? I don't know what any of that means. A moon. Laquabo, I hate you. I hate you. It's like complete, whatever. We're done. You know what? That was a fun little exercise. It's a waste of my time. Let's continue. I don't know what any of that means.
Information, you had to either work for the government or work with the state in some way. So it was a pretty big deal. It was a very official position. When it comes down to it, I think the way we're supposed to see how astrology works is the different positions of the planets and the constellations are informing how things are playing out here on the Earth. And they're...
Jonas, I hate you. Jonas says that's why you have teeth issues. Mercury and Neptune energies often ruin calcium absorption. Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas.
Actually is a biblical argument that you could use for astrology because
I'm sorry. I am so confused. Wasn't he an atheist? And now he's saying you can use the biblical argument for astrology. This is okay. Guys, I know, Sylvie. If I ever become this way, if I suddenly come to you and I goes, hey guys, now I'm not saying I believe in astrology, but it seems to accurately predict a lot of things. Please put me out of my misery. Okay? Please just leave the channel. Okay? Leave the Discord. Just let's not let that keep going on. Okay? If I ever do that, okay, I will. Okay, that we know that everything is lost. All right.
God himself said that he created the stars and the planets to give us signs for
Philly cheese, I hate you.
The time.
Drusilla, you know you love it, Drusilla. You love losing brain cells. That's why you come to my streams.
And when he said that, it was really common for pretty much every society to...
Sure, why not, Doug? Not Doug, Antifa you. Why not Antifa you? Why not? Why don't we do why not? Why the fuck not? Why don't we do a fucking tarot card reading for me at some point? Why the fuck not, right? I mean, I have time to waste. Might as well.
Employ some form of astrology. They would follow the stars and the planets and the movements of them to, again, determine things as simple as when to plant and harvest crops and stuff, but also when to have their holidays and their celebrations. So I don't know if that's what the Bible is specifically saying, that, God created...
He's so unsure of himself. It's really annoying.
Planets and the stars.
He's like,
for us.
I think, I'm sure that's what it's saying, but I'm, not sure.
Astrology.
Oh, my God, Doug, insane. I will say, guys, I will say, I think tarot card, I don't know what the fuck they're called. They're pretty. I do like the looks of them. My Jester shirt is a, Fool deck card. I think tarot cards look cool. The art on them is amazing. And when I'm in a store and I see tarot cards, I actually look at them. I'm like, ooh, this is cool. I love the images on some of these. Okay, like from an artistic perspective, but they're fucking meaningless. All right, whatever. Okay.
The contemporary understanding of that might have been that God
Tarot.
was saying
Thank you, Raccoon.
that
Thank you.
Astrology is legitimate. That astrology is...
No one this time says, so the sun is how you identify in your core. So does that mean I'm super hot? The moon is your internal prowess. What the fuck does that mean? And the rising is how you externally project to others in the world. None of that means any fucking thing.
Essentially like a clock that humanity is meant to use in order to sort of track the progression of life, track the progression of the world, and then also just sort of determine what kinds of things are being impressed on the spirit and just what kind of attitudes are playing out in the world. Astrology was a science. Astrology was considered a legitimate form of...
Casual Revolt. Oh, sorry. That's not my name. That's your name. Okay. Void says, not to make this overly serious, but do you think the same thing that makes people want to map their sun signs makes someone want to identify as post-techno anarcho-syndicalist? You know what? In some ways, yes, Void. I would say that. Now, I don't want to... I'm guessing you don't specifically mean like anarcho-syndicalist. You mean like having a set political ideology. In some ways, yes. What I mean by that is that the search for work... We all search for a way of making sense of the world around us, right? We all search for kind of a way to make sense of the world around us, on the material reality around us, what we see around us. All ideologies often serve to help to sort of create this generalized picture of the world around us, to help center us. Okay. Okay. So yes. In some ways, yes. So it's a way of sort of ordering the world around us. That being said, right, there are certain ideologies that are more in line with what can be physically observed around us than others. All right. Yeah. Okay. Now you're saying, Void, that like hyper specific identity categorization, There are many reasons for that. One, it's useful. Also, it allows you to create an in-group. Okay, if you have a specific ideological categorization, allows you to create an in-group of other people that think the same way. All right. Yes. So, but it's also just easy to do that. It's easy to do that. It makes it easier so you don't have to fully explain yourself to everyone all the time. If you just have a name for it that other people understand. But I will say, what I will say, Void, is that I think it is the issue with all of these things is dogmatism. All right. Where, regardless of what you believe, whether it be the zodiac or like, I don't know, socialism, which is what I am. I'm a socialist. Okay. None of these are clearly, some of them are better explanations for the world than others, obviously. Okay. Obviously, in my opinion. But like no social science explanations are absolutely perfect 100%. Okay. I'm kind of getting off track here. I'm losing track of what I'm saying. So I think dogmatism becomes an issue with any ideology, if that makes sense. Okay. Because you have to sort of adapt to the reality. I don't know. Does that answer your question? So I guess yes, in some ways. Yeah. I think that answers it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Fuck it. I lost train of thought. If I didn't make sense, then tell me.
Study. And some of the greatest minds of their time were involved in astrology, like Galileo and Ptolemy. Just like Sir Isaac Newton, maybe the smartest man that ever existed, he was into alchemy.
Yeah, because that's what elites and stuff at the time were into.
Laugh at him for that today, but at the time it was legitimate. And it's the same thing with Galileo. He was into astrology.
Drusilla, I hate you. Drusilla says, okay, you see here, okay, sure, I think socialism would be more akin to saying, I believe in a greater force, which I think we'd agree is a fine mindset. Yes. Void, but we could also, though, Void, say that there is also a notion here, Void, that centrism, or the idea of detaching from politics, is an ideology as well, right? The notion that politics does not matter as much, the idea of like prioritizing human connection and stuff is sort of, or like uniting people together, could also be viewed as an ideology, right? It might not have a name as much. Okay, I guess you could say humanism. But like every way of looking at the world is sort of an ideology, whether it has a name or not, if that makes sense. And yes, I said that specifically because of the conversation we had over on, what's the term? Over on Discord. I would suspect, yeah. Naming things can be like, it can make it more set, if that makes sense.
And with that, he was able to figure out that the Earth was not the center of the universe. And again, say what you will about astrology, but at the time, it was very difficult work, and it was taken very seriously by kings and emperors. I'm just saying, try to see it through the lens of the scientists of their time. The astrology that we use today is a mere shadow of the astrology that was used in ancient times. We've actually lost a lot of the knowledge around it, and it's not nearly as complex and intricate now as it was compared to the old system. We only really have a fraction of the understanding of the system that they had back then, and I don't even know how it would be possible to rediscover any of that information today. But we have actually found bits and pieces of historic work around astrology.
Guys, so we do know a lot of the fucking historic work around astrology, okay? Because it's nonsense, but we have it.
Have some idea of what they used to do. The oldest resource that we have around astrology dates back to the 2nd century. And this is actually where we learn the information that Apple and Microsoft used to make their companies successful. The manuscript actually has a lot of information about fortune telling and prediction, and also how to game the system. But even then, the manuscript only really teaches us a fraction of the wisdom that we could possibly learn around the art.
Look, oh my God, guys, who would have thought that, like, I don't know, fucking Sagittarius is your genitals? Okay, I don't know. What does this fucking thing show us? I guess, like, Gemini or the arms. I don't know what the fuck this means. Okay.
Of astrology back then. There are even different kinds or different systems of astrology. For example, the most
so which one's
popular
right?
form of astrology that most people use today is called Western astrology.
I know you would,
But
because
then
you're a
there's also
degenerate
Vedic
raccoon.
astrology, which
Yeah.
is much more popular in the East and is deeply intertwined with Hindu mysticism and beliefs. It's very similar to Western astrology in a lot of ways, but in the Vedic system, all of the zodiac signs have been shifted, so most of us actually have a completely different birth sign than we do in the Western system. So if an astrologer reads your chart in the Vedic system, it could turn out completely differently than your chart from the Western system.
Ooh, tater tot.
Modern astrology is not nearly as serious as ancient astrology. It's oversimplified and
No, guys, none of them are serious. I don't know what he means here. Okay, I don't know what he means here. Do we get the point here? Can we let's wait 1 second. Is there like I want to go to the conclusion. What is his point? What the fuck is his point? All right.
Things that affect everyone. So Apple and Microsoft, when they determined when to found their businesses, they were using mundane astrology to make those determinations. I don't really know for sure exactly what point I was trying to make in this video, other than just I wanted to share my fascination around astrology with you.
Oh, such bullshit. He's trying. Okay.
I've brought it up so many times.
This is like so weak. It's like, can you commit? Would you commit? Just say what you believe. Yeah.
In my videos, I just thought that I should tell you how it is that I employ it and what I believe around it specifically. But I also wanted you to understand that the elite, the wealthy, the powerful, politicians, CEOs, billionaires, what have you, use occult knowledge like astrology, numerology, and things like that to help inform them on their decisions. Either because this is just what they all believe individually, or they're all parts of clubs or organizations that teach these things or believe these things themselves. I don't know for sure. I just think that it's really interesting that the most powerful people on earth are using systems of knowledge and systems of fortune telling.
This is like, oh my God. It's like, I just think it's super, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's like, it's almost like JQing, where he's like, I just think it's super interesting. Doesn't it seem like the Jews control all the banks? You guys get the point, right? How he's like, it's almost like trying to lead, like hinting at something conspiratorial, like, oh my, that's so weird. Why are, it's strange. Like, I don't know, like why, have you guys noticed how, why, like, I don't know, like, whatever. Okay. That I don't fucking know. You know what? I don't know. You guys know what I mean. Okay. Why is it that so many women are mothers? It's almost like they're meant to be, kind of. Like, you see what I mean? Like, it's very, I don't know. It sounds so conspiratorial, and like he's trying to hide it. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's anyway. Is he trying to showcase the headphones? Probably. Okay. This guy here, he might be. Maybe it's like it's a selling point, right? Okay. Void Productions. It kind of sucks because I'm a big proponent of the idea that things like birth order, number of siblings, gender of siblings, generation, they might actually void. There is some science in there that, for example, there's some science that shows that the more siblings you have, the more likely you are to be gay. Okay. So like if you have an older brother, you're more likely to be gay. So it is possible that things like, I don't know the science behind it, but that might be a way of looking at the world that is pretty accurate. Okay. All right.
That, we consider to be silly, yet for some reason these people take them dead seriously, even if they never talk about it.
But you're taking it
I just
seriously.
feel really silly for even making
Jay Williams just admitted something. Jay Williams said, I have an older brother. Ooh.
This video. I was actually dreading
the gay sperm has to
because
fight
I just
harder.
knew I was going to come across like a buffoon. What was it that I said in an earlier video? I feel like anytime I even mention astrology, all I'm doing is casting a spell to protect my virginity. But they
shut up.
you to. All I'm saying is you'll be fascinated by it. You'll find it really weird and really interesting how accurate it can be. But it is just a fortune-telling tool today. So also don't be too surprised if some of the answers you get seem silly and that they don't actually...
Okay, we're done with that. We're done with that. He's full of shit. He's absolutely full of shit. I know you did. Don't worry, Felicians. I took it as a personal insult. By the way, why are you doing this to yourself, Jay Williams? Jay Williams, like, look, I have an older brother and I have 2 sisters. Yeah, gay. I'm just kidding. Okay. Can I debate someone that believes in astrology, Doug? Absolutely. 100%. Okay, absolutely. No, I loved it, LaCroix. That was a very good video. Thank you. Of course, Doug, I could easily debate someone who believes in astrology. Okay, that'd be fun. It would but honestly, I'm worried, guys. I worry that I would not be great at debates. You know why? Because at some point when I'm debating people, I just start doing the gesturing shit and I start making fun of them. And that's not great because it makes it look like I don't know what I'm talking about. Even though I do, I just lose patience with trying to rationalize it. So I would start like laughing about it and being like, "Did you pause there because the moon moved a little bit?" I would be totally rude. I would love that, Jay Williams. Debate someone who believes in Bigfoot. But I worry I would kind of break down into being a gestury self. It'd be very hard for me to maintain seriousness when debating someone like that. Okay. You get it? Okay. Thank you. That was fun. That was very fun. Thank you, LaCroix. By the way, guys, on a side note here, that would, Doug, on a side note, Sir Bar, I swear to God, on a side note, I would say that astrology is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. It's a heaping pile of smelly bullshit. Okay. Debate someone who I would love to debate someone who believes. Right, I'm sure Weird Morpheus Blum. I'm sure you have Bigfoot in your room. I'm going to tell your partner you said that. Okay, such a Capricorn. Look, I hate you so much. Okay, and there's no such thing as fucking Bigfoot. Okay. All right, let's go on. By the way, look at the face of his I paused on. That's kind of funny. That's very funny. Look at that face of his. All right, let's go on, guys. I can't do it. I'm too far. You hate. What's wrong, guys? Do you not like ASMR? What if I did? You know, Bigfoot is bullshit, guys. This country is run by fascists, and we're probably all gonna die soon. Anyway, so that was fun. Okay. Did you all like that? I know you all hated it. I'm sorry. It's fun to torture all of you. It's so fun to torture all of you. All right. I hope I made you all deeply uncomfortable. That was very fun. We got that? That was fun. All right. Let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Let's find something else to react to. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to. I sounded like a cop there for a second with that oinking sound. Anyway. Okay. Let's find something else to do. Let's watch. Okay. All right. Let's find something else to watch here. Ooh, is Trump live? That'd be kind of fun. You're welcome, Jay Williams. You're welcome. All right.
What?
We don't need to watch that. That's just Trump live. I don't give a shit. Okay. So let's see here. Let's find something else. So we have some other videos we can react to. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. Oh my God! Should we watch? Oh my God! Jay Williams did you upload new video? Let's do a palate cleanser, and by palate cleanser, oh my God, we have to watch that too, Jonas. There's so many good options. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, let's watch this for fun because we all know that Jay Williams. We'll watch a couple Jay Williams things, and then because it's become a bit. And then we'll watch Jonas's thing. Okay. That's Cheryl for you. What the fuck? Oh my God. So guys, Jay Williams is deeply disturbed. Jay Williams is a deeply disturbed individual who for some reason really likes weird shit. Okay. What's this you say here? Look at this article, CR. Where is it? It's not appearing. Oh, thank you, Weird Amorphous Blom. Thank you. All right, whatever. Let's go. Open link. It's not working for me. Is it wrong? It's not working for me. Oh, I see. I can't look at it. Forgive me. I'll figure it out here in a second. Okay. I'll try to find a different version of it. Okay, let's watch this real fast. Guys, then we'll do some serious stuff. I know. I can't help myself. Let's watch it. This was sent to us by Jay Williams. Kind of Pet Gone Bad. Actually, Pet Gone Bad might be. You know this Pet Gone Bad. It actually might be. I know, Jonas. That's why it's obsessed. Like, I'm obsessed with it. Oh, I see you. I'm sorry, Sir Bart, but yeah, I'll try to figure out how to open because it looks interesting. You said here real fast, Druzilla, I'll take a look at that video. You guys know it's hard to like watch everyone's videos, and I sometimes am unfair because I just have to do what I see. But okay. What is this called? Halloween Night? Are you still here, Jay Williams? You goddamn degenerate. All right. What is this? Halloween Night Power Prayer Explosion. Oh my God. I'm gonna sit down. I need to sit down for this. I need to fucking sit down for this. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I'm exhausted. All right, let's fucking figure this out. This is that fucking, I don't know, bullshit video before just makes me lose my mind. All right. All right. Oh, my goodness me. Let's do it. Let's do it. Guys, do you notice, guys? Don't worry, I'm sponsored. I have a sponsor, and it's my broken headphones. Broken headphones. Buy them and love them. Now on sale. I'm not sponsored. I just love it. I love when I see people doing sponsorships, and then I remember, I know there's no sponsor here, and then I remember that I'm wearing literally broken, snapped headphones that I have crudely taped together with duct tape. Anyway, isn't that nice, right? Anyway, I'm glad I don't have sponsorships, by the way, because I'm not a corporate shill. But still, so I am advertising using whatever you have around you to repair your commodities so that you don't have to purchase another one. Right, I should definitely splint it. What is this? What is this?
Welcome to the 1991 San Francisco Bay Area Power Prayer Explosion. Larry Lee has called praying Christians from all denominations and backgrounds to join him in Candlestick Park for an evening of intercessory prayer to pull down spiritual strongholds and see many come into a saving knowledge of Jesus Christ. Tonight, you'll hear special music from the Grammy Award-winning gospel group
Raccoon.
The Winans, plus the dramatic testimony of former warlock Eric Pryor.
Halloween in San Francisco is a celebration.
Former warlock. Listen, guys, listen. I am not an expert on, like, hello, Dolly Boy, how are you? We missed you. I am not an expert on, like, magic, but I'm pretty sure the word warlock is, like, fake, isn't it? There are male witches. They're just witches. They're not warlocks. Warlocks is an invented term. And I don't know. I could be wrong. Let me see real fast. Shut up, Jay Williams. I swear to God. Let's take a look here. I'm pretty sure warlock isn't like a real term, is it? It's literally just like oh, it used to talk about the devil. Oh, so in Scotland, it used to be used to explain, because they also made them were called witches, but if you made a deal with a devil, you were a warlock. But like it's a very rare word, so it's not very clear. Whatever. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. They're all fucking witches. I don't give a shit. It's a made up bullshit. Made up bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's not a real thing. There's like, no one is like, oh, no one says I'm a warlock. Okay. They're witches. Even men are witches. Whatever. It doesn't fucking matter.
Celebration of the enemy, and to have Larry Lee come on Halloween is quite a contrast to that.
On a night that most people are doing the opposite, in worshiping the devil, we're here to worship the Lord.
We came to pray and break down strongholds. Want to see a breakthrough in the Bay Area.
Christians should focus their attack against Satan on their knees.
What? You should focus your attack on Satan on your knees? Is that what he said? That sounded kind of sexual. That sounded kind of sexual.
I saw Eric Pryor was on television as he was taking a dagger and stabbing it through a doll, putting a curse on me, and saying these
Oh my God, look at that warlock.
words. The Christians better know how to pray because I know how to curse.
That is true, Laquable. I mean,
I present to you tonight a man who has been saved by the grace of God.
Jay Wims, I swear to God.
Eric, I want you and Pastor Dick Burnell from Jubilee Christian Center.
Can I say something kind of rude? Do you guys mind if I say something kind of rude? I don't know. I feel like you guys don't like when I'm rude. You know, maybe, I don't know. I'm going to say something a little rude. Do you guys mind if I say, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Fuck it. So, okay, to be clear, guys, for the like these kind of Christians who believe this I know, right, Louise? Why stop now? Do they honestly believe that, like, their apparently all-powerful, omniscient God who has always existed as an infinite and can do anything he wants is, like, terrified by, like, someone stabbing a doll? Like, what? So, like, the notion of, like, witchcraft, like, oh, I'm going to take some, I don't know, some leaves and put them into a pot and then stab a doll. Like, that is, like, overwhelms the deity that is supposed to be omniscient and all-powerful and is like a threat to him or some shit. Like, it just seems like he wouldn't give a shit. It wouldn't give a shit. Whatever the fuck its gender is, I don't care. I'm not trying to be, you know, phobic or anything. But, like, what the fuck? Why would God? Anyway, I'm just saying it's kind of weird. I don't understand. Or, like, why an omniscient, all-powerful being would, like, care about your penis so much? Like, why do they give a fuck? Why do they care so much about our individual genitalia? They have a whole fucking universe to play in. And then, like, compared to the size of the universe, we have very small genitals. Very small genitals. It's like, why does he obsess with our genitals? You know, like, always obsessed with how we use our genitals. I'm just saying. I know I'm being rude. I just don't really get it. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever.
In San Jose to come on down.
But Jonas, that's the thing, though. I've been talking about this way for years, and I've never been smitten, okay? I've never been smited, all right? And that's why, like, I suspect that if there is a God out there, he, she would understand where I'm coming from because they're loving or some shit, so they would know that I don't deserve to be punished because the way I've been raised, it makes sense why I think this way. I don't know. I know I'm getting philosophical, but, like, anyway, it doesn't matter.
What did you feel when you walked into that meeting with about 8,000 or 9,000 Christians praising God? What was going on in your mind last year?
Well, the first thing I thought was that I was going to be burnt at the stake as a witch or something. But as I was walking into the auditorium, I could see all the spirit-filled Christians. I could feel the love. And when I looked over my shoulder, I could see all the people that I helped to rally against the body of Christ, and all I could see was the sickness and the hatred and the
Sir Bart, I hope
death.
not.
And
That's terrifying.
When I looked through the doors to that breakthrough, I saw life. And
What
I
are you
stepped right
talking about?
into it.
You know, there's something really funny about this. Something very funny about this scene. This is such an American scene. Look, they're in a sports stadium with a giant Coca-Cola sign in the background. A giant Coca-Cola sign in the background with a fucking Ford Motor Company sign in the background. mixing it with Safeway and Christianity. This is like America all in one. Okay, this is like the perfect encapsulation of America.
I'm going to do something that I really felt impressed of the Lord to do. I'm going to get on my knees and I'm going to touch Eric's feet.
Okay, whoa, I thought that was going in a different direction there for a second. I mean, my God, okay.
And I ask you in the name of Jesus.
Ooh, this looks, okay.
As I touch his feet.
Ooh, yeah,
That's right, madam. I am drunk. But you are ugly.
Okay, he's quoting Winston Churchill, which is really fucking stupid. That is literally something that Winston Churchill said. Winston Churchill apparently at a party got really drunk, and this woman comes up to, we all know the story. All the Brits out there know the story. I'm going to probably get it wrong. There's the story of Winston Churchill. He was really drunk at a party, and a woman comes up to him and says, "Winston, you, sir, are drunk." And Winston responded, "Madam, I am drunk. But no matter how drunk I am, you will still be ugly." Okay, like, or some shit like that. I don't know why he's telling a Winston Churchill story.
And tomorrow, I will be sober, and you will still
that's
be
right.
ugly.
That's right. It was something like that. Why is he telling Winston Churchill stories? Keep the name of our British friends out of your mouth, okay? This is an internal issue in America. Keep Britain out of your mouth.
This is not the work of a man. This is the work of prayer. This is why.
So, who is Samaron? Who is, oh my God, please don't make me do this. I got to look this up. Who is Rupert Lowe? I don't know who Rupert Lowe is. Rupert Lowe. Who's Rupert Lowe? Is Rupert, oh, why the fuck, my UK friends out there, why are all the, you'll love this. We're getting all the restore Nazis in here today. Sam Aaron, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, you racist piece of shit. Follow your fucking leader. Love you, banned, all right? Oh my goodness. Okay, if I can figure out where, okay, look, this is gonna be anticlimactic because now I'm gonna have to figure out how to ban him. Where is it? God, like, what is it? All the restore people coming in here today. Ugh, Jesus, I feel, speak about British invasion. Where the, did someone ban them? I don't know where they went. Thank you, someone got them. Thank you, Sir Bart. Jesus, I feel so bad, folks. I'm sorry, folks out there. The UK folks, this is what I get for putting Keir Starmer resigns in my title. So now all your monsters that you have to deal with are coming into our safe space here. But anyway, whatever, fuck them. All right, it's not my fault that they're all inbred and they can't, their brain, their neurons don't work. Anyway, I know, Drusilla. Okay, let's go on here. Whatever.
We came to San Francisco to see the question mark taken out of their life. I know Jesus heard my prayers and heard your prayers as well. Thank you.
Jonas, would you like me to do that? I could try to work with them, Jonas. I am more willing to work with reform people than I am with restore people at this point. But that is fair, Jonas. If someone else from restore comes, per your request, I will try my best.
For praying.
Okay. That was
when
lovely.
Idiocracy first came down.
No one this time. I like listening to you talk on your channel, but I can't exactly figure out why. Like, I think you're, oh, thank you, no one this time. Thank you. Okay. Dude, Sam, you're really on top of your jokes today. What do you mean I'm always on top of my jokes, Raccoon Boy? How dare you, okay? How dare you? You offend me. As a fellow queer, you offend me. All right. Is CR about to craft a Molotov? You know Weird Amorphous Blood. I hate you so much. How dare you? Okay, anyway. All right, let's see what else we got here. That was bizarre. Thank you, Jay. Let's watch one more of those. Why not? Maybe it'll attract more restore people in here.
Well, hello there. Well, hello there. Let's see. You must be Jennifer, and I bet you're Julie, right?
I'm 7 years old.
Julie's 9 years old. She'll be 10 in the summer.
Really?
Are you Mary Kay?
Yeah.
No, honey, I'm Claire McDaniel. But look. This is Mary Kay.
Yeah, Sir
She's the
Bart.
one who started our company.
She's pretty.
I can't believe my sister-in-law is actually coming because she's real happy with the makeup she already uses. I'm not real sure how receptive she's going to be to something new.
Oh, look, I'm just glad to get the chance to get acquainted with her.
Sorry I'm late, everyone. It's just been one of those mornings.
It's
What is
okay.
this? I'm sorry. This
You
is
must be
called That
Cheryl.
Cheryl for you. We're going to start it over. Everyone
Well, hello
ready?
there. Let's see. You must be Jennifer, and I bet you're Julie, right?
I'm 7 years old. And Julie's 9 years old. She'll be 10 in the summer.
Really?
Are you Mary Kay?
No, honey, I'm Claire McDaniel. But look.
Is this an advertisement for Mary Kay, which is a pyramid scheme?
This is Mary Kay. She's the one who started our company.
She's pretty.
I can't believe my sister-in-law.
Oh my god, it's a fucking ad. Okay. Jonas was meaning if you think it's thank you, Dolly Boy. Forgive me, Jonas. You're saying that if you I completely misinterpreted you. You're saying that if I can't deal with them in chat, I should okay. Thank you. I get it now. Forgive me. Jonas, I totally misinterpreted you, okay? All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry, sir, but that was my fault. Because you're in the UK, Jonas, and you're a person of color, my thought was like, if you really would like me to, for your sake, I could do that. But, but okay, fair. All right. You're right. Okay, I got you. Thank God. All right. So let's go. The Mary Kay, guys. Yeah, good, Jonas. Good, okay. Mary Kay is like this stupid fucking company that sends out women, that's almost always women, I say that literally, to go sell makeup products, okay? And it's a pyramid scheme, so basically you have to purchase all these makeup products, and then if you don't sell them, you're going to lose all the makeup product, you're going to lose the money you made, and so then you'll find other women to give those things to sell them. Okay, it's a mess, whatever, it's a mess. It's a pyramid scheme. Yeah, you get a pink car for free if you sell enough, but like no one does. Like very few people do. So, okay.
Is actually coming because she's real happy with the makeup she already uses. I'm not real sure how receptive she's going to be to something new.
Oh, look, I'm just
Raccoon Boy, I hate you, Raccoon Boy. I swear I'll find you, Raccoon Boy. I'll hunt you down. I swear to God. Okay, anyway.
glad to get the chance to get acquainted with her.
Sorry I'm late, everyone. It's just been one of those mornings.
It's okay. You must be Cheryl.
Yeah.
I'm Claire McDaniel.
Hi.
Nice to have you.
You're not there to entertain them. You're there to educate them about skincare and the wonderful benefits of using Mary Kay.
Oh my God, I hate
to
it.
tell you who this.
Look at her. She looks like a demon. Mary Kay herself looks like a fucking demon. Look at that face. Okay, look at that face. Has anyone seen the movie Begonia? Yes, Jonas, it is like Avon. Okay, everyone's seen the movie Begonia? She looks like she's an alien. She looks like one of the aliens from Begonia. Okay, she's probably an alien empress. Anyway.
That's Mary Kay?
Yeah, I think I read somewhere she's a great-grandmother, which blows
Mary KKK.
my mind.
After having seen her at our national convention last year, I can assure you, she's just as lovely as her photograph suggests. Oh, by the way, is
She's
anybody
not lovely, though. She's not lovely. She has clown hair.
here wearing contact lenses?
Forgive me. I know. I'm being an asshole. You're right, Louise. Sorry, I didn't say anything. I'm being an asshole. I shouldn't care about a person's look, but she's a horrible person, all right?
I am. Well, then, you better forgo this step, Cheryl. It's better to check with your eye doctor before using eye makeup remover of any kind.
Jay Williams, I hate you.
Well, I really didn't want to take my eye makeup off anyway.
You know what's funny? Is this the 80s? Is this the 80s or the 90s? Because this is the era of shoulder pads. Shoulder pads were like a pretty popular fashion choice at this time. I even remember this must be the 90s. I remember my mom going to work wearing shoulder pads and stuff too. 80s, 90s, yeah. Okay, 90s. You can always tell it's the 90s because of the shoulder pad shit going on.
I don't really see what the big
Or late
deal
80s.
is. I'm a Clinique user, and I can talk about product performance and quality, too. I mean, you get that with a lot of department store brands.
No, that's right, Cheryl. Oh, not quite so vigorously,
Fair,
Cheryl. Smooth it on gently with an upward and
Yeah, Cheryl. You're being too vigorous.
Upward motion.
How much longer do we have to leave this on?
She does, Jonas. She looks like a movie villain.
Long enough for me to get some clean, wet washcloths. Be right back. How about you, Cheryl? Notice how soft your skin feels?
Well, I can't really tell the difference between this and what I normally use.
5 basic products formulated to work together, and it takes just a few minutes a day.
I don't know about anyone else, but a lot of this seems unnecessary to me. I mean, all these little steps, the upward and outward and little circles around the eyes.
Guys, women have it so hard. I swear to God. Like, women have it so hard. Like, why? Who the fuck? Why? Like, there's such a burden put on women to constantly like, your skin is ugly, change it. Your hair is ugly, change it. You know, you don't look good enough. Smile more, baby. It's like, Jesus Christ, just let them fucking exist. Oh my God, just let them fucking exist, okay? Dear God, like, in the amount of fucking money all this shit costs. But then if you don't buy it, you'll be like made fun of or like won't be viewed as well out in society. Like, good God, calm down, all right? Jesus, let them be people. Ugh.
That's just more than I want.
Yeah, exactly, Weird Morris Blob. You know, like, yeah, all right.
Deal with.
Remember Cheryl from my class this morning who came as a favor to Dana?
Well, just last week, I stocked up on everything I was out of.
Like, a man can, you all know this, guys, a man can fucking roll out of bed. A man can roll out of bed and, like, you know, basically, I don't know, take a rag and rub off his pits and, like, rub a comb through it. Or not even do that. Put on yesterday's clothing and go outside and no one gives a shit. But, like, okay, whatever. It's fine. Jonas, I remember a mate asking me about my skincare routine. I said shower, then use whatever lotion is there, right, Jonas? Okay. Doug says, I think a lot of it is women judging other women. That is possible, Doug, but that expectation is created by society. It's created by society. Okay? It is created by society, the advertising out there trying to make women feel lesser if they don't do this, men judging women or not favoring them if they don't do this. There's a lot of social pressures, both capitalistic and otherwise, on women for this, okay? By the way, I got to tell you, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a gay man, I think makeup is really cool. And younger generations like Gen Alpha and stuff and Gen Z actually are more okay with men using makeup. I think everyone should wear makeup. That's kind of fun and cool. Either everyone should wear it or no one should wear it, right? And you can do whatever you want. You can have it or not have it, but there should be no social expectations of any, regardless. Like I've shown you guys, I wear nail polish sometimes. I think it's kind of cool. I think it looks good. I like nail polish. Yeah, that's fine, Doug. You don't have to. But, like, it should be socially acceptable for anyone to do it. I think guys who wear nail polish, it looks kind of cool. And there's plenty of straight guys that wear nail polish. Some of the biggest, what's the term? Hard rock stars wear fucking nail polish or other things. Yeah, I know, Jonas, you're right. What'd you say? I'm sorry, Drizella. What'd you say? Did I miss it? Drizella, I might do some face cream a few times a week and rarely makeup. Good, Drizella, good. And listen, yeah, I know. So, and by the way, I know women don't have to wear these things, but you know that there's a pressure for it, right? Okay. Yeah, if you fuck with it, chill. But I don't think people should feel pressured by, exactly. There should be no social standards out there. All right. And there's weird social standards. Like if you're going to a fancy party or like a dress up, women, you better wear makeup. Okay. Well, who the fuck cares? All right.
So I'm really going to have to pass.
Well, that's up to you. Every time I give a skincare class, I'm reminded of all the things I love about Mary Kay. The fellowship, the fun.
The cult. It's a fucking cult. It's a cult.
The challenge, the business potential, the opportunities, and the rewards. I wish you every success as you pursue your Mary Kay career.
Can I also mention something else, guys? Oh, please. This is going to be taken the wrong way. Oh, my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mary Kay.
Oh, God. Is this going to become another fucking CR moment? All right. Can I? Oh, Jesus. Okay. So. Yeah, there you go, Cody. Fellowship. So. It is telling, by the way, that oftentimes black men and women, not only black women, but men, are often viewed badly for not wearing the best fashions or styles or shoes or whatever else it may be. I'm not joking, right? Like, a lot of black men dress very, very well. And listen, I'm not just saying this as like a stereotype. There are jokes within the black community about this, all right? Because if in the black community, right, like there is a fear of being perceived as poor or because people will view you as more threatening. Like seriously, right? You go out and you're not dressed well, someone might kill you because they view you as a black man who's a threat. You see what I mean? Okay, like, so isn't that interesting? It's almost like if you're an oppressed person, whether it might be a woman or a black person, right? You have to go above and beyond to present yourself in a certain way, whether it be makeup, the shoes you're wearing, your hair, okay? You have to make sure you look just like society wants you to look, or otherwise you're fucked. Because, white men don't necessarily have to worry about that as much. There is some class expectation there. There is some class expectation there, like upper class men, white men have to look a certain way, but that goes across race. But isn't that interesting? And people don't, yeah, you know it, Jonas, you know it. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Who was it? There was a black comedian who once said, that you can always tell, he said that he could always tell if a fellow black man was a danger to him. Now, guys, this was a black man saying this, and he was making a point. He wasn't trying to be racist. By their shoes. Okay, if a black man, you come across a black man who has like really dirty shoes or some shit, okay, you know that he no longer cares and he's probably desperate. And I'm not saying that as a general fact. That was a joke made by a fellow black man talking about how, like, was it Josh Johnson? Okay. How, like, yeah, black folks really care about that stuff a lot. And again, I'm not trying to overgeneralize because if there's a negative image towards them, they know they're more in danger. Do you see my point? Okay. Did he, Jonas? Yeah. Okay, no, that's not what I meant. Williams, I hate you so much. You know exactly what I'm saying. Fuck you, okay? You're gonna turn it around on me. But there are these fucking, like, expectations for black men. Women have it too, not only because they're women, but because they're black. Okay. We got that? All right. Ash. That's not what I'm talking. Whatever, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. What the fuck are we watching? This is disturbing. We're finding something else. Okay. Okay, no, we're not. We have to finish it now.
You've already heard our marketing plan leaves essentially nothing to chance. Just as each of us has the same 24 hours in a day, each consultant begins with the same opportunity. And as long as you believe...
Jay Williams, you kissed the lunatic. Well done, Jay Williams. I guess you like this lunatic on the page. This looks insane. Yeah, Jay Williams, that's what you get. I'm not... I hate you. Guys, I hate you all so much. I hate you. I swear to God. I hate all of you so fucking much. Okay. No, Jonas, I swear, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. That's it. That's it. I'm done. I'm done. This is how I left the left. Okay, I'm a conservative now. Hello, Zach App. How are you doing, Zach App? Hello. I didn't say anything. Anyway.
And you are willing to work hard. Nothing can prevent you from realizing your ambition.
This is terrifying. What is this?
Remember, there's always room at the top. Think positively and take it one step at a time.
Well, that was horrifying. Thank you. That was useless. A waste of my time. Thank you, Jay Williams, you monster. Okay, hate all of you so much.
It's about 8:15 p.m. on...
Oh, my God. What is this? What is just popping up on my screen? Okay, I hate all of you. All right. Okay, whatever. I'm done with the conversation about clothing because I know you all hate it. You all hate me. All right, what's this? Someone sent this to me. Someone sent this to me. Let's do something more serious now. This was sent to us
It
by
does seem to me that
Jonas.
there are.
Okay. Oh no, Jonas, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Okay. So this one is called Ben Shapiro Debates Atheists on Slavery and the Bible. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my god. I don't even. Okay. Let's see what they say. It does, Zach. It absolutely does. Clothing does use a lot of water, tons of water. It's also bad for the people who make it. A lot of time. Okay. We love you, but I love the banter. Okay. This is. I'm sorry. I'm having a mind link here. What are you referring to, Jonas? I'm sorry. I'm like losing my train of thought. Let's see here. Bassam Youssef went on downside. Interesting. Okay, let's watch this.
Some things within religious scripture that do need to be taken seriously and do need to be taken essentially at face value. That is some of the very specific legalistic commandments of the Old Testament, for example, or of the Hebrew Bible, I should say. These are not, when people list these and say that these are potentially morally problematic and may have done something towards hindering, for example, like I mentioned earlier, the abolition of slavery in the United States. Of course, there was a great deal of religious influence on both sides, which is something that I've already mentioned. But don't you think that this problem could have been solved a lot more easily if there had been a stronger religious tradition of opposition to the ownership of other human beings?
This is what, remember guys, when I did that segment on CR's 10 Commandments, right? And I talked about my issues with the 10 Commandments and how I would like to make sure that at least one of those commandments was, thou shalt not do slavery. Thou shalt not own another human being. Thou shalt all be human, right? That'd be nice. That would make this a lot easier.
Why can't that have been the case?
Okay,
because Scripture quite explicitly condones it.
Right,
and in fact gives you the details of how to do it. That's something that couldn't have been done, in other words, because
he always talks like he's super smart, but he's not.
Okay, now I guess you tell me to gloss. So
this moral principle that's placed outside of meaningful debate.
Before we move on, can I ask, where are we getting these buttons from? Are they from Amazon? You know, you press one and everyone's an atheist.
There's this wonderful thing
Are these available on the market
that I think you both need to use in this conversation, which is imagination.
Oh, right. So let's
yeah, we're Muslim, and also in Catholicism, it is also. This is one of the problems here, guys. What do you mean great cult building? How dare you, Drusilla? There is a weird trend in Christianity where you could literally kind of find anything in the Bible to kind of suit your narrative. So yeah, there have been people who have opposed slavery on a Christian basis. A lot of abolitionists were radical Christians seeking the abolition of slavery. There is, for Catholics, there are social justice Catholics. What is it called? Liberation theology Catholics who seek liberation. So I don't want us to get the impression that fundamentally the Bible is pro-slavery. I mean, that Christians are pro-slavery. The Bible is kind of pro-slavery, but Christians are not necessarily pro-slavery. Okay, so, but yeah, that's the issue though with the Bible, is that you can pick and choose what you want to take from it. So if you want to be pro-slavery, you can back up pro-slavery articles with it. If you want to be anti-slavery, there are parts of it you can use to counter the anti-slavery. No, you can to counter slavery, right?
As far as why didn't the Bible prescribe the perfect world as I would see it, or as you might see it? And the answer is because two reasons. One, as stated right up top, I'm not God. I assume he has different logic than I do. Mm-hmm. Two, the Bible is in an inherently problematic position in the sense that, on the one hand, it's trying to divulge important truths for all time. At the same time, it's talking to a people of a particular time.
Yes.
And this is a well-worn tradition inside Judaism. So to take the slavery example, there is no mandate.
The Bible doesn't even give the patent of insulin or refrigeration for insulin. God just wants people to die, I guess. Yeah, he does. Okay, apparently, Zach, right? I mean, clearly, Zach, yeah, okay, he wants people to die. Yeah.
To hold slaves in the Bible. Right? There are lots of mandates in the Bible. Many, many mandates. There's 613 of them according to my religion, right? That's why I do all these weird things that I do. But one of those mandates is not to hold slaves. Right? And so the idea of there was a society that existed at the time of the Bible in which slaveholding was not only ubiquitous, it was universal. And which was true for virtually all of human history.
That's right.
And could be justified not just in terms of religious scripture, but in terms of Aristotelian thought. Right? I mean,
well, okay. I don't want to interpret he might have a different view on the Torah. If we're going to talk about what the Torah says, okay, a lot of rabbis and Jewish thinkers, and listen, guys, again, I'm not generalizing about Judaism here. There's a whole range of thought of Judaism, but there is a strain of Judaism that believes that the ability to enslave ended. It was acceptable to God at the time, but now that the Bible, the Torah allows slavery at the time, but once you lose your slaves, you cannot get new ones, right? So now that there are no owned slaves, it is now the chance is lost and you can't have them anymore. So that's kind of a darker interpretation. It depends on the reading of the Torah.
The great philosophers we like to cite in sometimes in the secular tradition are big fans of slavery, and that's true virtually up until the 18th century.
Yes.
So the idea would be, is this verse attempting to woo people away from a tradition of slavery or to humanize the slaves? Or is it attempting to reinforce that by making it harsher and more difficult? And that's why actually one of the things I enjoy doing in terms of how I study the Bible, for example, is I like to look at contemporaneous religious texts of the time.
Oh, who cares? I'm sorry, guys. I don't give a shit. Like, I hate that I've read the Bible so many times, but like, because I can, if I want to argue with him about the Bible, I can, but it doesn't matter. Fuck the Bible. It's an old fucking document. It is not a good source of moral teaching. It was made by people from a completely different time period. All right? Like, I also have told you guys, but I'm sorry. I know I'm being an asshole. Believe what you want to believe. I, of course, am an atheist, but believe what you want to believe. I could tell you the history of the Bible. I know it very well, and I can pretty much, there you go, Zach. I can pretty much, Charmat, you say, wow, you're a moron. Why is that, Charmat? What do you think makes me a moron? Okay, tell me what you think makes me a moron. I'm very curious. So, like, can we maybe not rely on that book? Can we maybe not rely on that book a bit? Okay, all right.
So I like to study the Bible alongside, for example, Hammurabi's Code. And it's really interesting to notice the difference.
You idiot. Okay, I'm sorry. We do know that part of the Bible was like copied from Hammurabi's Code, right? Like literally the idea of the 10 Commandments, it's set up in the same form as like Hammurabi's Code because it was influenced by whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's fine.
And where the Bible is liberalizing Hammurabi's Code, for example.
Absolutely.
And so the idea that a divine revelation has to be given to human beings who are capable of following that in the time. Again, that's part of the difficulty of I think rebutting religion in a certain sense, because again, it seems wiggly, but it really isn't, in the sense that
it absolutely is wiggly. Wait a minute. So God in all of, I'm sorry. Guys, I know I'm an asshole. I know I'm an asshole. But like, if he's omnipotent, all powerful, and like infinite, why did he provide such a shitty guidebook? Like, oopsie, why do we have to spend countless hours trying to figure out what it means if he is perfect and knows exactly what we like? Like, why do we have to constantly reinterpret it? I don't okay, whatever. It's fine, Ben Shapiro, whatever. Believe what you want to believe. I'm just saying.
If you believe, as I do, in a God who spoke to human beings in some form or fashion and has to speak to them on a level that they can understand, in ways they can understand, then that immediately is going to discount the ability to do a lot of very radical things that would have appeared radical in 1200 BC, but now appear to be commonplace for us.
Yes, I understand this argument, and I've heard it many times.
Also, to make one godless, Google the image search Iloa. Oh my God, get them to Google search Iloa. Okay, guys, do that. Do what Zach App just said. I'm deeply concerned. God damn it, Zach App. Like, no, I really want to look at it. Okay.
I must say that it seems strange to me that God does seem willing to completely and utterly condemn a bunch of other practices, including, by the way, imaginary crimes like witchcraft, just done away with entirely. And even if it is the case that God, for some reason, couldn't even hint at the idea that maybe eventually we should be moving towards the abolition.
What? I don't even know what an Iloa is. Okay.
Of the idea of owning human beings as private property. He just had to condone it.
But yes.
I still...
Raccoon Boyle, you're comparing a Bible reflecting a culture that is no longer relevant. Yes. Ew, why are you doing that, Zach? Ew, gross. Okay, I didn't see it, but that's nasty.
I think it's the case that he would not permit a flat immorality, and I think you would agree with that
too. Thanks, Zach App. Look, you've traumatized my community. This is a declaration of war, Zach App. I shall now Zach App, that's actually a really funny point. Zach App says God made that. Interesting point.
And so when I open the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, and when I look at the texts saying that if you lay siege to a city, you can kill if the Lord delivers it into your hand, you can kill the men and the women, you can kill the men and keep the women and the children and the livestock as plunder, as Deuteronomy says. And in the very next verse, the very next chapter says that, if you see a good-looking woman, and I'm not interjecting that. If somebody finds an attractive woman,
yes, Ifatoar is the actual Hebrew. Yeah.
Then they can take them for themselves, and if they want them as their wives, and they take them home, they shave their head, they cut off their fingernails, they give them 30 days to mourn their old husband, who you may very well have just killed, and then you can take them as your wife. When Numbers 31.
Raccoon Boyle, you're saying, I'm sorry, what are you saying, Raccoon Boyle? I'm sorry, what are you talking about, Raccoon Boyle? Are you comparing about reflecting a culture that is no longer relevant? The reinterpretation is not bad. I'm not sure what you're saying, Raccoon Boyle. My point, Raccoon Boyle, is that it's interesting because modern religious people that I know, most of the modern religious people I know have much better values than the Bible teaches. Okay, I'm talking Christians, okay? Have much better values than the Bible teaches, right? Like, I don't know, not to like call anyone out here, but I know Jay Williams is a Catholic, is a really good guy, and has a lot of values that are not aligned with what the Bible says, okay? Or I don't know, I know lots of people who are Christian who have values that are better than the Bible's values, which is my point, right? That despite that, there's sort of this, but that's what I'm making fun. I am not making fun of modern religious people. Okay, I'm not making fun of modern religious people. I'm making fun of the Bible as a source of truth, right? That you have to change what the Bible says in the modern day. You have to look at it differently. Otherwise, no one would believe it. Okay, so like that's which is why I'm saying it's not really a good source of knowledge, right? If like most people are good enough these days to not follow it in a lot of ways, even though they still view it as a holy book. You see what I mean?
Has Moses instruct the slaughter of the Midianites, saying, kill all the men, and this time the women get killed too, but not the women who haven't slept with a man. And why might that be? And it says that, keep them for yourselves. And I hear all the time that this is some kind of liberalizing process. Maybe it's because, these people wouldn't...
Oh my God, Zach App. Yeah, the Genealogy of Morality by Nietzsche. Yeah. Okay. Raccoon Boyle, but yeah, no, exactly, Jonas. And guys, I know what I'm saying is actually pro people that are religious in the modern day, okay? Because there is a tendency, like one of the issues I have with this atheist argument, there you go, Jonas. This guy right here is an atheist. The argument he's making is, that the Bible is a piece of trash, which kind of, yeah. Okay. But just because we have a document like that is not great, that doesn't mean that like modern day Christians are like pro-slavery. You see what I mean? Like, so as a historical document and as like a logically speaking, not a good document. As a document generally, I don't think it's a good document, but that is not sort of, to me, it's not exactly a good. I could explain, let's put it this way. I could make the argument of like a lot of modern religious beliefs are things I disagree with, but it's sort of beside the point, if that makes sense. Patriotic humanism being, you said here, okay, Zagab, humanism is evil. Patriotic humanism evolved into liberal humanism. And that's why capitalism stops abstracting humans and their property from nature. Yes. Yeah, Zagab. Yeah. All right. Now, Zagab, you're not referring necessarily to like secular humanism, right? Because like liberal humanism is a bit different than like secular human. So there's like there are people who are like atheists who call themselves humanists, which is where they develop a kind of positive view of humanity without relying on scripture, and it's not necessarily liberal. It can be, but you're referring generally to like liberal humanism, is what I'm guessing. All right.
Survive on their own. It's some kind of protective measure to make sure that you're looking after them. If that's the case, then why does it only apply to the virgins? That seems a little bit suspect to me. You know, it's sort of scripture is littered with these kinds of
Well, again, so to go back to the sort of oral tradition nature,
and I don't think
God
would permit a proactive immorality, even if he can't for some reason abolish the practice altogether. If you see what I'm saying.
No, that last point I don't see. So when you say even if he can't abolish the practice altogether, well,
which already I think he would be able to do.
Right. So the question is whether he can or whether he can't. If he can't abolish the practice, then the idea of wooing people away from a particular type of sin through a gradualistic process is known throughout societies across human history. I mean, the gradualistic processes are the way that most things get done across human history. And by the way, the universal practice, unfortunately, up till today in many places in the world, is in fact the extreme version of what you're talking about. Raise everything, kill everyone. Right? That sort of stuff, unfortunately, does take place. Even on planet Earth, even in the year 2023. It's the idea of a culture arising from the Bible that not only abolished slavery on its own shores, but then abolished slavery literally everywhere else, which is what Great Britain did.
So what's your point?
Again, to separate that off from a tradition.
That's also not fully true. I don't know. That's not true.
Is that every
Philly Cheese, he just talks really fast, and then it doesn't give you a chance to think about what he's saying.
Being is made in the image of God, right?
Dolly boy.
From Genesis. Or that you have to treat the stranger well, right? Which is repeated more than any injunction in the Bible, right? There are these traditions that are at war with each other inside the Bible, which is why there is this hotly fought kind of argument inside biblical circles about all of this stuff, which again is one of the reasons why I said right up top that when it gets to I can't just open the Bible and interpret the text as I would see fit. You say, well, I don't like this verse right here.
Contradictory?
What was that?
You say that scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that scripture is some scripture is time bound and some scripture is not.
It's contradictory. Just say it. It's fucking contradictory. I mean, I don't want to have to start listing the contradict. You know it's contradictory, folks. We don't have to get into this now. It's very contradictory. I mean, fuck, the fucking Old Testament, the Bible itself has 2 fucking creation stories. Which one is true? Which of the fucking 2 creation stories is true if there's 2 of them? What do you, all right.
So the easy one the sort of easy way to distinguish is that when the Bible says not to do a thing, then that tends to be non-time bound.
And when it says to do a thing?
And when it says to do a thing, that may be a temporary permission structure, but it could also be a wooing. And by the way, again, I'm not speaking out of turn here. This has been 1,500.
Oh, I got you, Zach App. Yeah. I was literally, I don't disagree with you. I was trying to clarify which kind of humanism you meant. So you say humanism puts humans above nature and abstract. I think secular humanism. Yes, Zach App. Okay, fair. I see what you're saying. Idealism roots. I think secular humanism gets debunked in the Dialectic of Enlightenment by Adorno and Hork. Very, very fair, Zach App. Okay. What are the 2 different creationist stories? So in the Old Testament, Jonas, there is literally one story talks about Adam and Eve, there's the Garden of Eden, that whole story. The other one talks about God creating human beings from mud and just kind of like creating everything. And they are absolutely different. There's a different order in creation. There's no Adam and Eve. They're made from different stuff. Okay, if you literally go look in Genesis in the Old Testament, 2 different creation stories. So yeah.
Years of Jewish reinterpretation of Esha Yifat, to take a quick example, right? The War Bride, the long-standing Talmudic tradition, which again is almost 2,000 years old at this point, is that was deliberately an attempt to avoid mass war rape, which again, you can scoff at that, but mass war rape happened on this continent 70 years ago when the Russians literally raped everyone as they came into Germany. So,
of course, he's gonna talk about the Soviet Union assaulting Germans. Interesting choice there during World War II. Very interesting choice there. Very interesting choice there. All right. Yeah, I'm sure it didn't happen the other way, too. Ben Shapiro. Okay. Interesting. Fascinating. Okay.
These evils continue to exist in the human heart.
Even
Zach App, this creation one is Bahamut. Yeah. The Leviathan, etc. Yes. There's all sorts of all over the world, there are different creation stories. Absolutely.
If this was a liberalizing force, and even if this was not as bad as other slavery, do you think that the ownership of other human beings under the conditions of the Hebrew Bible are immoral?
Yes.
So how do you account for God commanding something which you now see to be, or rather permitting something and explicitly and giving you details about how to do something which is proactively immoral?
Because he's not permitting me, permitting my great to
do something immoral,
to do something
immoral
that in the time was not considered immoral.
It wasn't considered immoral,
Right.
but was it immoral?
Right. By today's standards that were developed by the Judeo-Christian tradition, sure.
So why doesn't I feel like it's pointless for me to argue with this. You guys get the point, right? So an infinite God changes his mind over time about what's permitted and not permitted. Just like randomly goes, oh wait, slavery is okay today, but tomorrow it's not okay. Okay.
By today's standards, developed under the Judeo-Christian tradition, immoral. Which, by the way, you're living off you're again, not to get back to the Tom Holland argument, you're living off the remains of this. I mean, where's your morality coming from?
But who's the moral relativist now? I mean, it seems that a moment ago you say that the great success of religion is providing a sort of
yeah, right. See, this is why it drives me crazy. Yeah, like. Zachab, if he is infinite, I am God. If not, you're right, Zachab. Like, even the notion of an infinite being makes no fucking sense, okay? It doesn't make goddamn sense because that means we're all God because there's no containing that space. Anyway, it's all bizarre. So, like you say, we're most blob. Yeah, this is all here's the thing. This is like cultural contradictions, right? Like, or not cultural contradictions. Massive contradictions. He is claiming that the Bible has an objective morality that is linked to some fundamental truth, while also saying it's morally relativistic, because depending on the time, depending on the culture, society, worldview, it changes. So which is it? Is the Bible an objective statement of morality, or is it relativistic? Because if it's relativistic, then what the fuck's the purpose? Okay, and if it's objective, well, why then doesn't anyone follow the okay, why are there contradictions? Anyway.
Untouchable moral basis that sort of transcends human affairs and human debates. And now when I say, well, look at this, open your own religious scripture and look at this blatant immorality, you say, yeah, but well, that was considered to be fine at the time. It's considered to be bad now by the progress of Judeo-Christian
there's a question
values. Who's the moral relativist here?
Well, it's not relativistic to say that a thing that is wrong today is considered wrong today because of a tradition that developed over time.
The question I'm asking is not, was it considered right or wrong at the time of biblical slavery?
It was wrong.
Was it wrong?
It was wrong then to hold a slave. Yes, it was wrong then to hold a slave.
So God was wrong. Right? So this is why, guys, listen, you can believe what you want to believe. I'm just saying this is the kind of shit that drives me crazy because it so obviously doesn't make sense. And listen, again, modern day religious people don't follow a lot of this stuff. I'm just saying when it comes to people who do apologetics, it is so contradictory. Like, so if you think slavery was bad at the time, God allowed it. Therefore, God was wrong because he said it was okay, or it said it was okay. So he must have been wrong at the time when he enabled it, right?
And also, if you are God and you are pragmatically attempting to woo people away from slavery, was it a practicable thing to simply, quote unquote...
So God would need to pragmatically woo people away from slavery. So God clearly... oh, absolutely, Zachap. I don't believe in free will, Zachap. I got to tell you, I don't believe in free will at all, regardless. A lot of people will argue with me on this. So anyway, but yes, Zachap, you said the Bible also disables the possibility of free will. Yeah, by its very nature. There's yeah, okay. Yeah, it does. Even though it goes on, people still believe in free will. Even they say that God gives you free will. Well, by its very nature, it doesn't. If you have an okay, okay. So Le Quabois, Ben Shapiro gets owned by facts and logic. Yeah, like, but again, it doesn't matter, guys. I want you to believe what you want. I'm just saying.
Abolish slavery, or
here's an idea. For example, in the book of Exodus, God says, I think in chapter 21, maybe 22, says that if you have a Hebrew slave, you are to let them go after 7 years. If that Hebrew slave comes to you with a wife, then after the 7 years, you let them go too. If you give the Hebrew slave a wife and they have children, then after those 7 years are up, you give the man a choice. He can go after the 7 years, as per, but you keep his children and his wife. Or, and here the scripture says, you know, if he says, I love my wife, I love my kids, and my master, as if that's going to be one of the principal considerations.
Zach,
then
you can make
stay
your
with
first step of having free will if you choose to believe in free will. Okay.
you, at which point you take him outside, you pierce his ear like cattle, and he becomes your property for life. Now, here's a suggestion, for example.
He does know his
if
Bible.
If it was already established.
This is a thing, Jay. Like, I'm not talking to you specifically, Jim. Like, guys, I know my fucking Bible really well. Like, unfortunately, I went to a Catholic school as a gay man, which wasn't the best. So I had to read the Bible, like, probably at least a dozen times, like, all the way through. And, like, I know the Bible very, very well, which is funny because a lot of the times, it is, I will actually know the Bible better than Christians I talk to. And I have found that most Christians are really good people. But they don't know, but they also don't know what's in the Bible. Which is interesting to me.
That Hebrew slaves go after 7 years. And it's already established that if they come with a wife, they can go after 7 years. Then if I give them a wife and they have children, would it not be, it doesn't seem to me particularly revolutionary. It doesn't seem to me the kind of thing that would have caused such social discohesion that God just couldn't have found a way to do it, to say, well, why not let the whole family go free after those 7 years? With the knowledge beforehand that if you give this Hebrew slave of yours a wife and children, they'll get to leave with them. That seems to me, for example, a minor improvement that would not cause this kind of revolutionary earth-shifting, he couldn't have just gotten away with slavery. Maybe that's true. But something as obvious as this, to me, it seems that if that is the case, that could have easily been done, then the failure to do so and the keeping of that Hebrew wife and their children as the master's property, that itself becomes an immorality that is dictated.
If I agree with your premises, I agree with your conclusion. I think that the question as to how much social discohesion would it have caused to do a thing is an open question. I think the other question that sort of remains open here is the incentive structure as to whether you accept a wife from your master. Right, so
Lent with an E, Raccoon Boyo.
I don't want to get into the abstruse. I mean, we can do this
we
literally all day.
guys.
And
I'm just interested in this.
I mean, there's 70 volumes of the Talmud that are literally about this sort of stuff, and then copious writings in terms of reinterpretation.
Yeah,
of
we're
this
hardly
sort
the
of
first people to talk about
this.
this.
Exactly. This is not the first time these questions have come up. But I think the general point.
I'm going to show you guys
sort of
something
one
here in a
where
second.
Either we can dive into that full time, and you can spend your life becoming a rabbi, which enjoy.
Could happen.
Could you
Never say
have
never.
the beard for it. Your beard is further along than mine. Or we can sort of stipulate at the top that there are certain
distraction
biblical interpretations that are abstruse and difficult.
Yeah.
And that has been a reality of religious life since the beginning.
Well, I can agree with that.
Okay. Let me so real fast, guys. A lot of people don't know much about the Jewish faith. All right. So Ben Shapiro is referring to something super interesting, actually, about Judaism. Listen, let me just show you real fast. So what are they called? Gemara. Gemara. Oops. It's actually something I really like about Judaism. I'll show you what I mean. I'm sorry, I spelled that wrong. Gemara. Okay. Gemara, let me find an image of it for you, okay? Gemara. Here we go. Okay, so let me show you. I do, Jonas, I'm an asshole. Okay, so here we have a rabbinic literature. So the Gemara is okay. So this is a page from a so the Talmud, okay, which is a religious holy book, right here in the center. Right here in the center. You see this right here in the center? You see that is this is what I think is kind of cool about Judaism, at least their written texts, okay? In the center here of this page is the written Talmud. Okay, so this is actually I know, me too, Jonas, me too. Okay, so this is just a section of the actual religious text. This small little thing in the center. All around it are commentaries called Gemara. So Gemara, basically beginning with a section of the Mishnah. So, okay. So Gemara, the stuff around it is literally other well-known rabbis in history adding commentaries and debating its meaning. Okay. And then at the very edge are like commentaries debating the commentaries. All right. So when you're becoming a rabbi, right, or you're learning how to interpret these texts, you read not only the religious text, you read years upon years of commentary and like debate about what it means. And when learning the Jewish text, you have to, yeah, Raccoon Boy, correct. Islamic scholars do something very similar to this, okay? And I should have mentioned that, where you have like the religious text in the center, and then you have to kind of understand the commentaries around it. And so when you don't, here's one of the fundamental differences. Okay. Oh, check it. Okay, thank you, Zach App. You know, Zach App, you're an angel. Thank you very much. I need something like that, really. Okay. Really, thank you. So if you Christianity does not do this so much, and I actually think it's something that is unfortunate because I don't believe in any of this, but in Christianity you basically have the Bible, you have the words of the text, and then there ain't much commentary, so you don't really even have to think much about it. Yeah. There are like theologians that do that, but it is sort of inbuilt. It is sort of inbuilt. So, look, while Christian theologians do this, but it's not written with. There's not like a set text of commentaries. Okay, it is not built into the document that there's a debate about it. It is inherent to the Jewish text that there's a debate about it. There doesn't have to be a debate inherent to a Christian text. And same thing with a lot of Islamic texts. There is a debate. Depends, like there's Sunni and Shia and other differences here. But okay. So when Jewish people are learning the text, they actually they learn not only what the text says, but they learn all the different interpretations in it and the contradictions. Okay. And yeah, Raccoon Boyo. So I say that because, and this is me complimenting sort of this. Okay, yeah, it's so stupid, Jonas, because Islamic scholars do the same kind of really cool stuff. And the reason I say it's cool, I don't believe this stuff, but this isn't, as a teacher, this is an excellent exercise, right? Like, you start early learning how to question the text and realize there's contradictions. It's a higher level of thinking, in my opinion, than just reading the document and like reading with the grain and not questioning it much. So I have found that, like, this sounds bad. When I've had Muslim students, or when I have had Jewish students, who are very much invested in their religion, okay, they will often be generally better about being about critical thinking. I am not trying to sound like I'm anti-Christian here. I'm just saying, if you spend all your time reading commentaries about the contradiction in the text and getting a deeper understanding about it other than just what it says, you see what I mean? It kind of can lead to a more critical way of thinking, even if you're starting young. Now, I'm not saying, as a matter of fact, guys, if you want me to prove my point here, there are schools in Korea and China that do Gemara. They literally read Jewish texts and the Gemara in an effort to improve critical thinking skills. Okay? Like, let me show you what I mean. Okay, Gemara, South Korea. Now then, obviously, this is not the kind of critical thinking I want to promote, because it's limited critical thinking. It still assumes the legitimacy of the text, okay? Gemara, South Korea. All right, there you go. South Korea has a fascinating cultural fascination with the Talmud, which includes the Gemara, the central rabbinic commentary on the Jewish legal code. It is widely studied across the country, often used as a tool in early. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be reading AI. Okay, so it literally, you see, they literally learn it in like younger years. He says the reason why Korean children are taught the Talmud is pretty obvious. Okay. Koreans and Jews both have a long history of oppression and surviving adversity. Okay. One second. That's not what it has to do with. Trying to find here. It basically says, guys, they want to do it because it improves critical thinking and shit, okay? It's viewed as benefiting, it's good for education and teaching ways of thinking, okay? You get what I mean here, all right? But it is true, as you see here, it's very popular in Korea. It's because it's thought to help improve critical thinking and make people better at reading, okay? All right, we got it? So, like, it's interesting. But if you don't read AI, you are wasting water. Oh my God, I know. It's awful. It's awful. I hate it, Zach. I hate it. Okay. I didn't even notice I was doing it because it's right at the top and shit. I hate it. Okay. So do we see what I mean here, guys? So like it's interesting, all right? That being said, obviously it is not exactly, I don't believe in it. It's just an interesting way of teaching critical thinking and shit, okay? Because, you know, if you don't blindly believe it. And I remember, guys, when I worked at a Jewish school, I think I told you this. There was a practice amongst Jewish folks where a child will sit with a rabbi, and and it's so cool to watch. As a teacher, it's very cool to watch. The rabbi will sit there with the Talmud and the commentaries, okay? And they will get into a back and forth debate with the student about the meaning of the word, and they get into it, okay? Like the rabbi will be like, no, this isn't what this means. And the kid will be like, yeah, it is. Look at this commentary right here. I think I believe what he says more. And the rabbi will be like, well, you can't prove that. Look, this commentary says that. And they like go back and forth, and it is an excellent learning exercise. Even if I don't believe in the content, it is an excellent learning exercise. You see what I mean? Okay, I'm rambling here. I kind of got off track here. Yep, Zach App. You know it's Zach App partially, okay? Yeah, it's leftism without the socialism part. It is sort of a dialectic, not like the standard form of dialectic, but it is sort of a dialect back and forth, right? Trying to improve and things like that. So anyway, and it works really well. Oh, well, oh, God damn it, Zach. Well, mine works too, Zach App, but yes, also like infighting. Yeah, kind of like infighting. Okay. All right. So that is true. Okay. Yeah, I guess either one, right? Whatever. All right. So anyway, so isn't that interesting? Just a note there. But again, Islam has something similar. If I can really find here for you, I forget what are they called? Would someone tell me? It's not the hadiths. The hadiths sometimes have commentary on them. Is there like there is like a set book that a lot of Muslim scholar uses that do have commentaries within them. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. The hadiths are one of these things. There's a lot of commentary to the hadiths, but also to the Quran. But okay. Anyway, so it's an interesting thing there, right? Interesting thing. All right. So let me go back here. Not Muslim, but the Tao makes new texts all the time. Oh, please do, Raccoon Boyo. Yeah. So Taoism also does like the yeah, okay. There's a lot of this cool stuff. Yeah. As a matter of fact, one of the first libraries in the world was in China, if not the first one. Let me show you. Yeah. So they keep pumping out new knowledge, right? What the hell is that sound? God damn it! Oh, never mind. It's Monster Cat. Okay. Yes, I know the hadith is, but there's commentaries on it, aren't there? Sometimes. Okay, I could be wrong. Let me show you. So, the Tawheed. Let's look at the Tawheed. I might be the Tafsir. Let me look it up. Wait, no, that doesn't look like it. I'm sorry, I'm having a mind blank. There, okay, it is because I know I used to know this, guys, but I worked at a Jewish school, so I particularly remember that one, the Tafsir. Yes, that's it. Thank you. The scholarly exegesis and commentary of the. I always forget to pronounce the word. Commentary of the Quran. That's the one. Okay, and it's very beautiful too. The language. If I can, I'm gonna like. Oh, I don't speak this language. But the Tafsir is definitely at least one of these. I wish I could find an actual like written version of it because it's beautiful. It looks beautiful. Here we go. Yeah. The Tafsir. So like if you look at it's a bunch of commentaries, and as I recall here, there are like it kind of looks similar to the Talmud and the Gemara. Yeah, like right here, you can see the. Yeah. Okay, so very cool stuff, but very similar sort of way here. All right, just an interesting way of thinking. Okay. Oh, so the Tawhid is the concept of the oneness of God. Yeah, Jonas, and like okay, listen to this funny. See, so what is their critique of the talking what the critique of the talking donkey? I'm sorry, what talking donkey? But so anyway, even though I am like saying, even though I'm an atheist and stuff, and I know I sometimes bash these beliefs and stuff, right? That doesn't mean I don't respect the religion tradition stuff. Oh yeah, I know, right? Zach, Jesus Christ, don't get me started. But anyway, so like I respect religious traditions, things like that. I respect like the artistry that comes with it, the thought, the things like that. So Tafsir is like a step above fatwa. Gotcha. Interesting. So I like stuff created by sort of human thinking stuff. Okay, anyway. So let's go on here, guys. Let's go on. We get the idea. We want our money back from Shrek. Hilarious, Jonas. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. So that's sort of that, right? Oh my God, look, wow, this has been such a nice day. We get to see crying Vietnamese people because America's monstrous evil empire. Anyway, so, all right, I'm going to put my face up, guys, here. I'm going to put my face up. Boop. I didn't even realize it was almost 6:30 at this point. Jesus Christ. Okay, so, I had a lovely time, guys, but it's time for me to go. I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours, almost. And I am hungry as fuck, all right? And I do hope, do we all, so as I always ask, guys, did we learn something today? Whether it be about the Vietnam War or the Gemara and the Talmud and the sort of the commentary nature of Islam and Judaism. And thank you, elevator lady, thank you. You know what, Laquan, I hate you so fucking much. I'm gonna come after you, Laquan, I swear to God. Anyway. All right. So bye everyone, right? People are still wasting their life away on a religion. Fun reminder. Oh, I know, Zach App. I know, right? I get it. But all right. We of course, thank you, Couch Potato. Thank you. Trust me, as a gay man, Zach, I get the bad end of the stick in this regard, okay? So, all right, what's intertwined, Raccoon Boyle? What's intertwined? What is intertwined? You keep saying they're intertwined. What does that mean? Oh, I got you. Tafsir and Fatwa. Gotcha. All right. So, sorry, I got to fix this. Okay, guys. So thank you, everyone. I will come back on tomorrow. We will continue our Vietnam War week, our Vietnam War 2 weeks. Please check out Zach App's channel if you haven't already. I think we gave him a shout out at the beginning. Love having Zach up here. Check out Outer Signal. Check out Void. Void also has a channel. Check out Jay Williams Art. Okay. Please, absolutely do it, Zach App. Please suggest someone for me to raid. I need new people to raid. Okay, so please do it. All right. And you all know official whatever this is. Thank you, Zach App. We will do that. So, guys, for those that you all know what I'm about to say. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, guys, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Congo, free Ukraine, free Iran, free Cuba, free everywhere, all at once. Please, free it all, free it all. Okay. Did I miss anywhere? I think I got most of it right. Okay. Let's see here. Raid. We are living in a never stop resisting. Okay, never stop fighting back. The easiest way to do that is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to do it is to think for yourselves. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. Go check out what Zach App has to say. Oops, I just fucked that up. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Okay, I know I didn't. It's there. Oopsie. Okay. The easiest way is to think for yourselves. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need revolutionary change in this country and elsewhere. And if not that, then at least major reforms. But revolutionary change is preferable. Okay. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. Don't be a fucking slug. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms, some of the improvements in our material conditions. You cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. I love you very much. Join our Discord. I will see you all tomorrow. Chat with me over in the Discord. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye, folks. Love ya. Okay, for those that were not sent on the raid, you have a good rest of your day, too. You all have a good rest of your day, too. Bye-bye, guys. You're the best. Bye-bye.